No overs have been lost in the day. We better try and turn down the sound on that. Goodness me. I might have to let you do the first over, Nick, while I sort this out. Sorry about that. That burst of sound.
It's a glorious start to the morning. That was the nightclub remix, I think, of Frank Watson. I'd be to chill out, not. 32 for 3 as we start the day with the first ball from Morris going past Byram and through to the wicketkeeper. We have had a concussion substitute in the match, Taylor Cornell, who was subject of lengthy concussion checks, having been hit on the head when he is batting on 6. He passed them yesterday, but has obviously failed them in the last hour or so, because he seemed alright earlier on, I'm told. 32 for 3. You're on BBC Sport Online as Morris bowls, and Byram plays that one gently out on the offside. And there is no run. So weather conditions, well, there's a little bit of blue sky overhead. The sun is out at the moment. We did have rain here at about 9:30. I can report because I was watching from my hotel window at that time, thinking there's no hurry to get ready after breakfast. 32 for 3 as Morris is into Byram, who drives on the offside and has beaten point, and they'll pick up a couple of runs. 34 for 3.
Update for Hereford and Worcester FM listeners imminent. They are indeed. We're in the first over here after starting at 11:30, and I'm pleased to say it's in bright sunny conditions. Charlie Morris has taken up the attack. So far just 2 runs added by Eddie Byram to his overnight score of 5. That's taken Glamorgan on to 34 for 3. This of course all in response to Worcestershire's first innings 271 yesterday, built around a splendid 131 from Ed Barnard. 4 more runs added by Byram as I speak, takes him on to 11 and Glamorgan on to 38 for 3, and we're hoping that Worcestershire can press home the advantage that Joe Leach gave them with those 3 quick wickets last night. But so far in the sunshine, a good start by the visitors. That's a lovely shot.
It was. It's a lovely straight drive back past where it came from, as Byram goes into double figures after that cautious start amid the wreckage at the other end, as Byram allows that one, I think, to go through to keeper Roderick. We're told that Ben Cox will be fielding as 12th man for Worcestershire today, so good to see him back in a limited form of action after he announced he was taking a break from the game for mental health reasons. But there is a permanent substitute in the Worcestershire side in Tom Fell in for Taylor Cornell. As in comes Morris and bowls, and Byram I think is beaten by that one. Now the reason we're unsure is that, as I remarked on commentary yesterday, it is very difficult to tell Ed Byram withdrawing the bat inside the line of the ball as opposed to Ed Byram being beaten outside his off stick, because there's a very gentle inside movement. It is the complete antithesis of Marnus Labuschagne, whose leave involves a Zorro-esque swashbuckling movement to the bat, and it's actually better than my pull shot, more likely to score runs. 38 for 3 at the end of the first over.
Ben Cox is actually out there fielding at the moment because Taylor Cornell isn't on the pitch. Cox is at mid-wicket. I think it's the first time I've ever seen him on the field, in the field, without his gloves and pads on, as Leach starts his first over of the morning and bowls to Sam Northeast, who plays defensively off the back foot out on the onside. 38 for 3. Yeah, apologies for the blast of noise from the monitor. I've sent for a remote control because it doesn't appear to have a volume control on it, and it was muted yesterday, but this morning
somewhat less than muted.
Somewhat less, absolutely. 38 for 3. 4 slips in place for Joe Leach, who moves in from the Diglis end now. Right arm over the wicket, bowls, and North East is forward, steering this into the gully. Dolivera fields, and there's no run. We've got Pollock at first slip, Barnard at second, Baker at third, and a first for me, Josh Libby in the cordon. I haven't seen him in there before. He's in at fourth. I suspect when Tom Fell, the concussion substitute, arrives, he might take up his place in there. He's quite an accomplished slip fielder. 38 for 3 it remains, and Leach turning again, steaming in from the Diglis end. He's in, he bowls, and North East lets that go outside the off stump through to Gareth Roderick. Delighted to say that we're going to be joined at various points throughout the day by the Central Sparks captain and Warwickshire player, Birmingham Phoenix player Eve Jones, who has made the journey down from Shropshire today to be with us. No doubt pleased by yesterday's news of a fellow Shropshire man, Salopian Ed Barnard, making another 100. Here's Leach in again to Bolton North East, bowls, and he got him, caught behind. Regulation catch for Gareth Roderick, pushing forward, little bit more bounce for Leach, very similar to the sort of thing he was producing last night. And Sam North East gets an outside edge. Gareth Roderick takes the catch, and it's 38 for 4, and certainly Worcestershire will have been hoping for exactly this, that this morning a little bit of moisture must be in the pitch given the overnight rain, and that they can exploit it. And a very, very good start by Joe Leach.
Well, he's taking out his pent-up energy of being out of action for a couple of weeks, hasn't he? Joe Leach is all over Glamorgan tonight and again this morning, as he claims another big wicket. North East has gone for 9, and well, this Glamorgan team back deep, but they're going to need to, because they're in all sorts of trouble. Mind you, you have to say that Worcestershire are in all sorts of trouble at 63 for 5 and managed to get out of it. So Glamorgan likewise will be similarly minded of the words of the great chanteuse Bonnie Tyler, holding out for hero.
Yeah, absolutely. The players that I spoke to last night and the coaches all praised this pitch, and I think I heard in your interview with Tom Cullen as well that he called it a good cricket pitch. It's got more pace and bounce in it than a pitch I've seen at New Road for a long time. Ed Barnard said to me that you had to be wary when you were batting, but if you did get in on it, as he did, obviously it was also possible to play your shots. But at the moment the problem is getting in on it, and I'd say what I said again last night. Eddie Byram, he's on 11, he's faced 31 balls. I reckon he's faced 26 of those at the Diglis end, and he hasn't got down this end and faced Joe Leach very much, and that's probably the best policy at the moment.
Kieran Carson Championship this season, 384 runs, average of 29.5, strike rate of 69. It's the highest among the Glamorgan top order.
Here comes Leach to bowl to Carlson, and he is out, caught at third slip by Josh Baker. First ball, 5 for Joe Leach. Good low catch by Baker, moving to his right, round about knee height, and Joe Leach is on a hat-trick, and Glamorgan off 38 for 5.
It's even worse than the situation that Worcestershire found themselves in. Kieran Carson will be kicking himself all the way back to the dressing room, I suspect, although we're watching from third man. That, from this angle, didn't necessarily look like a ball he had to play, as he did seem to reach for it slightly. Got a thickish edge, and a good low catch taken by Baker. 38 for 5. And a bit of chaos in the dressing room, you would imagine, ensuing. Billy Root is in at 7, ahead of the keeper Tom Cullen. and then Michael Neeser and Andrew Salter, who both know how to hold a bat, and bringing up the rear will be Michael Hogan, who may provide brief entertainment for us.
Well, Billy Root is the new batsman coming out under a bit of pressure. Joe Leach is absolutely flying, 5 for 21 at the moment, his figures, and he is a bowler, Joe Leach, that he does this. He takes wickets in bursts. It's very, very frequent throughout his career that he's picked up wickets in little bunches. 3 last night, 2 in 2 balls so far this morning. Possible bit of good news for Glamorgan is that we've now got 2 left-handers at the crease, and although he's going round the wicket, Leach, and he will bowl at the stumps, it's been that little bit of movement away from the right-handers that's been the real problem for Glamorgan so far in this innings. But that's not to say that Billy Root isn't under a bit of pressure at the moment, as Leach comes in on a hat-trick, and Brett D'Oliveira is going to go in to... no, he's not. He's brought the helmet out to hand to Azhar Ali, who's going to go in at short leg. So 4 slips and a short leg in place at the moment as Leach prepares to bowl round the wicket to Billy Root, and he comes in now and he bowls, and Root is very solidly forward and averting any possibility of a hat-trick as he pushes that out on the offside. But a fine over from Joe Leach, 6 overs, no maidens, 5 for 21 his figures, and after 2 overs this morning Glamorgan have lost 2 wickets and they are 38 for 5.
Well, Joe Leach's career best standing at 6 for 73 in first-class cricket, so he must fancy his chances of beating that, having claimed the first 5 at a personal cost of 21 runs, and maybe buying the ground staff a discreet libation after preparing this particular surface, which he's enjoying. Here's Morris then, from the New Road end. In to bowl to Byram, who does definitely leave that one. Been saying it's difficult to tell Byram's leave sometimes. This time the ball was very upraised. It's up periscope, and a little chance of an accidental playing of the ball there. So a lot of responsibility on these two. The last 2 specialist batters before you get to the keeper and the all-rounders, as Morris is in to bowl and Byron plays no shot, again outside off stump. This is second championship match of the season. Eddie Byron would probably have been in the team from the onset had he been fit, but had to undergo a minor operation, and then when he was recovered from that, picked up a minor strain in the second 11, which a hip issue which kept him out for another couple of weeks. 176 and 2 his scores against Sussex last time out against the red ball, as he deflects that said red ball down to third man and will pick up a single to move to 12, and the total is 39 for 5. And the follow-on figure would be 122 if my maths are correct, and at 39 for 5 that is quite some distance away. And already on this second morning, with 15 wickets having fallen in the match, we're wondering whether it'll go to a fourth and final day, as Morris is in to bowl to Root, who allows that one to go through. No shot played through the gloves of Roderick. It must have been a very late summons for Tom Fell, because he was saying that Taylor Cornell appeared all right when he reported for duty to the ground. Yeah, I wonder,
I don't know the details of how the decision was arrived at or by whom, but we did say yesterday that it took quite a long time, didn't it, before they cleared him to carry on. He did carry on his innings and play reasonably well thereafter.
As Morris bowls, and Root gets a thick edge down to third man. and he gets off the mark with a single. 40 for 5. Yeah, it was a long delay, wasn't it? And we were slightly surprised when he resumed, given the length of delay. He looked all right after that. I mean, he got the top score among the first 5.
But it was a fearful clunk, wasn't it? And the ball went all the way out to mid-wicket off his helmet. They ran a single and then were sent back by the umpire, who said you didn't play a shot and you weren't taking evasive action. Does that mean you just deliberately headed it?
As Morris in bowls and Byram drives to cover. It's fielded by D'Oliveira. There is no run. Couple of singles off the Morris over. 40 for 5 Glamorgan. If you are just joining us a little late, Glamorgan losing Sam Northeast. Caught behind off the bowling of Joe Leach for 9. And then first ball, Kieran Carlson caught Baker bowled Leach without scoring, and it's 40 for 5.
Yeah, it was a good catch by Josh Baker. Not the first he's taken this year. He's caught 2 or 3 quite sharp ones in the slip cordon, never having fielded there before in his life before this season. He's learning quickly. Leach round the wicket into Root, who gets a single, just tucking this one around the corner off his pads. For 1, Morris the fielder down at fine leg. Leach round the wicket to both left-handers, will be bowling at the stumps, that's for sure. Goes round the wicket to left-handers almost always, angling the ball in, and often picks up LBWs, as indeed he did when he got Colin Ingram out last night. 41 for 5 then. 4 slips still in place as Leach prepares to bowl again, this time to Eddie Byram. He's in, he bowls, and Byram is watchful, pushing slightly forward up to mid-off where the substitute Cox is the fielder.
I have a slight correction on our earlier evidence. Although the ball did strike something and was caught by the keeper, the item of wood that it struck was the leg bail, so Sam Northeast was actually bowled rather than caught behind.
Wow, that's fantastic.
So it flicked the top of the leg stump.
Good spot. What alerted you to that, Nick? Was it the scorecard saying bowled? Or
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Brilliant. No wonder he didn't hang around. Yeah. Leach round the wicket, in, bowls to Byram, who just drops that down on the onside. Just correct my scorecard then. Northeast bowl Leach.
In our defence, we are some way away at third man, and the ball was caught by the keeper.
And our monitor isn't working.
But apart from that, we're fully functional.
Yeah, and we got it spot on. And we have got a mini monitor in operation at the moment anyway, but I have asked for a remote so we don't get that deafening noise again. 41 for 5. So Leach 2 wickets this morning, 1 bowled and 1 caught at third slip. He's in now to the left-handed Byram, and he edges that one all along the ground. Libby at 4th slip makes the save, but as it was last night, at the moment with Joe Leach with his tail up, every ball carries some sort of threat, and there's a kind of collective metaphorical holding of breath around the ground as Leach approaches the crease each time at the moment. We've had little phases like this in this game, and then we've also had quite lengthy periods, certainly yesterday afternoon, where the game went into a bit of a lull. Here's Leach again, he bowls, and that's a lovely shot from Byram. He's over pitch this time, Joe Leach, and quality from Byram. Left-hander just leaned into it, didn't try and hit it too hard, knows that there's only Cox really in front of the wicket saving runs on the offside, and as long as he got a good bat on it he would beat the field, and he kept his shape very nicely and just punched it up to the boundary at long off for 4. Good batting from Byram. I think it's important when you're under pressure to make sure that when the bad ball does come along you don't miss out on it. Don't sort of get your mindset too defensive and too negative, and that was good cricket from the left-hander. He goes to 16. Leach in again, bowls, and he's beaten by a good one. Good response from Joe Leach there. That one I fancy just might have nipped away off the seam. It's angled into the left-hander. Actually he left it, to be fair. He left it alone, and we've possibly given Joe Leach a bit too much credit. It was wide-ish and he left it alone. End of the over, good over, but no success that time for Joe Leach. 45 for 5 Glamorgan, and Leach 5 for 26 now. Byram is on 16, holding it together. Billy Root is on 2.
Yeah, so Glamorgan trying desperately to get through to a stage where the ball starts to get a bit softer, but they've got probably another 10 overs or so before they're in that position, as that one is chopped down by Root towards third man for a single. A lot of runs seem to be coming towards third man. I mean, some of them are deliberate shots, but the ball is threatening the edge of the bat quite a lot, which suggests, as Tom Cullen, the Glamorgan keeper, said, there is a bit of nip and a bit of movement with the new ball. And it's still relatively new, only the 14th over, and the bowlers allowed to fresh themselves up overnight, so Leach able to continue. He's bowled 7 overs, all of them from the Diglis end, as that delivery gets a bit of bounce from Morris, who banged that one in short, and Byram was up on his toes and did well to get the gloves out of the way there. So Glamorgan struggling. I feel that batsmen struggling at the moment. David Lloyd's had a poor run. Kieran Carlson's been a bit in and out, but got 45 in the last match and 53 in the match before. As that one is defended on the offside by Byram, and there's no run. Seems to be feast or famine from the Glamorgan batsman at the moment. A word on what is happening elsewhere. In the women's test at Taunton, South Africa are 36 for 1 against England. Day 1 of a 4-day test. Kate Cross with the early wicket there. And the men's test has not started today, as Morris bowls and turned on the leg side by Byram. There's no run. They are due to start in 10 minutes time, with England 183 for 2, and that means that they require, I can't see it on the card in front of me, but I think it's another 113 to win. Apologies if the maths are not quite right. 46 for 5 here. It doesn't need a lot of maths to tell you that that's a poor position for Glamorgan. And they need a partnership somewhere in the next couple of wickets, as that's turned on the leg side by Byram. Again, no run. So Leach has got all the wickets so far. All 5 of them. And if he claims another, we'll be on course for a career best. So Worcestershire's 271, built around 131 from Ed Barnard of 182 balls, played positively. It's down to 120 with Gareth Roderick, and then more runs with the tail enders as Morris bowls and Byram leaves. Through to Roderick, plenty of bounce, plenty of spirit among the Worcestershire fielders, as you'd expect with their team well on top at the moment. The skies are dark, but not looking too ominous in terms of rain at the moment, and forecast showing that we might possibly catch a shower later in the day, around about the tea interval. We have already had our half hour's delay, so if we have any more time off, we'll be losing overs from today, but then they can be added back onto tomorrow.
Here's Leach starting his 8th over, round the wicket from the Diglis end, bowl to the left-handed Root, who pushes that nicely off the back foot, timed it well. It picks up a couple as D'Oliveira pursues it from cover point. So Billy Root moves on to 5, and the total to 48 for 5. The 2 men out today, Sam Northeast bowled by Joe Leach for 9, and Kieran Carlson caught low down at third slip by Josh Baker. First ball without scoring. Leach in once more to Root. Bowls and Root is forward solidly, pushing up to mid-on. Pennington is the fielder there, and there's no run. Ben Cox fielding as a substitute for Taylor Cornell, who, despite fielding yesterday, having batted, got hit on the helmet, a fearsome blow in the morning, and this morning the powers that be have ruled that a concussion substitute should be called in. Tom Fell is on his way, we understand, to take Cornell's place. Leach in, round the wicket, bowl short to Root, who hooks in the air, gets to top edge, and it drops just 2 or 3 metres short of Charlie Morris at fine leg. One bounce into Morris's hands, and they go through for a single, but his heart will have been in his mouth for a moment or two there, Billy Root. But he gets away with it. He's on 6. It's 49 for 5. And under cloudy but reasonably bright skies, Glamorgan's travails continue. The short leg is being removed for Byram. Azhar Ali going back to square leg. But 4 slips still in place as Leach moves in again and bowls, and Byram is forward to this, pushing out on the offside. D'Oliveira fields, and there's no run. Smallish crowd here at New Road. To be fair, I would expect that to grow through the morning if the weather stays fair. We did have quite heavy rain at some points this morning, and quite a bit overnight as well, I understand. But ground staff did a good job.
Not enough to wake me up.
To get us underway just half an hour late, as Nick was saying.
I wasn't sleeping under the covers, but only about 50 yards away.
Joe Leach is in and bowls, and this is pushed out on the offside by Byram. We had Fred Rumsey came to speak to the Worcestershire Cricket Society this winter, former Worcestershire and Somerset left arm seamer, and founder, as we heard on that evening, of the PCA. Created it. It was his idea in the first place, a players' union. But he did tell us that on a few occasions when he was a young player here, he did sleep under the covers on the square, and not always alone, as I understand it. 49 for 5. 49 for 5 as Leach comes in round the wicket and bowls to Byram, who drives nicely up to mid-off, and it was a no ball called by umpire Tom Lungley at the Diglis end. So the 50 is up.
I hope it wasn't on the wicket being used for the match.
Well, I have no idea. Anyway, it was a very amusing evening. Yeah, Tom Fells arrived hot foot from Birmingham. I think he was supposed to be playing for the seconds, and he's doing some stretches out on the outfield now, and he will be coming on to replace, one assumes, Ben Cox very shortly. Leach round the wicket. Azhar Ali dispatched to the square leg boundary, but he doesn't. Bowl a short one, probably hoping to persuade Byram that he was going to. As it is, it's full, and he pushes it out on the offside. It's the end of the over. 51 for 5. Root has 6. Byram has 16, and Tom Fell indeed is coming onto the field.
So he is a replacement in the match. He will be able to bat and could theoretically bowl, and that probably a little less likely.
But it's Dylan Pennington that's going off for some reason. Maybe a comfort break or a boot change.
Boot change, I suppose.
Fox is staying out there.
Fussy lot, these bowlers, aren't they? There is no play before lunch at the Edgbaston Community Ground, where Warwickshire and Worcestershire second 11 are meant to be starting a 4-day match, but not quite yet.
A ground that Eve knows well, I should think, that ground. Portland Road, former Mitchells and Butlers ground when they were in the Birmingham League. Played there many times in the Birmingham League against the old Mitchells and Butlers teams. Some fine ex-Warwickshire players in their ranks as well.
As Charlie Morris will continue from New Road End, bowling to Root, who is forward defending. News of Glamorgan's second 11. They are underway a little late, it would seem, at Milton Keynes against Northants' second 11. The Glamorgan seconds team includes two men who were in the squad here originally, Andrew Gorvin and Dan Douthwaite. They've travelled over to the East Midlands to take part in that second 11 game. As Morris is in to bowl to Root, who defends on the leg side, no run. A few players with first team experience there, in Joe Cook, Callum Taylor is captaining the side, Dan Douthwaite, Alex Horton, the youngster who made his senior debut in the T20 last week, Jamie McIlroy, and Rory Smith. So Glamorgan have quite a large squad with first team experience at the moment. I'll be looking to put some pressure on first 11 places for the next championship game. As forward comes Root and defends on the offside, the ball trickling to the captain, D'Oliveira, and there is no run, but a reminder that both these counties are back in T20 action next weekend. Worcestershire with Friday and Sunday dates against Derbyshire and Northamptonshire here, and Glamorgan Saturday night in Essex and Sunday night in Canterbury, when most of the games on Sunday I think are in the evening. As Morris bowls and thick edge safely from Root down to third man. There just seems to be so much going off the edge at the moment, and not that many genuine shots in front of the wicket. So,
as you said, suggesting there's a bit of movement.
Can Glamorgan ride the storm without the boat sinking completely? Byram and Root together. Byram on 16 not out. Two left-handers. Morris is in to bowl, and Byram really having to get up on his toes, and we saw all the Glamorgan bowlers banging it in short more often than usual, and we've seen similar from Worcestershire, a lot of short pitch deliveries. And looking at the matches on Sunday, I see 4 of them are being played on Sunday evening according to the latest BBC list, which is bananas really. As next delivery from Morris is even shorter, and Byram getting in a right tangle there as he looked to be trying to fend it away, and eventually managed to get his hands away from it. It looked worse than it was actually, looking back at a replay. He did manage to get out of the way. 39 for 2 as Dave Bradley, you may have heard, there's the score, South Africa score against England women, with a first test wicket for debutant Izzy Wong. The men's game should be getting underway around now.
Joe Leach to carry on from the Diglis end. I'll be updating BBC Have Worcester's FM listeners soon, and then I'll finish the over, and then we'll be joined by the Central Sparks captain, Birmingham Phoenix player Eve Jones, who's played a lot of cricket, I would imagine, with Izzy Wong, making her debut today for England and has got a wicket. Leach round the wicket, bowls, and this one is pushed out on the onside by Billy Root. 4 slips, still interested. I do think it's been interesting that although Charlie Morris started with 2 maidens yesterday and has beaten the bat a few times, and Dylan Pennington bowled a couple of impressive deliveries in his 2 overs last night, but was perhaps a bit more wayward, Leach has presented a much more significant problem for all the batsmen than any other bowler, and He'll be nearing the end of his spell, one would imagine, as he comes in now, bowls, and Root is forward again, and that update is coming. Well, Joe Leach has started where he left off last night. A delayed start here by half an hour, but he wasted little time in picking up 2 more wickets. Sam Northeast bowled for 9, and then Kieran Carlson well caught low down at third slip by Josh Baker. First ball without scoring. At that point, Glamorgan were in real trouble at 38 for 5. They're still in real trouble, although they are making the beginnings of a recovery with the 2 left-handers at the crease. Billy Root is on 7. Eddie Byram, who's been there since the start, has moved on to 16, and the visitors are 52 for 5, as that one is also pushed out on the offside by Root.
They were due to start a couple of moments ago at Headingley. They are not now starting, with the weather playing up again.
Azhar Ali is again dispatched by Leach to the square leg boundary. Will he bang one in short this time? As he comes in round the wicket, he doesn't. He goes for the Yorker and perhaps just slightly gets it a tad too full, and it's pushed out on the offside on the full toss at the very, very toe of the bat by Billy Root. 2 balls left. Will one of them be short? He did it once, and Root top edged his hook down to long leg, got away with it on that occasion. Leach stands at the end of his mark, gives the ball a vigorous polish on his thigh, and comes in again and bowls, and that one again is full, and Root driving it, sort of squeezing it into the ground, and it goes up to D'Oliveira at mid-off. 1 ball left in the over. Azhar still out on, well, he's not quite on the square leg boundary, he's about 7 or 8 yards inside it. Our position when the bowling is from the Diglis end is a wide long on. If you imagine, if the bowling's from the Diglis end, we're at fine leg for the left-hander. That's a better description. Here's Leach bowls. That one is short. Root has nothing to do with it. Ducks underneath it. Allows it through to Roderick. End of the over. 52 for 5. And Nick Webb will shortly be joined by Eve Jones.
Thank you very much indeed, Frank. The news from the England white ball setup for the man is that Owen Morgan is set to announce his retirement from international cricket. A media conference has apparently been called for tomorrow. Morgan, the captain of the England side that won the 2019 50 Overs World Cup, and follows struggles for form and fitness. You can read the full story there on the BBC Sport website, which has all sorts of wonderful things on it, as Morris is into bowl and is driven through the offsides by Byram, and they'll pick up a couple of runs as it's hauled up 10 metres inside the pavilion boundary by Brett D'Oliveira, who I've managed to call by his correct first name so far during the match, and not reverted to his father or even grandfather, whom I saw play once, I think, as the young boy. I was the young boy, not him. 54 for 5 here at New Road. So we'll keep you in touch with events elsewhere for the 2 England sides, as here comes Morris as the cathedral clock strikes noon, and Byram defends out on the offside, and there's no run. Looks pretty awkward batting still, Eve.
Yeah, it looks a bit of a struggle this morning, doesn't it? Looks like there's lots in it for the bowlers. They're bowled in good areas and really testing these batsmen out this morning.
So Morris is in his 7th over. Pennington having bowled a couple last night, and that's outside off stump, allowed to go through by Byram. Big event in the women's calendar, a test match, isn't it? Even more so than the men's.
Yeah, it doesn't happen very often for the women, so yeah, it's great to see them playing a test match. I think it's the first one that South Africa have played, so yeah, it's exciting few days for the girls.
54 for 5, and a few changes in that England team, as in comes Morris again to bowl to Byram, who leaves outside off stump. A lot of leaving going on at the moment, but with the ball hard and newish, possibly still doing a bit cloudy skies, then Glamorgan will be intent on survival. There may be run scoring chances. I mean, they're going at 3 and over, but cordon of slips in, there are going to be a few gaps in the field. 3 slips at the moment, I think. Or are there 4? They're in a very straight line from the angle that I've got there. They're all in one behind the other. Be able to tell better at this end as Morris bowls. Another short delivery, that is a no ball, so an extra 2 onto the Glamorgan total. And Glamorgan will be grateful for anything they can get. 1-2-2, the follow-on target. And has to be fewer than 150 runs behind. 56 for 5 at the moment. So they're not even halfway there. As Morris bowling round the wicket to his left-handers. Byram on strike. In comes Morris, and Byram plays that with a solid enough bat out on the offside. There's no run. Just looking around the country, they are not playing at Trent Bridge in Division 2, Notts 378 for 4 against Middlesex. They are playing down on the south coast of England. Have to add that because we have many of the Welsh listeners as well. Derbyshire 379 for 6 against Sussex. Wayne Madsen made 176. Alej Dahl is 69 not out. As Morris in to bowl to Byram. No shot played. End of the Morris over. 56 for 5. So you've seen these South African tourists at fairly close quarters yourself, Eve?
Yeah, we had a 3-day warm-up game against them in Arundel this week. Ended as in a draw, but it was a good run out for us. We don't often get to put the whites on, so it's always a special occasion to play against an international side and play that longer format of cricket, which we don't get the opportunity to do very often.
Whites in the back of the cupboard somewhere.
Yeah, you have to dig them out.
So Joe Leach's spell is over. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 31. And a bouncing Dylan Pennington for you to commentate on, Eve.
Yeah, it's a great spell from Joe Leach this morning, wasn't it? Got them 2 early wickets for Worcestershire. Let's see what Dylan Pennington can follow up with now as he comes into bowl to Root. Oh, and he hits him on the pads, and big shout. Not out.
Root playing maybe slightly across the line there. As he looked to whip on the leg side.
Just slightly going down the leg side, I think. But nevertheless, they go up for it.
Got to get the throat warmed up, haven't you?
Got to ask the question. You don't ask, you don't get. In comes Pennington again. Full length and driven into the covers for no run.
Where do you field as captain, Eve?
Oh, a bit of everywhere really. I like to get myself in slip if I can. Early doors. Then make my way out to cover or extra cover or mid-off.
You have more trouble leading the appeals from there though, don't you?
Yeah. You can chat to your bowlers from there though, it's always handy to be close to them. Pennington's into bowl. Oh, and he's just worked it out, beaten mid-wicket, and there's a chase on for 1 run. And the throw comes in to Roderick. As Root moves to 8. The score is 57 for 5.
Glamorgan will be very pleased to see Leach out of the attack after the difficulties these caused both last night and this morning.
Pennington's into bowl. Good length, and it's just defended to point and thrown into the keeper for no run. Pennington round the wicket still, following the same approach as Leach to the left-handers.
Glamorgan haven't had an awful lot of left-handers in their team, apart from Root in recent seasons, but Byram signed last September and Ingram now playing more red ball.
In comes Pennington again. Bit full this time, and it's driven through the covers for 4 runs. That's a lovely shot by Byram.
Just a little bit of relief of the pressure. Byram doesn't tend to be a flamboyant player, but nicely timed there, as Frank has obtained a remote control, and our lunchtime task will be to make sure that the remote control works on our monitor. As it is, we've got a slight delay on our monitor, which is quite useful for the replays, but it's not much use if you're listening and trying to match up what we're saying with the pictures.
Pennington in again. A little bit short this time, and it's defended into the onside for no run. That completes the over. Glamorgan 61 for 5. Good over for Glamorgan there. Picking up a single and a 4.
Still only halfway to the follow-on target of 1-2-2. And you do want, follow-ons don't seem to be terribly fashionable these days in the 4 and 5 day game, but you do wonder if Worcestershire did zip through these remaining Glamorgan wickets, where they might actually be inclined to apply it on this occasion.
Yeah, I think it's a key period coming up, isn't it? I think the partnership's gone to, 23, so I think they'll be keen to break this partnership as soon as they can and see where they go from there.
Eve Jones and Nick Webb with you on BBC Sport Online, also on the 2 club websites, as Morris in to bowl and beats Root up with a rather nervous jab from Billy Root. Outside is off stump, and that one flirted with the edge of the bat. It was angled in, and Morris will have boosted hopes as a result of seeing that. South Africa women are now 44 for 3 in the women's test against England. That's Siva with the 3rd wicket. 1 apiece for Cross and Wong. As Morris in bowls, and that one has taken the edge. Big shout, and Billy Root is on his way for 8. No doubt about that one. Into the gloves of Gareth Roderick, and Glamorgan are in even worse trouble than Worcestershire were early in their innings. They are now 6 down for 61. And Billy Root, who looked to be just playing himself in, has ferried one through to the keeper, and he is gone for 8. Caught Roderick. Bowled Morris, and the Leach monopoly of the wickets column is finally ended. 20th over, 6 down. Lively pitch here, Eve.
Yeah, it looks like there's a bit of bounce in it. I think Morris bowled one in the previous over, a bouncer, and it nearly went over the keeper's head as well. It looked a bit tennis bally, but okay, he's got his reward for bowling well there, Morris.
This is one of the faster pitches that I've seen on the county circuit this year. As Tom Cullen comes to the crease at 8, Glamorgan wicketkeeper. Now, he did play one match early in the season as a specialist batter, but didn't get any runs. Just 10 across the 2 innings up at Derby. But he's got first-class half centuries in the past. His longest run in the side was in 2019 when Chris Cook badly damaged an ankle batting at Newport, and Cullen had a couple of months in the first team there. Since then, just the odd fringe opportunity and the frustrating job of captaining the second 11, which is better than not playing cricket for a living, I suppose, but always thirsting for a chance. 61 for 6. Can he support Ed Byram? Glamorgan back to right-left batting combination, which may just disrupt the bowlers a little bit. As Morris goes back over the wicket to bowl to Cullen and greets him with a short ball down leg side-ish, and umpires O'Shaughnessy and Lungley are actually having to work out which ones count as short pitch deliveries now and which ones are just back of the length. A couple allowed per over. But still lots of life in this ball and this pitch. Not much sun around to flatten it out. Next delivery is allowed to go through outside off stump by Cullen, and there's no run. 61 for 6. If you're just joining us, Glamorgan have lost the wickets of Sam North East, bowled by Leach for 9, ball just clipping the top of leg stump, removing one bail. Kieran Carlson caught at slip first ball. Joe Leach with a spell of 5 for 31. And then Charlie Morris joining in the fun, having Billy Root caught behind for 8. Here is the aforesaid Morris, bowls and hits Cullen somewhere amidships as Cullen wanders round towards square leg. Don't think in too vital an area from his reaction, unless he's very good at disguising it. Last ball of Morris is over from this new road end. 61 for 6. As Morris racing in past umpire O'Shaughnessy, bowls, and Cullen defends back down the pitch to the bowler. So Morris now it's 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14. The applause from the crowd for his success in that over and dismissing Billy Root. As Dave Bradley, our sometime BBC colleague, now on the PA for home games, keeping everyone up to date with the progress or lack of in Worcestershire's second 11 game. The applause from the crowd in front of us for Charlie Morris returning down towards this fine leg boundary to do his fielding.
And Pennington back into the attack from the Diggers end. Oh, and it's just bowling his legs and he's flicked it off his leg down to fine leg boundary for 4. It's gone very fine. Charlie Morris has got no chance of catching that up. So 4 runs to Byram to start the over off.
Yeah, I think that was a genuine shot, even though there were shouts of catch it. There were a couple of catches down leg side for Tom Cullen yesterday, one which was a spectacular diving effort. He said afterwards he'd been disappointed if he dropped any of them. I thought he was being rather modest about that one in particular to get rid of Cornwall.
High standards these days. Pennington in again. Oh, and he's got a wicket.
Or has he? Well, went up straight away for a catch.
Running in. Caught behind, but
it deflected off something. Umpire must have decided it was off the pad or the thigh.
Dot ball. But well bowled, Dylan Pennington.
Could have come off the thigh, possibly just above the pad.
Didn't look too far away as Pennington's in again. And it's a good half volley outside off stump, and it's smashed to the cover boundary for 4. Good shot by Byram. Just slightly over pitch there from Pennington. And Byram capitalises on the half volley and gets himself 4, so he moves on to 30 now.
Yeah, difficult mindset for the batsman in that they want to survive this new ball, but on the other hand, with a few gaps in the field, they don't want to miss out on the odd loose delivery. There haven't been that many of them.
Yeah, Pennington's still trying to just get into his spell here. I think he's just got to make sure he doesn't give the batsman too many opportunities to score. Leach obviously did a great job this morning. Ball nice and tight, picked up those 2 wickets. Pennington in again, over the wicket, and it's flicked off Byram's legs and was shout to catch, but it's gone for 4 to the mid-wicket boundary. This is an expensive over so far for Dylan Pennington. Was in the air for a little while. I think that's Azhar Ali at mid-wicket that didn't really have any chance of catching that, to be honest.
There are always chances of catch it whenever the ball travels more than about 5 metres off the ground, don't there?
I feel like it's natural instinct just to shout catch.
As if the fielder is dozing and not aware that the ball's somewhere in the air. But nowhere near a chance on that occasion. We can see a little bit of counter-attack from Eddie Byram.
Joe Leach just having a chat here with Dylan Pennington, giving the ball a shine, offering some words of advice. Pennington in again, and that's just left alone outside off stump by Byram.
South Africa women 4 down against England, with a wicket now for Lauren Bell, so each of England's 4 bowlers has a wicket at Taunton. The men's test, no play so far today at Headingley.
Yeah, it's a good start by England, isn't it, in the test match? Both debutants, Lauren Bell and Izzy Wong, picking up a wicket as Pennington's into bowl, and it's defended into the offside for no run. And that completes the over. The score is 73 for 6.
I'm quite sure what that church clock is striking. It's not the top of the hour. It's slowly confused me. It must be a service starting in a minute, I guess, at the cathedral. As I'll take my leave for until just after 1 o'clock, and Frank Watson will be back in alongside Eve Jones.
They sometimes come to me just before 1:30. Thank you, Nick. Get ready for my next update. Charlie Morris to continue from the New Road end, having picked up a wicket in his last over, comes in now and bowls outside the off stump to Cullen, who leaves that alone. Eddie Byram still there. His vigil continues. Been there since the start of the innings. He's played some good shots. Survived a big shout in that last over, but came off the pad, we thought, didn't we?
Yeah, I think thigh pad. Looked close though.
Yeah. Travelled a long way. I think that was what surprised people, was how far it travelled. Here's Morris again anyway. He's over the wicket to the right-handed Cullen, who's on the back foot, pushing out on the offside. Oliver the fielder. 73 for 6 the wickets today. North East bowled by Joe Leach for 9. Kieran Carlson out, first ball caught at third slip by Josh Baker, off Joe Leach without scoring, and Billy Root caught behind by Gareth Roderick, off the bowling of Charlie Morris for 8. Morris 1 for 14 in his 9th over. Pretty tidy stuff. Comes in and bowls, and Cullen steers this one down on the offside, and there's a sharp stop in the gully by Jake Libby Heard you talking about the pitch, even Nick saying it's the quickest he's seen around for maybe, well, anywhere almost this year. Certainly the quickest that I've seen at New Road for the last 2 or 3 years, I would say.
Yeah, just from looking at it, it looks like there's some good carry in it as well. I think Charlie Morris bowled a bouncer that nearly went over the keeper's head, so yeah, plenty in it for the bowlers.
They've left a bit more grass on, I think, and that's had an effect on the carry, as well as meaning that there's been a little bit of sideways movement as well. Here's Morris in, bowls, and that's nicely driven and brilliantly fielded by Brett D'Oliveira. A good sweet drive that Cullen may well have expected 4-4, but D'Oliveira at mid-off. Quickly to his right, and a good diving half save, and they only get a single. So Cullen is off the mark, and it's 74 for 6. But I got there, as I said, 1 or 2 of the players said yesterday that they thought it was a good pitch because although it offered that pace and bounce and movement, if you got in on it you could play shots, and certainly we felt yesterday that most of the bad balls that were bowled got dispatched. Morris is in and bowls to the left-handed Byram. Whether he played at that or not, I'll reserve judgment till I've seen the replay, because he does have a habit of pulling away his batting well outside off stump, and he didn't play, he just pulled the bat inside the line. But he's actually taking guard, 5-6 inches outside off stump, which is becoming more and more common these days. I've always thought, if you stick with it, fair enough, but if you move around like Alex Lees did in that second test match, I think it was, you maybe do forget where your off stump is, and Byram is beaten. He did play at this one as he pushes at it from Morris, taken by Roderick, end of a good over. If you change from middle and leg to off and then back in an innings, I think that must make it difficult to know where your off stump is, don't you?
Yeah, I think it's, as you said, it'd make it quite difficult then to get that judgment. And I think if you keep it nice and simple, then you know where your off stump is. If you stood on off stump, you know where you can leave and where you can't.
Yeah.
And I think with a bit of extra bounce in this wicket as well, it's you've got to be really full to be LBW. I think.
Yeah. The other thing is, of course, it doesn't give the bowler anything to aim at, does it really?
No. Pennington continues here over the wicket, and it's defended, and they've got a quick single here. There's a shot at the stumps.
Would have been close.
That would have been very close.
Yeah.
Is that D'Oliveira there?
Yeah.
His hands on his head.
Yeah, he fancied that, didn't he? He had a very similar one last night that he missed as well, that we thought would have been out if he'd hit, and he doesn't miss very often. But it was close. That update is coming now for BBC Air from Worcester. Well, it's been a good first hour for Worcestershire since the slightly delayed start at 11:30. Joe Leach picking up 2 more wickets to add to his 3 overnight, and they came in the space of 2 balls. Sam Northeast bowled for 9, and then Kieran Carlson caught at third slip by Josh Baker. First ball, obviously without scoring. Since then, another wicket has gone down. Billy Root, brother of Joe, caught behind by Gareth Roderick, the keeper, off the bowling of Charlie Morris this time for 8. Worcestershire very much on top. In reply to their 271 first innings score, Glamorgan are 75 for 6.
Yeah, good ball by Pennington, then just goes through to the keeper for no run. Just the 2 slips in play now for Byram. We've got a deep square as he comes in to bowl. Hard length, and they think about a single. And I think they've missed a single.
They should have taken
a single there. It's just defended just behind point there, and
classic,
towards the
classic rate call, wasn't it? Really, it should have been a rate call, and then yes, but it was only when the fielder missed it that they actually thought we might have got a run.
Yeah, so no runs scored off that ball. So they come for a chat in the middle of the pitch.
Inquest. Oh, this is a strange one.
Quite a long discussion going on here.
We have a pause in play and we don't know why.
Broken bat maybe?
Yeah, looks
He's
like
looking
it
at his
might
bat, Byram. He's getting the umpire to inspect it now, so...
So Eddie Byram is asking umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy to look at his bat. O'Shaughnessy's looked at it, given it back to him, and they're bringing a new one out. Very odd. Why would you give it back to the umpire?
Not sure.
It's a really bizarre on this. He's getting a new bat anyway, but he just called his partner down, and we thought they were saying, why didn't we run there? And they got together and he's changed his bat. The umpire said, yes, you can change it. You don't have to ask the umpire if you want to change your bat, do you? Well, there we go. That's a first. I've never seen that before. But he's got a new bat and he's about to face up again.
As Pennington comes in again over the wicket, and it's left alone outside off stump through to Roderick. Seems like it's brightening up a little bit now. Still a heavy cloud above us, but I don't want to jinx it, but there's a little bit of blue sky I can see. As Pennington's in again to bowl. Ooh, that's a big drive, big booming drive, and it goes through to the keeper. I'm not sure he gets anything on that.
He hasn't played many as loosely as that. He's faced 72 balls for his 34. He's been pretty watchful.
Pennington just taking the ball across Byron there with the angle, and I think his eyes lit up for a moment. Testing out that new bat.
Hasn't found the middle yet.
Hasn't found the bat at all yet. As Pennington's in again and left alone outside off stump to complete the over. Glamorgan a 75 for 6.
Better over from Pennington, but he's been a bit expensive when you look at his figures. 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 29 compared to Charlie Morris's 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 15, and Joe Leach's efforts a tad expensive. Ed Barnard coming into the attack now, and it'll be interesting to see how he goes. My feeling about his bowling generally is that he's been rediscovering some of his better form this season after a couple of years of perhaps where he's been concentrating so much on his batting that he hasn't bowled as well as he has in the past. Very skillful bowler, lots of different variations, but I just got the sense in the last couple of games that he's been rediscovering better form. Comes in now and he almost gets a wicket with his first ball. He finds the outside edge of Cullen's bat and the ball drops just short, I think, of Tom Fellett's second slip. I can't quite tell on the replay because the picture is just out of shot, the slip cordon, but good start by Barnard. These conditions I would imagine would be good for Ed Barnard because he gets a little bit of nip, does a bit with it in the air. He's in now and bowls, but he's overpitched on this occasion and clipped through mid-wicket by Cullen. They'll take 2 and they'll come back for 3. They'll have to hurry as Morris's throw comes in, but they are back. And Cullen moves on to 5 and it's 78 for 6. Bowled well at Durham, Ed Barnard, without much reward actually in that game. 29 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 116 in an innings that lasted for over 150 overs, and on a very, very, very docile surface. I thought he deserved better, beat the bat quite a few times, and was, for me, the most likely of the Worcestershire bowlers in those difficult conditions to make things happen. Comes in now and bowls, and turned on the leg side by Byron, who's been there since the start. Admittedly, he spent quite a lot of time at the non-strikers end when Joe Leach was really firing, but quite a lot of responsibility on his shoulders now. He can't really afford to do that and then give it away. 78 for 6. Barnard in again to him, and he drives on the edges, and I lost sight of that, but I think he's been dropped at first slip by Pollock. Oh, it's a wide one. He's edged it. Yeah. I lost sight because I'm sitting right behind the pillar, but I'm pretty sure it's Ed Pollock at second slip, who's pretty good in the slips, but he didn't hold on to that one. Coming at a fair pace, but he would have seen it all the way because it was wideish. So Barnard unlucky not to strike in his first over, and comes in and beats Byron with that one. It's a good start this by Ed Barnard, a player in great form with the bat at the moment, and as I say, I think just beginning to enjoy his bowling again in these conditions, and unlucky not to have picked up a wicket in his first over, and Byron would have given it away after, because it was quite wide. He didn't need to play that one.
He seemed to have played a couple of loose drives this last couple of overs.
Barnard is in again. He lets this one go outside the off stump. That's the end of a good over from Ed Barnard. Good start for him. 3 runs came from it, but he should have had a wicket. And it's 78 for 6.
Yeah, he found the edge a couple of times that over. Good start by Ed Barnard. Yeah, you feel Byram's just got to be a bit more selective with which balls he's going to play at and which ones he's not. Because obviously he's the key wicket here for Glamorgan. Keen to test that new bat out, but he's just changed. Dylan Pennington to continue here for Worcestershire. Got 3 slips in play as he comes into bowl, and it's left alone outside off stump by Cullen.
Apologies to anybody who's finding our voices a little bit muffled if they're listening to our audio on the live stream. Trying to do something about it, not quite sure what we can do at the moment. Apparently we're going out perfectly okay on the BBC Sports app though.
Pennington into ball again, and it's defended by Cullen for no run. Just defending on the front foot there.
If you're listening on the BBC Sports app or on the stream and you have any comment on our sound, then feel free to get in touch via Twitter. I'm at FrankWatson58. Nick is at NickWebb2017, I think. And Eve, you're Eve_Jones11, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, and he's bowled, and it's just pushed into the leg side for 1 run. You think about 2. 1 run to Cullen there as he moves to 6.
So that's at FrankWatson58, at NickWebb2017, or at Eve_Jones11. Particularly, always happy to hear comments from anybody, but particularly interested to hear if you've got observations about the sound at the moment, because we're doing all we can to try and make it clearer. Sitting here in the commentary box, not always able to adjust it.
Pennington into ball, and Byram has to get up onto his toes to defend that one, and it's well played. Good
it was noticeable yesterday, even I think again today, that the batsmen that were adept at playing the short ball, the top order players, those who were used to it coming in at sort of rib, shoulder height, drop it down exactly as Byram did then, were far more comfortable on this pitch, and the tail ends were discomforted sometimes by the quicker bowlers banging it in at their ribs. Just not used to it really.
Yeah, it's getting some good height from the shorter bowlers here. There's Pennington bowls again, and it's just played into the leg side. No runs scored. And
we mentioned Ed, the bang on the helmet that Taylor Cornell got, which is a real whack. I mean, the ball ran about 15-20 yards away, but Ed Barnard also got clonked on the lid as well at one stage during the day, and that was when he was well in, and he'd been in for 2 hours or so. I asked him about it, and he said, "Yeah, you got to get your footwork right against that sort of thing on here."
Pennington's into ball again to Byram, and it finds the outside edge, but it just runs down to third man for a single. Big thick edge there, and that completes the over. So another good over by Pennington there, just 2 from it. Seemed to have found his areas a bit better the last couple of overs here. He was a little bit expensive early on in his spell. as Glamorgan moved to 80 for 6. Byram still there on 35. It's holding this innings together for Glamorgan.
And Ed Barnard to continue. I've had some feedback which is very helpful. Thank you to everybody who's got in touch. Graham says I'm listening to the ground to the sports app and it's loud and clear, so that's fine. But Propster, who I think is a bit of a pilot or former pilot, he says, I'll just break off as Barnard comes in and bowls. Byron pushes out on the offside, no run. He says, if you were flying, I'd say you were too close to the microphone. I appreciate this is a different set of circumstances. Well, I have moved my microphone as far away as I can from my mouth, as it were, so I'm hoping that might make it better. And Roz says, not great on the live stream, but good enough. Well, okay, thanks for that. But if it's good on the sports app, then I would say that the problem is possibly with the streaming equipment and not with us, as Barnard beats Byram on the drive again here, and Roderick, who must be in a state of high anticipation all the time at the moment, Gareth Roderick, with Barnard bowling, because you're oozing with a chance there behind the stumps and in the slips. 80 for 6. We're working on it anyway, everybody. We're trying our best, and I do hope it's not spoiling your enjoyment of what is a fantastic cricket match. Barnard in once more from the New Road end, and Byram on his toes just drops this down in front of him, and the bowler does his own fielding, and it remains 80 for 6. 3 men out today. Northeast for 9. Carlson without scoring. Those two falling in 2 balls to Joe Leach, and Billy Root caught behind by Gareth Roderick off Charlie Morris for 8. Thank you, Gavin Haynes, for your tweet. As Barnard comes in again and bowls, and this one is driven off the back foot by Byron. I don't know whether I should read it out. Gavin Haynes, former player here, father of Jack, says, I can hear you, Frank, but I'm quite happy to swap with someone who can't. Oh dear. Well, I'll get off as soon as I can, Gav. 80 for 6. It remains. The trouble is, he didn't say on what medium he was listening, so it wasn't really helpful in terms of sorting out our problem. Barnard bowls, and Byron again is on the drive. Big, expansive flash outside the off stump, and again he misses it, and again Roderick is called into action. 80 for 6 it remains, and the weather stays, it looks reasonably fair at the moment, doesn't it? You've set reasonably fair, a bit of blue sky, and the light is good, the cloud is high. Barnard again from the New Road end, bowls, and Byron drives. This time he makes contact, but straight to Morris at mid-on. Good bit of fielding by Morris. Another good over from Ed Barnard, who started very, very well. 2 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 3, had a catch put down at slip, and at the moment the batsmen are under a bit of pressure. Byron aware that he's got to stay there really and hold it together, and Cullen hasn't really got himself in yet, and the ball is on top. 80 for 6 as Worcestershire seek another couple of wickets before lunch.
So Dylan Pennington to continue here as he comes in. Oh, and he gets him playing and missing Cullen. I feel like he just hung the bat out there a little bit, and it just goes through to the keeper. Yeah, it's a good over by Ed Barnard. He's started well, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Off the back of his 100 yesterday, he must be full of confidence. So 3 slips in play as Pennington comes into ball again. Ooh, not sure what's happened there. I think he's just clipped off his legs, off his thigh pad, just to the leg side, as Roderick makes a dive and attempted stop, but they scamper through for a run.
Bye given.
Bye's given.
Yeah.
So 81 for 6 here. at Worcester. We've got a deep square leg gone back here for Pennington as he runs into ball, and he just beats the outside edge of Byram. It looks like he plays at it. He just holds his bat inside the line.
He sometimes just does that little curtain rail sort of slide across, doesn't he? And
brings it inside that line.
It throws you, yeah. Fox does a few times yesterday. Dom Sibley does it too, doesn't he?
Yeah. Just taking that ball away from the left-hander Pennington with the angle as he's into bowl again here, and same result here. He's just hard length and goes through to the keeper. Better areas here from Dylan Pennington, and again he just brings that bat inside the line, doesn't he?
A bit more marginal, wasn't it? Alistair Cook is another one, wasn't he? He did it so well.
It's well played in the end.
Yeah.
Not prodding around outside your stump.
No, he's been out there for 89 balls on this pitch against this attack. That's pretty. You must have played pretty well.
A little bit full of that time. It's driven to mid-off. No run scored. I think that's Donovan there doing the fielding. Throws it back into Roderick. Anything full, he is looking to get his front foot there and put his hands through the ball. Just needs to be careful that he's not bringing the outside edge into play here, Byram. Because that would be disaster for Glamorgan if he gets out now. Pennington in again. Oh, that's well fielded off his own bowl, and it's driven back quite hard. And he gets his hand on it and stops what you would think was going to be a boundary. Nice looking shot there from Byram. Completes the over, just the one bye off the over, so yeah, he's settling in well here, Dylan Pennington. Score is 81 for 6. Cullen on 6 and Byram on 35.
A few scores from elsewhere. Northants against Warwickshire. Delayed start there, of course. Northants big score yesterday, 420 for 6. And they're in play at Hove. Derbyshire 415 for 7. I'll just break off as Barnard bowls to Cullen, who pushes out on the offside, and there's no run. And at Chelmsford, Essex are playing against Hampshire. Essex 238, Hampshire 163, and Essex now 40 for 2. And Gloucestershire, Lancashire at Bristol, innings break, Gloucestershire 337 all out, just broke off as Barnard moves in again and bowls, and this is pushed up to mid-on. And at Trentbridge, they're having lunch, players resuming at 1:30, Notts are 378 for 4, and how about this at the Oval, 612 for 6 now against Kent. So a mix of success for bat and ball, mainly bat you would say, apart from perhaps here where the ball has definitely been on top throughout the game. Ed Bard hoping to continue that trend, moves in and bowls outside the off stump, and Cullen leaves that alone when it goes through to wicketkeeper Gareth Roderick. So Barnard has started well, he's in his third over, he's conceded only 3 runs so far, but the real hero for Worcestershire with the ball is Joe Leach. 9 overs, 2 maidens, 5 for 31. His excellent figures. Charlie Morris, the other wicket taker, has 1 for 15, also tidy. Pennington by far the most expensive, 31 off his 7 so far as Barnard bowls, and Cullen is turning this a little bit uncertainly really off a sort of thickish inside edge to Azhar Ali at mid-wicket. I honestly think it's fair to say Gareth Roderick played well yesterday, but with the exception of Ed Barnard, every batsman has struggled really on this surface. Even Byram, who's been there for 91 balls, Barnard made the batting look a lot easier than anybody else yesterday once he got in. Here he is now in bowls, and Cullen is forward, pushing back up the pitch to the bowler. He's running in with some purpose at the moment, Ed Barnard. Had a catch put down in his first over, but is warming to his work now, coming up to the end of his third over and looking dangerous, threatening, shall we say, as he moves in now over the wicket and bowls outside the off stump to Cullen. He leaves that alone, and that's another maiden for Barnard. Tidy over, 3 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 3, and he's proving difficult to get away. And again, I would say that in this last half hour or so, although they've only lost the 1 wicket, the batsmen have actually struggled to find scoring shots generally, haven't they?
Yeah, I think Worcester have bowled quite well. Obviously, Dylan Pennington's been a little bit expensive, but when he's got the ball in the right area, it does look dangerous. So, yeah, they're looking to try and put the pressure on, keep bowling good areas as Pennington's into bowl. And it's good length, left alone by Byram outside the off stump. Got a deep square still in play here. Azhar Ali, about 10 yards off the boundary, doing a little bit of shadow batting himself. 2 slips in play as Pennington's in. A little bit leg side-ish, and it's just pushed into mid-wicket for a single as Joe Leach runs round from mid-on to do the fielding.
Just got to. They can't do anything else, can they? They've just got to tough it out, these two, haven't they, really? You've got to get in, haven't you, if you're going to have a significant partnership on a pitch like this. It's just short, small targets, I suppose. Lunch is what will be on their mind now.
Yeah, I think they've just got to keep trying to tick that scoreboard over without taking too many risks, as Pennington's in as attempted drive outside off stump, but just straight to Azhar Ali for no run.
To be fair, it's exactly where Worcestershire were this time yesterday, at 60 odd for 5. They just had to find a partnership, and it came from Roderick and Barnard, and I think these two will be probably, they might even have said something along those lines at some stage, remember they were in this situation yesterday, we can get out of it. But it makes for fascinating cricket, and it means that drop catch is particularly significant, because in the field, the opposite side of it is you're just going to make sure you take your chance when it comes along, haven't you?
Yeah, as Pennington's into ball again here, and it's left alone. Some good carry to Roderick there. Yeah, they've just got to stay patient, haven't they? Just keep trying to tick the scoreboard along as and when, but low risk shots.
You'd kick yourself all the way back to the pavilion if you threw your bat at a wide one, actually, like Byram did when he nicked that one.
Yeah, he had a couple of attempted big drives a few overs ago, and
he just went through 5 minutes of. He just seemed to have lost focus for a bit, didn't he?
Yeah, so his partner probably telling him to rein it in slightly as Pennington's into bowl, and it's good length left alone outside off stump to Roderick. But yeah, if Byram can go on and do the role as Ed Barnard did yesterday, then that'll put him in a good position. And obviously if he can get some support from Cullen, who's 6 off 25 at the moment, just try and extend that partnership.
Been good Cullen though, he's been solid, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's looked tidy, he's looked to keep it nice and simple. Score was 82 for 6. Pennington's in again to ball here to Cullen, and left alone outside off stump. Good over by Dylan Pennington, just the one coming off it.
Yeah, lunch at 1:30 just being announced over the PA, if you didn't already know that, so we'll be keeping going through to 1:30, and then you don't remember, Eve, but people of my vintage remember when lunch was always at 1:30. 11:30 starts in the old days, test matches as well. 11:30 start, lunch at 1:30, 10 past 2 restart, and then tea at 4, I think. Those were the hours of play for many years.
What time did you finish though?
Well, they tended to have a set time to finish as well. You didn't have a minimum number of overs. I'm talking about, way back in the 60s and 70s when I was a kid watching on the telly and so on. as Barnard begins a new over ball into Byram, and that one again is outside the off stump, and I think he pulled his bat out of the way. Almost have to check every time. I think he did. Just deliberately played inside it. So he played a shot, but he knew that he wasn't going to be anywhere near the ball, and it's a funny sort of leave, but it's the way he plays, and he's playing very solidly at the moment. As Barnard comes in again and bowls to him, and gets a run as he turns this one off his pads down to fine leg, where Pennington fields, and they go through for a single. Takes Byram on to 37. He's faced 95 deliveries for that. And Cullen, the right-hander, comes on strike against Barnard. Third slip is called in. Josh Baker coming in alongside Pollock, and Fell, who's fielding as a concussion substitute for Taylor Cornell. Bright sunshine now, and a bit more blue sky away to the west, as Barnard moves in to bowl to Cullen, who pushes that out square on the offside. Interesting setup, Tom Cullen, as he stands in his crease. He's already in a kind of forward press position, with that front knee bent and the weight very firmly on the front foot. And I quite like that, Eve. I often coach young players, particularly if they're young English players, often tend to plonk that front foot down the pitch, don't they? Especially on slow pitches. You see what he's doing there, Cullen, that big front press bouncer from Barnard leaves it. And if you set up like he's doing with your weight firmly on the front foot, you can't do it, can you? You can't move your front foot and plonk it because your weight's on it. In order to move it, you've got to shift your weight back. That takes a little time, and I think that time sometimes is crucial in preventing the young player from making that forward movement too early. So
a bit stuck,
I sometimes say, imagine you've been skiing, and if you transfer your weight onto one foot or the other, it helps. Barnard bowls, good leave by Cullen outside the off stump, but just by standing, you don't even have to do what he's doing, actually bending the knee, but just by standing with the weight on that front foot, it stops you from going too soon, I think, and prevents you from closing off and playing around that front pad, which is so common, isn't it, amongst, I think, understandably, amongst young English batters on slowish surfaces, really. The longer you can wait until you make that first movement, the better. Hope that makes sense if you're listening. 85 for 6, Barnard over the wicket, bowls again, and nicely played by Cullen, played it late, went back and just steered it down on the offside.
Yeah, it just allows him to go back as well, doesn't it? Push back off that front foot to go back and use the depth of his crease.
Exactly, yeah. Ed Barnard, yesterday when he was batting, we commented several times on shots just like that one that Cullen just played there, where he let the ball come and he played it so much later and steered it down and played with soft hands, picked up a lot of runs just behind square on the offside. Comes in there to bowl, and Cullen drives nicely back past the ball. He won't get 4 because Barnard kind of half stopped it. He'll get 2. They won't come back for 3 against Oliveira's arm. And they take 2, so nicely played by Cullen. He goes to 8, 87 for 6, and Cullen there, I think, showed exactly that the real skill on a pitch like this is to just play late and let the ball come onto the bat and not go looking at it, not go pushing forward and throwing your hands at it when you don't need to, because there's enough pace in the pitch. So interesting to watch these different players and their different methods. Barnard finishes his 4th over, 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 8, and with half an hour to go to lunch, but Oliver returns to his talisman again, and Joe Leach is coming back into the attack.
Yeah, I think it's a good move here by Worcestershire. Get Leach back on, see if he can pick another 1 or 2 up before lunch. He's obviously bowled well last night and this morning. He's just having a look at the ball here, Joe Leach and the umpire.
Have you had problems with balls this year in the women's game, Eve? You're aware of what it's been like in the men's game. They've been changing them left, right and centre. It's been ridiculous. Every single game, it's been ridiculous.
They changed them a bit in the test match as well, didn't they? So
There is a bad batch going around, there's no question. I think there's a bad batch of Dukes going around.
As Leach is into bowl then, halfway down the wicket, and it's just pulled to Charlie Morris down here at fine leg for 1, in control by Byram. No, we just play white ball cricket.
Yeah, right.
So,
yeah. I wondered if you'd played any red ball cricket at all.
Just the one game last week.
Yeah, of course, that game at Arundel that you told me about, yeah. But no, it's been a problem. Martin Emerson, that you worked with from BBC Radio Newcastle, wrote a piece about it on the BBC Sports website. He was in contact with the managing director of British Cricket Balls, who said that there hadn't been any change in what they'd been doing. Just update BBC Herald and Worcester's FM listeners briefly. Well, it's been a good morning for Worcestershire. They've taken 3 wickets after Glamorgan resumed this morning on their overnight 32 for 3. Joe Leach took 2 of them in 2 balls in a burst this morning, dismissing North East for 9 and Carlson without scoring, and then Charlie Morris got in on the act, sending back Billy Root, caught behind by Gareth Roderick for 8. It was 61 for 6 at that stage, a mini recovery underway. Glamorgan currently 88 for 6, Cullen on 8 and Byram on 38, but Leach has just been reintroduced into the attack. A slightly later lunch due here at 1:30. And that's a loose one from Leach, which is not missed out on by Cullen. Cracked it away for 4 square on the offside.
Yeah, he's playing well, isn't he, Cullen? Defending the good ones, hitting the bad ones. Nice, simple.
And I'll just let you finish this over, even. I'll give way to Nick here, and then I'll move across to give you a break.
Five off the over so far, as Joe Leach is into bowl to Cullen, as it's defended solidly into the offside for no run. Three slips in play for Cullen here. I've got a deep third. As Leach moves into bowl over the wicket. And he's just beating the outside edge here as Cullen's left prodding outside off stump. But he goes through to Roderick for no run. Just hung his bat out there a little bit, probably a little bit unnecessarily there from Cullen. He's looked really good this morning. Tricky period here, just trying to get through to lunch now without losing another wicket. In comes Leach again. Has driven through mid-wicket as in one run, and it's stopped, and I think that's Dollar right there, who fields the ball and completes the over then, so 6 from it. Good over for Glamorgan as they move to 93 for 6.
I wonder if we're just getting the feelings that the pitch is easing slightly, maybe. The edge has been found regularly by Worcestershire's seamers this morning. If you're wondering why we're not hanging up our microphones and wandering off to scoff, that's because lunch interval is not until 1:30. You're listening to BBC Sport Online. Eve Jones will take a spell, and Frank Watson joining myself, Nick Webb. You're on BBC Sport Online and on the 2 county websites. Ed Barnard then comes in from the New Road end and bowls outside off stump, and Cullen allows it to go through. We have seen more talk, I think, this season of the ball deteriorating a little bit more after the 20-30 over mark and getting softer. Seems to be in the chat rather more often than in previous seasons, apart from the issues with the ball going out of shape. 93 for 6, 1-2-2 is the follow-on target as Barnard is in to bowl, and Cullen defends to cover, and there is no run. Pleasant enough watching conditions today, but it's a two-layer job for most people, it looks like in the crowd. Hopefully we'll get a little bit of protracted sunshine, but there is a bit of dark cloud approaching us from around about 2 o'clock as we look out. As that's defended by Cullen. That's 2 o'clock the position on our geography rather than 2 o'clock the time on the watch, says he, confusing everyone. We are watching from over wide long on for the right-hander receiving from the New Road end. Just to try and give people the geography, almost directly opposite the cathedral, as Cullen shoulders arms again to another one outside off stump. Hugh Knight says, can we rewind and delay the start even more?
Well, there's a lot of responsibility on these two. We were just saying that it's where Worcestershire were this time yesterday, isn't it, really? And this is the partnership that needs to do what the Roderick and Barnard partnership did.
As Barnard bowls and Cullen drives, but straight to mid-off, and there's no run.
Which is why that drop and slip was so crucial. And Barnard's first over.
Glamorgan have found the ball travelling off the edge of the bat pretty frequently in this first session, and probably been almost as many edges as genuine shots off the middle. Cullen, though, becomes only the second player to get into double figures as a slight hold-up as he adjusts something, possibly having to retie a bootlace or something like that, or his pad strap as he's taken his gloves off. A little wave of apology to bowler Ed Barnard, who bowls the last ball of his 5th over, and Cullen drives it through cover point. I think this one will run away for 4. There's a hot pursuit and a tumbling stop attempt. It has just followed the fielder over the boundary ropes. There's a good effort there by Baker, but unfortunately couldn't stop the ball from following him over the boundary. And Glamorgan move up to 97 for 6, and Tom Cullen has 17. Ed Byram has 38.
Yeah, Byram been there since the start. Absolutely linchpin of this innings, and needs to stick it out, and not just to lunch but beyond, one would imagine. Perfectly capable of doing so. Had a life, played and missed a few times, but has also been quite solid. And he lets this one go from Leach, who is staying over the wicket to the left-hander, which is not Leach's usual practice. And the score remains 97 for 6. 33rd over of the innings, so as Nick was suggesting, the ball will just be softening a little bit, perhaps not going through with quite as much pace. Seam might be a little bit flatter. Leach again bowls, and again this is one of a Byram leave, I'm calling them now, where we think he's played at it, and then we have a look at the replay and we see that he hasn't yet. He's done the Alistair Cook. He's just pulled the bat inside the line of the ball. It's a good method. He also sometimes plays deliberately down the wrong line, well inside the ball, so it looks as though he's playing a shot when it's just really another form of leave. Leach stays over the wicket still, moves in from the Diglis end and bowls, and that one did turn Byron round a little bit, looking to play it straight or maybe just on the onside, and it skids away off a thickish outside edge into the covers where Barnard fields. Could easily have moved a little bit more and taken a thinner edge and been catchable by those 2 slips. So, as yet, batting, well, it might be becoming a little bit easier than it was in the first hour, but not a huge amount. But the sun is now out, that should make a difference. As Leach bowls again and Byram pushes back to the bowler. It's been hard work for the batsman throughout this game, which perhaps underlines the quality of the Roderick-Barnard joint effort yesterday, adding 120 for the 6th wicket for Worcestershire, but it's been tough. And Eddie Byram has faced 100 balls for his 38. He'll rarely have worked harder for 38 runs than he has here. Swivels round at this short one from Leach, drops his bat underneath it. It's taken by the keeper.
It is an art, isn't it? The Byram non-shot. That was his non-pull as opposed to his non-drive.
Yeah. Well, there's different ways to play the game. He's worked it out, hasn't he? I think it's a sound method. I think if you know what you're doing, it doesn't matter what it looks like.
I'm just spoiled having watched the Labuschagne leave for half a dozen matches.
Keep you entertained even when they're not playing shots, these Glamorgan batsmen, as Leach bowls, and that is a lovely shot. That really is a great shot from Byram, straight down the ground. Not going to bring him for only 2 because he didn't try and hit it too hard, and Dolivera is in hot pursuit from mid-off, but a lovely punched drive back past the bowler by Eddie Byram takes him on to 40 and Glamorgan to 99 for 6. And as I say, he's rarely worked harder for 40 runs, but he's earned his fortune in that, getting that let off, because he's applied himself with tremendous professionalism here.
Yeah, like Labuschagne, born in southern Africa, but complete opposite in terms of what's going on at the crease. Byram, very little in the way of gesticulation. Labuschagne's always talking to someone or having a word about something as the first ball of Barnard's over is allowed to go through by Tom Cullen, who's a feisty, competitive cricketer. Not sure that I'd like to be batting with him in my ear behind the stumps. Always, never backwards in coming forwards, Tom Cullen, I get the impression. 99 for 6, Glamorgan. 1-2-2 is their first target to avoid the possibility of being asked to follow on. As Barnard bowls and strikes Cullen on the pad, may have been a little inside edge there, but no real appeal anyway. Yeah, I think edged onto his pads. 99 for 6, Glamorgan, having been 61 for 6 as we get a blast of sunshine.
Just to say that, yeah, we'll do a half past and not a 2.
Cullen 17, Byram 40. As Barnard, the top scorer by miles in this match, finds Cullen turning him down leg side. There was a leap to his left by keeper Roderick, but it has gone away for 4. It wasn't entirely under control, that from Cullen, and no wonder Roderick had such a go at it, because it was at catching height, but it was wide of the keeper.
Small margins, we talked about it yesterday, and 2 leg side strangles for Azhar Ali and Taylor Cornell, and that could easily have been a 3rd in the game, but just got a bit more bat on it, didn't he?
Well, Cornell got a reasonable amount on his, but it was a fabulous catch by Cullen, that one in particular. That was the 100 up for Glamorgan. 103 for 6 in reply to 271, as Cullen plays no shot to the next ball outside off stump. Cullen is on to 21, and if you look at the scorecard in this match, I mean, only Barnard and Roderick really got going. And strangely, that was quite an uncomplicated stand in the afternoon session on day 1, wasn't it? Which shows that it can be done when the ball gets a bit older. As Barnard into Cullen, and he leaves outside off stump. It didn't look as though Glamorgan would get to that stage of an old ball when they were 6 down inside the first 20 overs. But They're battling on at the moment. Can they turn this stand from useful into substantial? Sunshine across New Road as Barnard into ball. Cullen again plays no shot, so far plenty of discipline from these two Glamorgan batsmen as they look to get through till luncheon, which is now some 12 minutes away, having been delayed. All our intervals are half hour later than they should be. Emir Evans tells us that his ham and tomato sandwich will taste better if these two are still there. If you want to tweet us, at NickWeb 2017, at Frank Watson 58, and for Eve
at Eve_Jones 11.
Oh, the tricky underscore.
Joe Leach over the wicket in bright sunshine, bowls to the left-handed bowler who drives off a thickish inside half of the bat, really out on the onside for a single. Takes the score on to 104 for 6 and his own score on to 41. Yeah, we were just saying about half an hour ago how these two would have said, let's still be there at lunch, and it looks like they're going to get there, and they have applied themselves very well, but it also looks less threatening, as Nick was just saying, than it did maybe 45 minutes or an hour ago, as this ball just softens slightly as Leach is in and bowls, and Cullen is watchfully forward, steering this one up to Pennington at mid-on. Leach by far the pick of the Worcestershire bowlers, 5 for 40. He's in his 12th over. Barnard has been tidy, 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 16. Morris has also been tidy, he's picked up the other wicket, Leach having got 5 of them. Pennington, some good deliveries but a little bit more expensive. Worcestershire striving for another wicket before lunch. Leach is in and bowls, and they've got it. Cullen is out, caught at first slip, low down by Ed Pollock. That's a good catch, very low, moving to his left, and Joe Leach has picked up his 6th wicket, and currently he has career best figures. Previous career best 6 for 73, 104 for 7, and Worcestershire will now feel that whatever happens in the next few minutes, it's been a very, very good morning indeed, and Joe Leach appears to be bowling on a different planet from everybody else.
Yeah, that one a bit of an inducker to Cullen, who couldn't quite deal with it. Maybe could have done with going a bit further forward. It's easy to play in hindsight, and he got a low edge to first slip, just turned a little bit square by that one, Tom Cullen, but he has applied himself rather better than the top order did. Cullen batting at 8 today, it would normally be 7 I think in this batting order, and he came in 20th over. He's got through to the 35th, so the partnership of 43 between himself and Ed Byram, who remains there, having opened the batting. Michael Nisa has an average of 22 this season for Glamorgan, 205 runs to his credit, but
put in for you.
He's their leading wicket taker, 25 was the ball before this game. It's now 28, of course.
He bowled really well yesterday, didn't he? He bowled with a lot of pace. Quickest bowler in the game, I thought, Nisa yesterday. Would you agree with that, or would you say Hogan's?
Yeah, I think Nisa has generally got a yard or two on Hogan.
I thought he bowled really well yesterday. Different circumstances now. What he will not want to do is get out in this remaining 8 or 9 minutes before lunch, and Eddie Byram has got a chance to carry his bat here, I reckon, which is something that doesn't happen very often.
No, it wouldn't be an awful lot of consolation apart from personal pride if your team's out for 120 or whatever.
Yeah, personal pride. I think batsmen, if you look back on a career, you think, well, actually, on that occasion, you've got to play pretty well, haven't you? in whatever circumstances. Here's Leach anyway, over the wicket to the right-handed Nisa. He bowls and he's beaten, pushing at that one outside the off stump. Leach will fancy another one here. I've said before, he's a bowler, he gets wickets in bursts, and he really does tend to get on a roll. 6 for 40 in 12 overs.
I did hear the dreaded cry of "we can go bang bang" earlier on.
Yeah. It's not something you like to hear when you walk into the wicket, really, is it? But one of those truisms, I suppose. Leach is in, Nisa's off the mark. Nicely, he'll get 4. Just tuck this off his pads. Just very uncomplicated little clip off the pads to the square leg boundary.
He's quite a powerful man, Michael Nisa, isn't he? So when he does hit the ball, it should stay hit. But that was more about timing than force.
Timing, really.
108 for 7, 14 short of the dreaded follow-on figure.
So Leach, 1 ball left in the 35th over of the innings, his 12th. Into the right-handed Nisa now. Bowls, and he's turning this one on the onside. Fielded by Pennington, coming in from mid-wicket end of the over from Leach. 12 overs, 2 maidens, 6 for 44. And Glamorgan probably have 2 overs left before lunch, maybe just 1. Barnard gets through his overs quite quickly though, and it's 108 for 7.
Worcestershire's second 11 are underway at Edgbaston, where they put Warwickshire in. And Finch has got an early wicket. Warwickshire are 16 for 1 in the 3rd over. As team captain by Pat Brown, Ben Gibbon is playing in that, having been in the original squad for this particular match. Ed Barnard is in to bowl. Byron plays it into the offside and calls a single as it's to the right hand of cover. Not much play in the morning session at Milton Keynes, where Glamorgan chose to bat against Northants in their 4-day championship match for the second 11. Glamorgan 15 for no wickets, with Joe Cook on 11. Harry Friend yet to score. Callum Taylor's captaining that side, which includes Dan Douthwaite and Andrew Gorvin from the squad on view here on day 1. As Barnard is in to bowl, and he's left it and he's bowled. Michael Nisa goes with a horrible error of judgment, and Ed Barnard has a wicket, and Glamorgan are 109 for 8.
Yeah, it's just horrible thing for it to happen when you're batting. That error of judgment. It hit middle as well, didn't it? Off. It's maybe nipped back a little bit, but he left it, and you could tell from his head movement. It just realised almost straight away that he'd made a fatal error, and poor old Michael Nisa is on his way. He wasn't able to stay till lunch, and Barnard's picked up his first wicket. 109 for 8.
And give the bowler some credit, that did come back.
Yeah.
A reasonable amount from outside off stump, and struck the top of off and middle. And Nisa goes back, wondering what on earth he's done wrong. Well, he'll know what he's done. Andrew Salter comes in. Is only averaging 14 this season, but he's had to open the batting for the first 6 games, which I don't think he enjoyed hugely. And he's not a bad man to have at number 10, but on the other hand, all but 2 of the men above him have failed to get into double figures. 13 short of the possibility of following on. Do you think Worcestershire would employ it? I think they probably would.
I think they might, given that they've only bowled 30 odd overs. It's not like one where you've bowled 100 overs or 70 overs, not 100, but that's unlikely, isn't it? But you know what I mean. I think they might. Interesting to have a guy at 10 who's actually opened the batting in several games in Championship cricket, isn't it? Quite unusual, I would have thought. Yeah,
I mean, his natural habitat would be, I think, 7 or 8.
He's obviously quite a decent player technically,
but he's got a few 80s and a top score of 90.
Yeah. Anyway, all I want to do is get through this over, I would imagine, because I don't think there will be another one after lunch now. As Barnard, before lunch, Barnard comes in and bowls. Is it me or you?
And it's defended back down the pitch to the bowler.
It's you, sorry.
It's both of us. 109 for 8. Where are we? 13:28, 3 balls to come. I think if I were Andrew Salter, I'd be going down the pitch for a little chat to Ed Byram. Barnard in, and Salter edges, but along the ground, through slip, and he'll get off the mark as it trickles down towards third man. 110 for 8, 12 short of the follow-on figure, with 2 balls left of the Barnard over. So Joe Leach continuing his domination of the Glamorgan batsman with 2 wickets in his first spell today and another in his return. Barnard into left-handed Byram, who plays that calmly down into the gully, and there's no run. A wicket apiece for Charlie Morris, who got rid of Billy Root, caught behind for 8, and Michael Nisa was bowled by Ed Barnard earlier in this over. So Tom Cullen is the only player with 21 who's got into double figures apart from Byram, who has 42, and Byram moves that on from 42 as he clips it down towards backward square, which is an unguarded part of the grounds, and it goes away for 4. 114 for 8. Update for BBC Hereford and Worcester.
1 over before lunch is due to be taken here after we had a delayed start at 11:30, and it's been very much Worcestershire's morning again. Joe Leach has added 3 wickets to the 3 he took last night, and it currently has figures of 6 for 44. He's just about to bowl the last over before lunch, and there have also been wickets for Charlie Morris and Ed Barnard. The men out northeast for 9, Carlson Root 8, Cullen 21, and Nisa 4. Eddie Byram's been there since the start, holding things together. He's on 46, Salter is on 1, but Glamorgan in real trouble, replying to Worcestershire's 271 or 114 for 8. As Leach starts the last over before lunch, and Salter turns him on the leg side to Baker at mid-wicket.
No play so far today in the test match, but they are apparently emerging at Headingley, where England need 113 to complete a 3-0 series victory.
Leach, 5 balls to go before lunch. Salter on strike, which is where Worcestershire would want him at the moment. And as Leach bowls, and he plays that nicely, it's in behind it, pushes it up to mid-on.
And the women's test at Taunton, South Africa, taking lunch at 83 for 4. Wicket apiece for Cross, debutante Wong, Siver, and the other debutante Bell. So wickets for all England's first 4 bowlers there. Sophie Eccleston also used.
Leach again from the Digley zone. He's in, he bowls, and forward again very solidly. Salter comes pushing out on the offside. Libby fields at gully, backward point, and there's no run. 2 little piles of sawdust in place, one at either end. Neither has been utilised this morning's session. Groundstuff did such a good job drying up the footholds that they put the sawdust out there, but it's merely decorative. No doubt they'll remove it as soon as they can. Most Groundstuff hate having sawdust on the pitch, don't they? Here's Leach in again, bowls. That's left alone at the last minute by Salter. He may even have had a little push at that. I think he might have done. Just pulled it was the opposite of a Byram, that was. Yeah. He wanted to leave it, but he actually played at it, I think.
Yeah, managed just about to keep his back behind the pad, I think.
Anyway, he's done well so far. He's only got 2 more balls to survive. 3 slips waiting. As Leach looking for a 7th wicket, which would be a career best. Comes in and bowls, and that's another excellent forward defensive shot from Salter. Leach dispatching Baker to deep backward square leg now. He's done this about 5 times throughout the innings, and on no occasion has he then followed up with a short one. But this might be the exception. Azhar Ali is going across from cover to mid-on, and Dylan Pennington is going from mid-on to deep backward square where Baker was, and Baker's come all the way in from deep backward square to 4th slip. So it's all going on. I doubt you're going to need a 4th slip if you're going to bowl a bouncer, which means that my money's on him pitching this one up. And comes in and he bowls, and he does pitch it up, right up, almost in the block. I'll just skids through to Roderick. End of the over, end of the session. A good one for Worcestershire. Leach 13 overs, 3 maidens, 6 for 44. Barnard 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 22. The only other wicket taker has been Charlie Morris. It's been very much Worcestershire's morning after Glamorgan resumed on 32 for 3, and they go into lunch on 114 for 8.
So we'll resume after the break at just after 10 past 2 here on BBC Sport Online and in the county websites. We're running half an hour behind time today. Thank goodness we didn't get another wicket down, otherwise we could have had our delayed lunch delayed even further. And
Nick's hungry.
I'm hungry by now. Well, actually I had a big hotel breakfast, so I'm not that hungry. But we'll be back just after 10 past 2 with commentary on the afternoon session. This is a test 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh well. Beating his previous of 6 for 53. So the other wicket takers, 1 for 37 as I said, were for Dylan Pennington, 2 for 25 for Ed Barnard, 1 for 32 for Charlie Morris, and the Glamorgan
opened the door, but then the backup bowlers, if you like, have to try and emulate the seam bowlers, not give runs away, as I'm afraid they did in the first innings. I wonder if Michael Nisa can dismiss Ed Pollock for another golden duck.
Gosh.
Ripped the middle stump out yesterday, first ball of the match.
It's very comprehensive, isn't it?
Oh.
So Worcestershire well on top as they look for a third victory of the season. Worcestershire 1-2, lost 1, drawn 4. Glamorgan 1-3, lost 2, drawn 2 going into this game. Michael Nisa then to bowl from the Diglas end. Left-handed Pollock, out first ball, as out as you can possibly be, having a middle stump knocked down to the ground. In the first innings, Nisa is in and bowls to Pollock, who's hit on the pad. There's an appeal, almost for effect, I think, rather than anything else, from Michael Nisa, who's got a smile on his face.
And we remember Ed Pollock 5 years ago, and he's playing for Warwickshire then, and he went after the Glamorgan attack from the first over, 40 or 50, and more or less won the game on his own with that batting performance, and apparently he still plays the same way.
Nisa is in to bowl to Pollock, who pushes forward firmly to cover, and there is no run. There's something odd here. I don't think the umpires have swapped ends, have they?
Yes, they have.
Oh, they have they? I thought it was Shaughnessy was a...
Yeah, Shawnee always wears that roundish hat. It's not a...
But this is Shaughnessy at this end, I thought.
This is Tom Langley.
This is Langley, is it now?
He's the tallest of the two.
There we are. Nisa is in, bowls, and it's defended on the onside. Not that it makes any difference, but the umpires swap after
remember
2 innings.
Shaughnessy getting a century against Glamorgan at Old Trafford years ago when he was playing for them, and it was declaration bowling, and we weren't doing ball by ball. I nearly walked out of the ground for an hour. So Viv Richards was feeling it long on, the ball came down and he walked round it and more or less tapped it over the boundary, that sort of thing. It's awful.
Nisa is in to bowl to Pollock, who's forward defending to cover, and there's no run. Well, it's occasionally a necessary evil, isn't it? When
not now, though. We don't get it these days.
You don't these days?
I can't remember a game of the last 5-6 years.
I suppose it might be the case when time is taken out of the game through bad weather, and the captains are trying to engineer a finish, but it doesn't seem to happen. Nisa to Pollock, who gets off the mark, and he'll be relieved with that, with 4 down leg side. Nisa just straying, and Pollock flicking it away off his legs. Fine of Michael Hogan. That's fine leg, and Worcestershire have 4 to add to their first innings lead of 1-3-2.
When Jack Leach was bowling from that end, he bowled a lot of deliveries that were just short of a length. And for the first 5 balls here, Nisa has pitched it up. See if he can get one a bit shorter.
This one is played into covers nicely by Pollock, and they'll go through for a single. Joe Leach with career best figures of 6 for 44, beating his previous best of 6 for 53. I shall shuffle sideways, and Frank will return to take his bulletin at the top of the hour.
Michael Hogan then to share the attack as usual in his final season for Glamorgan, sadly, and he'll be bowling here from the New Road end. Pollock is on 5. Very glad to get up at the other end and score some runs after that first golden duck. Not his first golden duck possibly, but in first ball of the game. We'll do a news report in just a moment, As Hogan turns at this near road end, he's over the wicket now. Bowls to Pollock. Pollock is forward, right into the ball. Plays it up to mid-off, and there's no run. 5 without loss. With a lead of 132.
Which you would imagine would be considered fairly substantial, given the low scores in the first 2 innings.
Yes, indeed, and as I was telling Nick, we're going to have to strike early or it'll just run away from them. Much depends on this opening attack. Now as the Hogan to the left-handed Pollock is in and bowls, and that's a sort of half leave, half push. That is taken chest high by wicketkeeper Cullen. Lovely afternoon here. Clouds, high, white fluffy clouds. Perfect day for cricket. Thank you for the ice cream.
No problem. I was only delivery boy really, and I can't claim to have provided it really, but it was very welcome, wasn't it?
It was indeed. Hogan over the wicket, bowls to Pollock. Pollock again gets right into the shot to a straight ball, plays it up to mid-off where Carlson fields. So still just the 5 runs in the second innings, but I was just relating when Pollock demolished Glamorgan in the semi-final of the T20 5 years ago, and I gather he still plays in that match.
Plays only one way, tries to curb it a little bit, but finds it difficult, I think.
It's Hogan again. Bowls. Pollock has
He's
caught him at slip. Someone in front of the other, and there's the wicket Glamorgan as they've asked for. And Pollock goes, caught, I think it was David Lloyd at first slip of the bowling. Not to a particularly good ball and a dreadful shot, it has to be said. So Pollock goes for 5 and Glamorgan have struck.
Yeah, it's what they would have wanted, as you said, Eddie, and a good catch by Lloyd. And Pollock again paying the price, I suppose, of not being able to be judicious in which ball to play and which one not to play, flashing at one that slanted across him, and the catch taken by Lloyd.
I suppose he'll never change, Frank, because even though nearly 2 days to go, you just have to play yourself in, poodle along and get the odd boundary. But if he plays like that, I wonder if his place might be at risk.
Yeah. Well, he came back to the club from Warwickshire with an opportunity in red ball cricket, hasn't been able to make the most of it. Worcestershire have just lost the first wicket in their second innings. Ed Pollock, the man out, caught at first slip by the Glamorgan captain David Lloyd off Michael Hogan for 5. That means that Worcestershire are 5 for 1 in their second innings. This after they wrapped up the Glamorgan first innings this morning for a final total of 139. The last man out was the opener, Ed Byram, who'd been there since the start. He made 57. Career best figures of 6 for 44 for Joe Leach. So a first innings lead of 132 for Worcestershire, but they've extended it by only 5 before losing their first wicket in the second over. They're 5 for 1.
So that was Hogan's 4th ball. Thanks to Frank, he'll be back later on, of course, but Nick rejoins me as effectively Worcestershire at 132 for 1. And the remarkable Michael Hogan has struck again. As a important wicket, this certainly. There's 3 slips in attendance. In comes Hogan and bowls. He jabs down at the last moment. That seems to dart not a lot off the pitch and defended by the Pakistan batsman.
Yeah, it's 132 is the lead, so it's now 137.
Yeah, useful lead. Could have been worse for Glamorgan, I suppose, because at one stage, well, they were in a bad position overnight, and then 2 wickets going very quickly this morning, and it was 38 for 5 at one stage, but Glamorgan grateful certainly to Byram as Hogan comes in, bowls the last ball of the over. An appeal for LBW, a huge appeal by bowler in the slips, not out, says umpire Lungley. I'd like to see that again.
Maybe just seemed to bounce out quite firmly. thought it might have been a bit of edge in there. But
You see, not being biased anyway, but I didn't think Colin Ingram had a good decision yesterday. Just playing it back on the computer and stopping here. But who am I to say?
yeah, it's a luxury not afforded to umpires at county level. So
Excellent over though, it must be said, from Michael Hogan.
at test level, you virtually don't get incorrect decisions these days, do you? Because the teams have got these 3 reviews, and as long as they don't burn them stupidly, you're not going to get more than, it's ball time. It's ball time. Da-da-da.
Third over. That's our record this year, I think.
It really is. There's been a lot of discussion, but no change on this occasion. As Michael Nisa looks at it suspiciously. The manufacturers have said they haven't changed anything apart from being asked to make the colour a bit darker. Nisa steaming in, bowling, turned in the leg side by Libby, and will get a couple of runs. It's picked up inside the mid-wicket boundary, and in comes the throw. 2 to Libby to get off the mark, and it was he who dominated Glamorgan in the team's last championship meeting here in 2020 when he got 184. So Glamorgan will have memories of that, even if Nisa won't. As he's only in the 2nd season with the club. In comes Nisa, bowls to Libby, threw outside off stump into the gloves of Tom Cullen, who kept very efficiently for Glamorgan in his first official game with the gloves, although of course he did it as a sub for most of the Sussex game.
Yeah, I've said it before, I've got a lot of time for Tom Cullen. He's a very good wicket keeper. Remember him getting 50 against Derbyshire a couple of years ago to win the Glamorgan. They were just faltering at the stage, and today we saw him defend and get 21. He's a valuable member.
Nisa bowls, turned on the leg side by Libby for runs down towards square leg. They think about a second and they decide against, as the throw comes in from in front of the scoreboard on the Cathedral side of the ground. So Azhar Ali on to strike for the first time. He was one of Cullen's victims behind the wickets, called off David Lloyd in the first innings for 21.
Lloyd is at slip, the usual slip cordon there of Lloyd, and the second slip is northeast. And Colin Ingram at 3rd slip.
Nisa in to bowl. Azhar is off the mark, first ball. Let's run away very quickly on that shortish boundary away to our left towards the hotel for 4 down to fine leg, and Worcestershire on to 12 for 1.
Yes, you want to try and keep things tight if you can, especially when this man is in, because he's a very fine player. Glamorgan a little bit fortunate yesterday to get him out caught down the leg side, but formidable character.
Yes, double century already for Worcestershire this season, 37-year-old. 544 coming into this game, as he's beaten by that one.
Turned round completely.
Squared up. Didn't have much idea of that, and Nisa, well, he's conceded 12 runs, but is running in with considerable fire, as needed by his county at the moment. So, bit of dark cloud approaching. We might catch the odd passing shower still, but will only be temporary, as that's clipped through mid-wicket for 4 more. Diving Billy Root couldn't get a hand on it, and Azhar Ali dispatching that one to the boundary. So Nisa for once has been expensive early on. His first 2 overs have gone for 16, and Worcestershire 16 for 1, leading by 148 runs.
Yeah, he's drifted down the leg side, Michael Nisa, and been clipped away twice by Ali for 4, Azhar Ali for 4. and really he wants to try and keep that off stump line. We saw what he did when he got it right. He completely turned Azar round, but two have drifted down, and Glamorgan want to keep his score down as low and bowl as tightly as they can with this deficit on first innings of 132. Hogan then to bowl to Libby, and bowls to him, and this is played off the back foot and fielded at mid-off. There's no run. So just 16 runs scored, but already now the lead is 148. Well, the forecast the next 2 days, I'm sure Worcestershire will be looking at that. I think it's in and out tomorrow, not so clever on Wednesday, the final day. Here is Hogan, comes in, bowls to Libby now, and Libby gets runs, or one run, as he pushes nicely to cover. He's fielded by Salter. He moves on to 9.
I know you probably shouldn't plan for the weather as a first-class captain, but you wonder if Brett Oliveira might just take that into consideration when thinking about a potential declaration tomorrow.
Yes, certainly. I don't think it'll rain again today. The forecast is pretty good. As Hogan goes over the wicket, bowls to Azar, beats him outside the off stump as he pushes forward.
It's remarkable how we've seen so many wickets that don't produce this sort of bounce, and it's probably the sort of wicket that domestic players would be used to in Australia and Sheffield Shield, where
Perth especially.
The Australian pitches tend to have more bounce on average, so
considerably more.
Neeson and Hogan will be used to it to some extent.
Hogan in again and bowls, and Ali gets right behind that and pushes it back down the pitch. Perth is the ground there if you want to see it. You leave on length, as they say at Perth. I've seen it from my very own eyes. It's remarkable. You think, oh gosh, he's missed that, and it just goes flying up over the stumps. A man from this parish, Graham Hick, got a wonderful 100 there one year, and he always seemed to get runs at he seemed to get runs wherever he went with Worcester. Not quite so successful, but got runs at Perth always, as the next ball is left outside the off stump through to the wicket keeper. Graham Hick, of course, was the batting coach for Australia for a couple of years. I think he's gone to the academy now, which where did the academy used to be? Adelaide, either Adelaide or Brisbane, where Mark Wallace went for a winter once.
Did he?
When he was with the under-19s. Hogan, last ball of his second over, 1 for 1. Coming in and bowls to Azar. Azar plays that and drops his wrists as he plays it out to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. So Worcestershire in a very good position. They're 17 for 1. I don't know, what do you think? We're at an angle here, which I always find a little bit disconcerting. So there's a catch out there. You've just got to guess who caught it. If he goes for 4 also, I don't know about you, the scoreboard just seems a little bit faint, or am I over elaborating?
It's just when the sun comes out, it's okay for most of the time because the sun is very in and out. Lisa in, bowls, Libby defends back past the stumps at the non-striker's end. In the women's test, South Africa are 163 for 6 against England at Taunton, with Marzan Kapp 61 not out. 2 wickets for Kate Cross, 1 apiece for Bell, Wong, Siva and Eccleston. And the men's test wrapped up by England in double quick time once they got on. As Nisa bowls, Libby drives nicely back through mid-on. That one might run away to the boundary at the Diglis end. No, it's just hauled up inside the ropes. Nice piece of fielding, and they'll settle for 2 runs, 19 for 1. The lead 1-5-1.
What's just come to me now that the quartet, if you like, from the Worcestershire bowlers, Leach, Morris, Pennington and Barnard, well over 6 foot, must be couple of them, 6'4".
I don't know if Leach is he?
Yeah, he's pretty big because he was feeling in front of me up there. I'll just come back to that.
As this one is driven by Libby, but straight to Salter at point, and there's no run.
Now, they had considerable bounce, I suppose, because they're so tall and hitting the deck. Hogan is also the same, and in the second innings he only bowled 2 overs, but he bowled a very, very good line, and he's got the ability again to get some bounce. So that may be the reason why Nisa perhaps has not been so consistent as usual.
As he runs towards us, and Libby plays and misses outside off stump. Height for the Worcestershire bowlers then. Morris is 6 foot, Leach 6'1", Barnard is 6'1", and Pennington is 6'2".
Yeah,
what's Nisa, about 6 foot?
Is he that? I don't know.
I think so, having interviewed him. He's just a little bit shorter than I am. Yeah, he's listed
a skinny bowler, isn't he?
He's listed as 6 foot as well.
A huge asset though for Glamorgan.
As Nisa is into bowl, and another play and a miss from Jake Libby through to Tom Cullen, and it's been a match where we've had 3 slips in attendance for the great majority of the time.
Yeah, they had 4, didn't they, Worcester?
4 occasionally for Worcestershire. I think Glamorgan might have been down to 2 at one stage when Barnard and Roderick were prospering yesterday afternoon. This game has moved on apace. Worcestershire lead by 151 with 9 wickets still in hand. As I think Libby might have left that one as it went through to Cullen, and still adjusting to Ed Byram's method of playing. It's very difficult, particularly from this angle, to tell when he was playing or not, as he batted, almost carried his bat through the Glamorgan innings. He was last out for 57, just trying to move on the offensive with Michael Hogan at the other end.
Yeah, it was a typical opening batsman's dogged innings, wasn't it? Hogan then yielded just 1 run off his 2 overs, and he's got a wicket already, that of Pollock, and he will now bowl to Azarali, and it's from this new road end. We're looking at an angle over long on as he comes in and bowls, and Ali gets the picture of that and pushes it back down to the bowler who himself fields.
With Joe Leach doing so well here, Jack Leach, the other Jay Leach in the first class game, has picked up the Man of the Match award, by the way, in the 3rd test. Claimed 10 wickets for 166 across the 2 innings.
That cemented his place then for the tours coming up.
He's come in for a bit of stick at times, hasn't he?
Yes. Hogan bowls left, taken low down this time, so there is a lack of consistency in this pitch, and as much as a little bit up and down, some you get all over your shoulder, above your shoulder, and then Cullen had to take this low down by his ankles.
One theory I read that he's not maybe as confident as many spin bowlers and needs a bit more of the arm around the shoulder and give him the encouragement. It's taken a while to nail it down.
Hogan in, bowls, and this is glided down for 4 runs at very fine, just the offline there, and helped on its way by the batsman as the ball goes down to the boundary. And
this is really where Worcestershire have slightly out-bowled Glamorgan in this game, haven't they, in terms of not giving as many away of those deliveries, drifting down the leg side, which are easily noodled away, and get the scoreboard moving.
First boundary off Hogan as he comes in, bowls again, and that's played away on the offside, better delivery. And I think the England spinner Leach, we mustn't forget that he's had some awful illnesses in his time.
He has, yes.
And other things.
Crohn's disease, which has led to immune problems with the immune system and so on.
2 balls to go from this over, and then there'll be a double change in the attack as the ball. Goodness me, I haven't seen this year.
Oh, no.
The ball might be changed
Yeah, well,
for the 156th time.
yes, we had particular problems in Glamorgan's game at Chester Le Street as the umpires come together. Billy Root and Kieran Carlson wander over to offer their opinions. Kieran Carlson, the vice captain.
Tom Langley used to open the bowling for Derbyshire, so he should know a thing or two. I think they think, well, you can't change, it's just a new ball. Oh yes, you can. They'll say it's not going through the hoop.
They're wandering over to have a chat with the batsman as well.
Do you think this should be changed? The batsman say, no, it's
As
fine.
Ali says, yeah, it's fine, 12 off 13 balls.
Yeah.
Bring it on. And this is a committee meeting. I'm sure it's just up to the umpires, really. Does it go through the device, the hoop?
Yeah, change the ball.
Change the ball.
Well, we can vacate our position now because we don't take as long to do that as the umpires do to change the ball.
Thank you, Edward. Edward Bevan will be back in the final session for another blast while I do some writing, which is always nice to have a variety. Frank Watson will come in to take over with the home side 23 for 1 in their second innings after 5.4 overs, and that is a lead of 155 runs over the Welsh county. One or two issues I gather with sound on the video stream. We can only repeat what we always say. We're in control of what goes out on the BBC to some extent, and we can't control issues to any great extent on the county video feeds.
I think the problem was discovered and corrected as well by the county video stream people, so hope you're getting it loud and clear now. Thanks very much to Eddie Bevan and to Nick Webb, and I'll be joined shortly by Eve Jones. You're not missing any cricket at the moment because the ball is being changed and Azhar Ali's changed his bat. I'm wondering if there was some complaint about what his bat was doing to the ball there, whether because they went to him and asked him and he agreed to change his bat, whether there's something was coming off the pro face on his bat or something like that onto the surface of the ball. I'm not exactly sure, but I think it might have been something like that. Anyway, he's changed his bat and everybody seems to be happy, and we've changed over here in the commentary box. So it's myself and Eve Jones for the moment as Hogan moves in from the New Road end and bowls this one outside the off stump to Azhar Ali, the fifth ball of the over, and Azhar lifts his bat clear of that and it's taken by the keeper. The one man to fall in this innings, Ed Pollock, caught at slip by David Lloyd, the captain, off. This man, Hogan, for 5. The lead, remember, on first innings for Worcestershire, 132, and they've added 23 to that. Here's Hogan in again now, and he bowls, and Azhar is forward, pushes out square on the offside, and again there is no run, and that is the end of the over from Hogan, sharing the new ball as he did yesterday with Michael Neser, and Hogan the wicket taker when Pollock was out. 23 for 1, lead of 155, and in terms of the shape of this whole game, Eve, you would imagine that what happens in the next couple of hours is going to decide it one way or the other, really. And by that I mean if Glamorgan are going to be in with a chance they need some wickets. If Worcester get another couple of hundred in this innings, then that lead is going to look pretty useful on this surface.
If he drops a bat, somebody be there. No run.
Yeah,
All right now.
that really bounced at Libby, didn't it? Took him on the hand, and quite painful, I should imagine that. Proving that with this new ball, as we said, batting gets easy when the ball gets softer, but with the harder ball, the odd one is going to climb quite sharply.
Take your choice before they all go.
Thank you very much. Bit of cake arriving for tea. So early. Tea is, by the way, at 4:10 today. If anybody's wondering.
Here comes Nisa and just clipped onto the leg side, down to a deep backward square area for 1 run.
Just look for somewhere to leave that moist lemon drizzle cake. Yeah, tea at 4:10, set in stone today. So it's going to be a long last session because there's 52 overs left in the day, and it's going to be a long one.
Nisa's into bowl again, 3 slips in play, and it's left alone outside the off stump by Azhar Ali. Scores 24 for 1 here.
Yeah, just going back to what I was suggesting there, really, it's just you always in a red ball game. I'm thinking you always kind of identify certain sessions, don't you, or periods as crucial. And with a lead like this, if you lost 5 quick wickets, the other team will think they're getting back into it.
Nisa into ball again, and it's defended down to third man off the outside edge comfortably for 1 run.
Whereas, you know, in the next hour or two, if they get to 100 for 2 or 3 or something, that's a lead of 230 odd and still got wickets in hand, you'll feel that the game is tipping in Worcestershire's favour. There's still a long way to go, still 2 more full days after this, so anything can happen, but you tend to feel that was the case.
Yeah, they're in a real commanding position, aren't they, at the moment, so they'll just look to capitalise on what they've done this morning and in that first session. Sneezes into bowl again to Libby, and it's defended straight back to the bowler, who does the fielding for no run.
Lovely afternoon now, isn't it? Bright sunshine, bit of cloud around, but it's quite high. Great afternoon for watching cricket today, I would have thought. Not too hot.
Slight breeze, the flag's over there blowing slightly.
And the crowd's better than it was this morning, actually, isn't it? Considerably, if you look around.
And Nisa's into ball again. I think Jake Libby's just played inside the line out one, left it through to the keeper, and that completes the over. 2 off it. Worcestershire 25 for 1.
If you're just joining us, earlier today, Glamorgan resuming on 32 for 3, dismissed for 139. 9 extras in that. 57 from Eddie Byram, comfortably the highest score indeed. Only other batsmen in double figures were Tom Cullen 21 and Andrew Salter 15. 6 for 44, career best figures for Joe Leach on his return to the side, and Worcestershire in their second innings 25 for 1 as Michael Hogan comes in from the New Road end and bowls outside the off stump to Azhar Ali, who leaves that alone, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper Cullen. Just saying that the crowd has grown as the day has gone on. We started a little bit late at 11:30 today, but the weather has improved steadily since then, and if you're thinking about coming down for any remaining part of the day, I would not hesitate, as Hogan comes in again and bowls, and Azhar is on the back foot pushing up to mid-off. And I say that because entry is free after tea at New Road this season in championship games, and tea is going to be taken at 4:10, and there's still going to be about 40 overs plus left after tea, so that's a lot of free cricket. If you're a member, I should get down here as well and enjoy what is a very, very interesting, enthralling game of cricket. Hogan in, bowls, and Azhar is back to this, steering it down to backward point, picks up a single, goes to 14, 26 for 1. Jake Libby on 7. He's not quite reproduced the form of his first 2 years with the county this season, Jake Libby, when he was really prolific, and be keen to get a score here as Hogan bowls to him. He's in behind it and pushing back to the bowler. 26 for 1 it remains.
Steady start here for Worcestershire. Obviously
Yeah.
losing the 1 wicket early of Ed Pollock, but Azarali's looking good and Jake Libby's settling in. He's on 7.
I think what they were hoping is that they'd have an Ed Pollock cameo, an hour of Pollock. Hogan again to Libby, turns this on the onside no run. An hour of Pollock usually means 50 runs, and if that had happened, it would have been perfect to just extend that lead in almost instant fashion, but it wasn't to be, as he chased a wideish one from Hogan and nicked it to slip.
He plays one way, doesn't he, Ed Pollock?
He does, and he was offered an opportunity here to play in the red ball game. Hogan again to Libby, drives back to the bowler. Not just in the white ball game, which is what he was getting at Warwickshire, and it looked a good move in the first game of the season when he got a second innings 100 at
Quick fire as well, wasn't it?
at Leicester, but since then runs have been a little bit more difficult to come by. Got a good decent 30 against Notts at Trembridge, but yeah, he's found consistency hard to find and missed out through illness in the game against Durham, came back into this one and lost his middle stump to the first ball yesterday. Things not going that well for him.
Michael Nisa into bowl again, punched down the ground and slightly hesitant from Azarali there whether to take that one, but they do go through for a single. Played nice and straight. Yeah, the sun is out now. It's completely different to
like a different day.
conditions this morning.
Yeah, and you mentioned there's a bit of a breeze, but it's nothing like yesterday when it was really swaying the treetops.
Comes Nisa. Think about the one, but turn it down.
Update for coming. BBC Hereford and Worcester. Little steady period for Worcestershire as they extend their first innings lead. They're currently 27 for 1 in their second innings. The man out, Ed Pollock, caught at slip by Glamorgan captain David Lloyd off the bowling of Michael Hogan for 5. That was 5 for 1. Earlier in the day, Joe Leach returned career best figures of 6 for 44 as the visitors were dismissed for 139. Top scorer Eddie Byram, who batted throughout the innings for 57. 271 Worcestershire then in their first innings. Glamorgan replying with 139, a lead of 132 for the pairs, and they've extended that to 159. Azarali is on 15, Jake Libby is on 7 in their second innings. Worcestershire, after 8.5 overs, are 27 for 1.
Just the dot ball there that we missed during the report. In comes Nisa again. A bit of a play and a miss outside the off stump by Jake Libby there.
Played on that one, I think. Goes for a little walk. You can usually tell if Libby's played and missed because he goes and has a little prod at the pitch where it landed, and we all. Do you do that? I'm sure you do. Most batters do. It's just a kind of nervous reaction thing, isn't it? Perhaps trying to work out in your mind exactly why you missed it. He goes for a little walk. But he's pretty phlegmatic, Jake Libby. Dismissed that, I think, from his mind.
In comes Nisa again. Oh, play and a miss again by Jake Libby there.
Is he going to do it? Yeah.
And here comes again.
Just have a look. Where did it?
Just tap that bit down.
There. Yeah, that's where I think it was.
Yeah, it can be like a little reset moment, isn't it? Just switch off, switch back on again.
Yeah, exactly.
In comes Nisa again. Down the leg side. Keeper's interested for a moment, but nothing comes of it. But that concludes the over. Good over for Glamorgan. 1 from it. Moves the score to 27 for 1.
Nisa 5 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 21. Hogan tidier. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6 for the veteran Glamorgan seamer. What a great servant he has been to the Welsh county, and he is going to resume the attack from the new road end in sunshine. Azza just holds his arm up to check Hogan's approach because he wants to check his guard with umpire Lungley, and Hogan moves in now and bowls, and that's short and very wayward down the leg side, and Azza just initially made the shape of a pull shot as if he was going to go for it, and then just swayed out of the way of it and allowed it through to the keeper Cullen. We've seen quite a lot of that in this game, and that's because this is a pitch with real carry in it and good pace and bounce. Best I've seen here in that respect, in those respects, at New Road for some time. Hogan is in and Azar is back and pushing up to mid-on. 27 for 1. There was a time, I suppose, where maybe it still is that time where if 21 and counting wickets fall before tea on the second day of a championship game, the pitch inspectors from Lords would have been starting their cars and heading up the M40. But I don't think it's that kind of pitch actually at all. As Hogan is in and bowls to Azza, who pushes out on the offside and there's no run, and I'd just say, if you were looking at it even yesterday and looking at the scorecard and thinking, gosh, that must be an interesting pitch, you then look and see that Ed Barnard has made 131 off 180 balls, and you think, well, hang on, it can't be that bad, because if it were, one chap's not going to bat for that length of time. And I think that's probably a fair way to look at it. It's not a minefield, this, is it?
Yeah, I think it's obviously favouring the bowlers at the moment, but as Ed Barnard showed yesterday, if you get in, then you can go big.
Hogan again bowls, and that's nicely driven by Azza, but also well fielded off his own bowling by Hogan, low to his left. And we've repeated that. People might feel they've heard this before, but I do think there's a tendency to jump to conclusions about pitches, and I've been critical of the pitches here when they've been just dead, basically. I've seen a couple of particularly dull games last season, but this has been a good surface. I think it's offered help for the bowlers, but it's got pace, it's got bounce, you can play shots on it. And that one just actually inconveniences Azza slightly, bit of bounce as you'd expect with a new ball, and it seems back at him and takes him on the glove quite painfully. And we did see a couple of batsmen hit on the helmet yesterday, but one of those, Taylor Cornell, quite inexperienced and possibly unused to the pace of the bowling that he was facing. But it's not a pitch where players have been in danger. It's not a pitch where it's been impossible to stay in. Eddie Byron batted throughout the Glamorgan first innings, and runs for Azhar Ali here, 4 of them, as Hogan just in line into his legs, and he's just so adept at that. He was strangled down the leg side yesterday attempting to play one off his pads, but he's just so adept at using the pace of the ball like that, and he steers that down to fine leg for 4. He goes to 19, 31 for 1, and the lead is 163. Money for old rope, isn't it, when you're
very fine then. Yeah. Fine leg had no chance there.
James Harris, your Union chair coming in.
I did see that on the scorecard. I thought it was him.
Yeah. Make sure you say hello if you see him after the game. Look after your chairman.
Yeah, absolutely. Keeping the good books. In comes Harrison. Just strain on my legs a little bit first ball, and it's clipped nicely off Jake Libby's legs for 4 runs to deep square. Good shot by Jake Libby there, but
he was a bit expensive yesterday. James Harris, 19 overs, 2 mens. He got 3 wickets, but he went for 96, and he bowled a few too many loose ones, and there were some good ones in between, as those figures would suggest. that was a bit of a loosener.
We'll let him off that one.
Yeah. Sending a man back now. Even though he's not express, he got a few to climb quite sharply yesterday. Can still hit the deck quite hard.
Yeah, I think when you get in the right areas, there's a bit in it for the bowlers. In comes Harris again. That one left alone outside off stump by Jake Libby this time.
Yeah, I've always thought with obviously having spent quite a lot of time talking to Darryl Mitchell this winter, talked a lot about his role as PCA chair before James Harris, and investigated both very seriously the work of the PCA and Darryl's part in the CPA agreement and everything. I'll just break off as Harris bowls.
And it's left alone outside the off stump.
And we also talked light-heartedly a little bit as well about the PCA role and how it perhaps changes your relationship with your fellow professionals a little bit, because they see you as their sort of leader and they look up to you and so on. I've always thought with bowlers, it must be, if you're a pace bowler and you're the PCA chair, you can't really get particularly aggressive and verbal out there with your members, can you?
Depends how much you get into it, I suppose. In comes Harris again then. This time makes him play, and it's just defended to mid-on.
Yeah, the batter could say, you can't talk to me like that. You're a PCA chair, you're supposed to set the standards.
But then if you switch that, can you give him a send-off when you get him out?
Well, I suppose, yeah, I don't know. There you go. But I think if you're the batsman like Darryl was, it's obviously different. But for James Harris running in and trying to get something out of this track, I can imagine that he might get a bit pumped. He was yesterday. He put a lot into it.
And comes Harris again then. That's a big leave from Jake Libby. Goes through to Cullen for no run. Yeah, he's getting some decent carry here, isn't he?
Yeah. He's still got a bit of pace. Well, he's a good bowler, isn't he? He's been around the game a long time, and he'll have bowled on quite a few pitches like this, but perhaps not so many in the last year or two. So I think that's why, as Nick was saying, a lot of the Glamorgan bowlers bowled a few more short ones yesterday than they usually do.
In comes Harris, and it's left alone again outside off stump by Libby. Good over after that first ball by James Harris, 4 from it, and score is 35 for 1.
Just going back to the PCA, how important a role does that play in your professional career? If you can answer that question, I mean, you know, it's very important to be part of it, obviously, and it's the players' union, as it were. But their decision-making process and their operations very important to professional cricketers of both genders, aren't they?
Yeah, they're very active and they're very supportive of us as professional players, and I think especially in the women's game, a lot of the stuff we're going through at the moment with contracts and all that sort of stuff is very new to us, so they have been really helpful with that respect and giving us lots of guidelines and talks about how to navigate going into a professional environment. So yeah, they're very supportive and very very active. They're always there to assist us if we've got any queries or any questions or concerns, and yeah, they listen to what we want as players and sort of represent us in that way as well.
David Lloyd from the New Road End begins a new spell with a wide hole volley, which Azhar accepts gratefully and square drives just effortlessly for 4. Beautiful shot from Azhar Ali, goes to 23, 39 for 1. And the other thing that I learned from my discussions with Darryl was the hugely important work that the PCA does in supporting players transitioning out of the game at the end of a career, or perhaps because they don't make it as such. Very, very important support, isn't it? Lloyd again is in and bowls, and Azhar drives nicely up to mid-on this time. Not to mention the support that they give to ex-players and older players through the charitable trust, the Professional Cricketers Charitable Trust, and so on. Fantastic amount of work going on. And when you talk about representing players, another thing that I didn't realise, and I should have done, and I suppose everybody does if they think about it, is that as we look further forward. Here's Lloyd again, bowls, and that's outside the off stump, left alone, taken by the keeper. As we look further forward at development in the game and so on, and the ongoing sort of Andrew Strauss sort of plan and so on, and the meetings that are taking place about that now, and bringing in the 100, which obviously has been beneficial to you personally and also to the women's game, but it's looking after the PCA members is paramount for the PCA. Lloyd bowls again, left alone by Azhar Ali, 39 for 1. So as Darryl pointed out to me, for example, that if a competition is lost, say, so there's people are saying there's pressure on, 4 into 3 won't go sort of thing, the 100 has come in and we've now got almost one tournament too many, and the county champions have been pushed to the ends of the season, etc. Here's Lloyd again and bowls, and Azhar lets that go again. And if there's a reduction in the amount of cricket, if there's, heaven forbid, in my opinion, a reduction in the number of counties, one of the things that is so obvious really is that the PCA are pretty much guaranteed to oppose that, because they're going to lose members. It's going to mean redundancies for members, to use a more sort of economical industrial speak, and that's never going to be acceptable to a union. Azhar turns this one from Lloyd on the leg side, so a good over apart from the first ball, which was a boundary. 39 for 1 Worcestershire, Azhar Ali 23, Jake Libby 11. But presumably the first responsibility of any union is to look after its members' livelihoods, and therefore you've got to try and keep as many of them in employment as possible. Yeah,
they're very supportive of us, and obviously as a cricketer, your careers don't go on for years and years, so they're brilliant with putting on workshops, assisting with courses for life after cricket, in a sense. The paramount is they're looking after us as players first and foremost. As Harris comes into bowl, and it's just knocked into the leg side for 1 run by Jake Libby.
Yeah, there's a futures fund, isn't there, as well, which is aimed at looking after players who leave the game.
Come out of the game.
I learned an awful lot about it, and I don't think many Worcestershire members will have perhaps been aware of how active Darryl was in creating the CPA, the Counties Partnership Agreement, and really the modern environment for you, really, for you and your colleagues, really played a big part in that, I think.
In comes Harris again, and it's left alone by Azhar Ali through to Cullen, the keeper. There's a lot of work that goes on behind the scenes that we don't even see. That they're just putting us first and making sure that we're in a position where we can just go out and perform and not have to worry about a lot of the stuff off the field, and their backing is great for us as players, whether we're playing now or if we've retired. So Harrison again to bowl, a bit fuller this time, driven nicely but straight to the fielder for no run. Azhar Ali's looking great, isn't he? He's timing the ball nicely. Yeah, he's a pleasant player to watch, and we were talking about this yesterday. What strikes me when I watch him is just how even tempoed everything is. It just seems to be measured, He never rushes. He never seems to get particularly under pressure. He just plays. Lovely to watch. Harris moves in again then. Oh, just a little mistime, but into the leg side, into the gap for 1 run. Just jinxed him slightly. And he gets up the other end. He's on 24 now.
He plays very late. That's the other thing about him. Plays really late. So you often see the bowler throw their arms in the air because they think there's going to be a shout, and then he just brings the bat down and turns the bat off the pads, ball off the pads. He's a lovely gentleman as well. Gone down very well in the Worcestershire dressing room.
Good experienced head to have involved as well, isn't he? As Harris comes in again, and it's left alone by Jake Libby.
Yeah, we're right. Azza was made to change his bat apparently because the stickers were something was coming off on the ball. So they have to have a rethink there. Quite a few people use that particular brand of bat as well. I won't say which one it was, but it might be happening around the country a bit then.
Harrison again, just knocked into the offside for no run. Libby getting onto his toes there. Plays it quite comfortably in the end. That's the end of the over. And we're 41 for 1 here. Blue skies all around here now. A few clouds still left over, but it's a lot brighter than what it was early doors.
And it's not the first time it's happened. It's the first time it's happened that I've seen him had to change his bat because of the stickers, but it's not the first time I've seen him change his bat. But I commented on the last occasion when he did it, he's changed to a different bat manufacturer, which is unusual. He must not be under a sole contract, I would have thought, to one bat manufacturer because he's using a different one, or maybe he just thinks he'll get away with it because it's not on national TV or something. Here's Lloyd bowling, and he drops this one down on the leg side. In fact, he doesn't get anything on it. It's going to be a leg bye, I think, judging by umpire Tom Lungley's signal. Indeed it is. Just dropped it down off his thigh pad. So 41 for 1. In fact, have they put that one on? I'm not sure they have yet. I think it's going to go to 42. It is 42 for 1. So the lead is 174. And Jake Libby is on strike. He's on 12. Pollock still the one man out in this innings. Went for 5. Here's Lloyd in. He bowls, and that's outside the off stump. Left alone by Libby. And taken by the keeper. See, when Libby leaves it alone, he just goes for a little walk to square leg. When he plays and misses, he goes for a little prod at the pitch.
Good observation.
Well, when you watch them all the time, you study their characteristics. And I might not be 100% right, but generally I think. And then he walks back in, checks his grip like that, and then takes guard. Bat raised, little forward press, and lets it go through outside the off stump. I recalled it yesterday. Cheteshwar Pujara made a double 100 here for Sussex a few weeks ago, and I've never seen a player with a more strict routine before taking guard, and it was brilliant to watch. And just every single ball, and I don't mean just little flicks of the pads and things, I mean very deliberate movements, a check of the grip, held his bat out like that, made sure his hands were exactly right. Lloyd again is in, bowls to Libby, lets that go, and actually he's disproved me because having let it go, he has gone for a little walk and a prod. But Pujara, clearly it was almost like a golfer with a pre-shot routine, exactly the same routine every time. Made a double 100, lovely, bit like I was saying about Azza, just even tempoed, put the bad ball away, and fantastic to watch. And those are the sort of things that mark out the really top players, I think, aren't they? Lloyd again in, bowls, and Libby cuts at that one. Undone by perhaps it didn't bounce as much as he thought it might, and it died a little bit as the keeper Cullen dived across in front of first slip to take it. Do you have a kind of routine like that? You probably
without thinking about it, probably. I don't think too much about stuff like that. Probably fidget a little bit early on, but not too much.
Also, maybe more a characteristic of the longer game, really. I think Lloyd bowls and Libby turns on the leg side, and I don't mean you don't play the longer game at all, but these guys that are playing, batting all day in a test match, etc., probably benefit more from that mental kind of rehearsal and routine, I think. Concentration aid as well, isn't it, I suppose? End of the over, 42 for 1. Azza has 24, Jake Libby on 12, and just steady as she goes as far as Worcestershire are concerned here as they build this lead, because if they can get the lead over 200, 230, 240, then still got wickets in hand, then they can accelerate as they see fit, can't they?
Yeah, good platform here to start the innings off by Worcestershire. Harris continuing then from the Douglas end. Just off the legs, flicked nicely, but straight to the man at deep square for 1 run by Azhar Ali. Yeah, it's something the females in the game want to play more. I think we want to play more red ball cricket. Well, we want to play red ball cricket. We don't play any at the moment. So, and I think there is a need for it. I think obviously at international level they're starting to play a few more test matches, but how much practice can you get, and how much can you see how players do from playing white ball cricket? As Harris bowls again, and it's knocked. Libby's looking for the one there, but he was sent back by Azhar Ali.
He'd been out, wouldn't he?
I'm not sure there was one there.
No, I don't think there was one there.
He managed to get back safely out.
I said yesterday there is always the potential of a problem with Azhar in a run out. Possibly lack of experience of people batting with him. He ran himself out in the first time he batted for Worcestershire, but he did slip. But he has this, I mean, he's the non-striker now, so it's not valid, but he has this tendency to hit it and kind of go as if he's going to go before he calls. And there have been a few little confusions, or a couple yesterday as well.
Harris comes in again, and it's just knocked into the leg side by Jake Libby. No run on offer.
Would that be one of the major aims in the women's game, to play more test matches and longer cricket? Generally, do you think?
Yeah, I think there is. Yeah, I think a lot of nations don't get the opportunity to play test matches. Obviously, South Africa are playing today against England. I think it's their first test match in. Well, I'm not sure if it's ever, but for a number of years. So Harris bowls again, and short ball ducked under by Jake Libby, and it goes through to the keeper. But I just don't think they've got the support from the ICC. I think they've come out and said it's not something they're wanting to.
It's the logical next step forward, isn't it, for the women's game, to develop skills. I mean, you've got the skills, but to develop them into their execution in the longer form of the game. Really, certainly must be players that are capable of.
Harrison again. And it's just knocked into the leg side. We were thinking about a run, but none taken. Throw comes in to the bowler's end. Yeah, I think if you ask, like most of the domestic players in the country, we'd love to play longer format. I think it just tests your skills a bit more. It develops your skills more, because your workloads are up. You're batting for longer, you're bowling for longer, spending a lot more time in the field, and I think there is a need for it, really, as Harris bowls again, and it's just defended nicely into the offside to finish the over. One scored off that over then, as the score is 43 for 1.
And the lead's 175. One of my favourite cricketing recollections about the women's game. I have said this on air before, and people may have heard me say it before, but it's worth repeating. When I ran the cricket at Repton School, I had a pretty decent school first 11, some very good players, including 2 or 3 that played county cricket eventually and so on. But every 2 years we used to host an Australian school on tour, Carey Grammar School from Melbourne. And we were a boarding school, and we had 10 boarding houses, and they would come along, and I would put 3 of the Australian tourists in one house and 3 in another and 2 in another overnight, and we'd play a game, and they'd stay and then move on. Here's Lloyd bowling to Azhar, who pushes out on the offside, and I got to know their staff very well. They came every 2 years, 4 or 5 times, and I think the last time they came, they said to me, when they arrived, I said, how are you and everything else, and they said, great to see you, great to be here again. And just one thing, we've got a girl in the party this year, and she's playing in the game, and will that be a problem with accommodation? I said, no, we've got girls' boarding houses. So I just made a couple of calls, and everything was sorted. And Lloyd comes in again and bowls, and Azhar is not out, edged, and it just doesn't carry to first slip. Little bit of nip off the pitch, little bit of disappointment for David Lloyd. If we see a replay, we won't see whether it carried or not, because it's not quite in shot, but a good effort by David Lloyd. Anyway, we played this game, and I had, as I say, a good side, and the Australian tourists batted first, and I told them that there was a girl in the opposition, but when she came out to bat with a helmet on, and she was, break off as Lloyd bowls again, as her pushes out on the onside. She I wouldn't say she was particularly shapely, so she didn't look unlike a boy. If you'd stood at the side, you would have thought it was a boy. She played beautifully and made 50, and my boys were not impressed. She was 15, they were 18, 17, most of them, and she was out, I think, for 50 odd. And when they came off, I think we still won the game, but when they came off, they were a bit, we let a girl get 50. So it was a bit disgruntled. Lloyd bowls, and this is turned on the onside by Azhar, and there's no run. 43 for 1 it remains, and it was only some years later when she made a wonderful 100 in a one-day international that I tweeted a few of the boys and said, look, you can probably forgive yourselves, because it was Meg Lanning.
Oh wow.
And her parents were there as well. I remember them. We all got on very well, and they said, oh, Meg's so grateful to you, and it was brilliant. And I just thought, great, no problem. And then of course years later, just fantastic, isn't she, to watch? Great ambassador for the game as well, I think. Just a brilliant player. As this one from Lloyd is left alone outside the off stump by Azhar Ali and taken by the keeper.
Yeah, she leads the Australian team really well, doesn't she? She's
she's
great role model for girls all over the world playing cricket. And
absolutely, couldn't agree more. Well, she was a heck of a good player when she was 15, because that, they were decent school side at that age. And Lloyd again bowls outside the off stump, so good over from the Glamorgan captain, really good over. His figures now 3 overs, 2 maidens, that was a maiden, no wicket for 4. Unlucky that he didn't get Azhar for the second time, although the one in the first innings was a little glove down the leg side. And at the end of that over, it's 43 for 1. The lead is 175, and Eve Jones will have a chat. I'm going to do a little update when it comes, and then I'll pull out and allow Nick Webb to come back in alongside you, Eve.
I've heard that a few times as well. A girl got 50 against us.
Yeah,
got a girl out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Back in the day.
I don't mean it in any way disrespectfully.
Oh no,
she was brilliant. Yeah.
In comes Harrison.
Well,
pushed into the offside.
I saw a tweet this morning from a girl who plays at, there's a club called Breedon near where I live in the Vale of Evesham, and a girl called Rachel Fenny, she's at Cardiff University at the moment, plays cricket for them, and over the weekend she came home and played for her club, and with her uncle she made 99. I think her uncle made 100. Oof. And they put a massive score on together. I'll see if I can find it in a
Harris bowls again, and it's just prodded into the offside, no run taken.
And
99 out.
Well, it doesn't say, there's not enough details. There's a picture of the scoreboard, and she's standing in front of it with her uncle, and he's obviously got a big 100, and she's got 99. Yeah, he got 103, she got 99, and I know that her other uncle and her dad also play at the same club, and they've obviously knocked off a massive score. So just brilliant.
Harris bowled again, and Libby just knocks it into the offside, no run taken again.
If any of the Fenny family are listening, then congratulations, just brilliant. And I know Dad and Grandad played, and it runs in the family, but Rachel playing in men's cricket, 99, and she's a very good young player. And here comes that update. Worcestershire building their lead steadily here at New Road. They lost Ed Pollock for 5 in the second over of their second innings, but since then Azhar Ali and Jake Libby have made solid, if unspectacular, progress. Azhar at the moment is on 25, Libby is on 12, and Worcestershire are 43 for 1, this having taken a first innings lead of 132 after dismissing Glamorgan in their first innings this morning for 139, with Joe Leach taking a career best 6 for 44. So Worcestershire building their lead, 175 ahead, 43 for 1 in the 17th over. And I'll Oh yeah, actually, let Nick come in there and then you can come across here. That's probably best. Sorry, Eve, for the
Harris
confusion.
bowls and flicks it into the offside. Good dive and stop there.
So yeah, you finish
No
this
one's
over,
scored.
and then Nick can come in there, and then I'll move out, and you can move across to here. Yeah, I hope you didn't think I was patronising.
Oh, no.
when I said that. Not at all. It was just, some of these boys who are by this stage, mid-20s, late 20s, playing league cricket, etc. And I said, you remember when you were cross about that girl getting runs? Well, don't worry about it. She's one of the best players in the world, and she is, isn't she? Without a doubt.
As Harris comes in again, left alone by Libby this time.
You played against her a few times, I suppose, in the big blast.
Yeah, I've actually got her out.
Have you? Have you really?
Back in the day when I bowled.
That's a good one to remember,
That's
isn't it?
Probably the best one, yeah.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, no, she's a very good player.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, actually.
Right, Nick is going to come back in. Nick Webb from BBC Wales Sport, and when he does, I will vacate the chair here and let Eve Jones come in alongside Nick for until tea, because tea is in 5 minutes, so just be a little brief stint. Hadn't really thought that through, but never mind, sorry about that. Been thrown a bit by the different time changes today.
As the first ball of David Lloyd's over is played out on the offside by Azhar Ali, 43 for 1. Eve thought she was going to get the chance to get a chocolate brownie there, but it still sits there tantalisingly. It's alright, I shan't. I'll shift it over to you to remove any temptation whatsoever. 43 for 1 here at New Road as Lloyd bowls, and running down the pitch there came Azhar Ali, rather strangely and out of the blue, and defended to mid-wicket when he got there. Not quite sure what that was all about.
Rush of blood.
Whether he's looking to dominate the medium pace of David Lloyd, but Lloyd's started fairly tidily, and there's absolutely no time pressure for Worcestershire into the second innings, and just over halfway through the second day, as this time he plays no shot. Through to Cullen it goes, but another session won by Worcestershire, really, with Glamorgan just having another 30 for the last 2 wickets after lunch, and Worcestershire, despite the early loss of Pollock, are now pressing on, developing this lead. Lloyd bowls, and Azhar pushes out on the offside. There's no run. Suspect Glamorgan might be hoping for a run out to end this partnership. It seems as likely as anything.
Yeah, there's been a bit of dancing going on down the wicket, and looks like the only way they're going to get them out at the moment. They're playing pretty solidly, Azhar and Libby.
There's the old yes, no, sorry. 43 for 1 in the sunshine as Lloyd bowls, and Azhar on the back foot. Plays up to Hogan at mid-on, and there's no run. So Worcestershire really have had the better of quite a few sessions of this game. Glamorgan taking early wickets yesterday to give themselves some initial optimism in this match, as Lloyd bowls and jabbed through the offside, and that was nicely timed by Azhar Ali, really, as it's raced away to the short boundary on the Cathedral side for 4 runs, and he moves on to 29 off 50 deliveries. Worcestershire cruising at 47 for 1, which is a lead of 179. That was just chopped away, and it absolutely sped off the bat. He may have been forced to change it, but his backup one's not bad.
Yeah, he's timing the ball really well today. He doesn't look like he's trying to overhit the ball. He looks like he's just playing it nice and late, using the pace of the ball, and he's going well. He's on 29 now. In comes Harris. and just knocked into the leg side, and they take that quick single which is on offer. So Libby now moves to 13. Harris has bowled pretty tidily. He's gone for just the 8 runs off his 4.1 overs. I think his first ball of the spell went for 4, so since then he's bowled in good areas.
Needed to really after being slightly leaky in the first innings.
Harrison again. Lovely
Shot.
looking drive from Azza through the covers. I'm not sure it's going to go, but they're running hard and they might. No, they settle for 2. Good chase there. Timed the ball really nicely again.
Kieran Carlson, always speedy in the field. Keen to make an impression in the second innings of this match after a first ball up earlier on.
That's 50 up for Worcestershire in the 19th over. So setting up a good lead here of up now to 182. Harrison again, driven nicely straight to mid on no run.
News of the two teams' second 11s. Glamorgan 147 for 3 against Northants. Joe Cook made 42. Tom Bevan is 40 not out. That's at Milton Keynes. And Warwickshire 2s 176 for 3 against Worcestershire 2s. That is at the Edgbaston Community Ground. Wickets for Finch, Chahal and Neil.
Harris moves in then, and has just flicked off the legs of Azza down to fine leg for 1 run. Making it look quite easy now, Worcestershire batting. Obviously there's not much pressure on them with the position they're in, but they're just ticking along nicely.
Yeah, it's the sort of position where Glamorgan you're going to have to work really hard to keep any sort of atmosphere and intensity in the field.
Harrison again. Ooh, just clips him in the midriff there and drops in front of Libby.
Yeah, Harrison are getting a bit of bounce, which really all the pace bowlers have got throughout the game.
Seen a couple hit on the glove in the last few overs, both Azza and Jake Libby, I think. But I think that's been consistent throughout the game, hasn't it? There's had a couple knocks on the head and some good bounce from the seamers throughout as Harris comes in, and Libby just gets behind that one and defends it back to the bowler.
So that will be the conclusion of the afternoon's entertainment, with Worcestershire 51 for 1.
Leave it as Good afternoon from New Road in Worcester, where play's about to resume for the final session of Day 2 of this LV County Championship game between Worcestershire and Glamorgan. The situation is that at tea, Worcestershire were 51 for 1 in their second innings. That's a lead of 183. Azhar Ali on 32 and Jake Libby on 13, about to take up proceedings in the middle. And I'm Frank Watson of BBC Irvine Worcester, just about to do an update for FM listeners to our station, and then commentary will continue here. Lloyd bowls to Azhar, first run after tea as he steers that down off a thickish outside edge to third man. And when I've finished my FM update, it'll be Nick Webb of BBC Wales Sport alongside the Central Sparks, Warwickshire and Birmingham Phoenix player Eve Jones very shortly. 52 for 1 Worcestershire in the 20th over of this their second innings on day 2 in bright sunshine. David Lloyd, Glamorgan captain, in, beats Libby outside the off stump, and definitely beat him. Goes for his customary little stroll and prod at the pitch, trying to work out exactly where it pitched that one. And here comes that update that I promised to FM listeners. Yeah, the second innings is progressing quite well. Worcestershire have just resumed after tea. They're 52 for 1. Azhar Ali is on 33. He's added 1 run since the interval, and Jake Libby with him on 13. The one man out, Ed Pollock, who was called at slip by the Glamorgan captain David Lloyd off the bowling of Hogan for 5. That was 5 for 1, but a good partnership developing between these two. Just about being circumspect and cautious for Worcestershire as they build this lead on a pitch that has offered assistance to the seamers, pace and bounce throughout the game, and they're in a pretty strong position, the home side, at the moment, and hoping that by the end of the day they can put themselves into a pretty unassailable position, I should think. Jake Libby just cutting the ball down to the boundary as I speak. In fact, he only gets 2 because of a good piece of fielding. No, it is 4, and he goes to 17, and Worcestershire are 56 for 1 in the 20th over. And Nick is back. Good afternoon, Nick.
Good afternoon. The lead is 188. The afternoon cake was very pleasant, as was the afternoon ice cream, so well looked after today. 56 for 1 in the second innings on Worcestershire. 188 the lead. Lloyd is in to bowl to Libby. No shot played through to the gloves of Tom Cullen. Women's Test, Taunton, South Africa, 218 for 7, and Marizanne Cap has reached 104 not out. Eve Jones is back in alongside me. Another boundary covering that from the South Africans, having been 45 for 4.
Absolutely, Marizanne Cap 100. Wow.
Lloyd bowls, and that's allowed to go through by Libby. 56 for 1, lead 188, and well, not exactly familiar territory for England, and new territory for South Africa, a 4-day test.
Yeah, absolutely. I was playing against Marizanne Cap last week, and I was stood at slip, and she was getting tempted by quite a few drives, and she actually said she didn't think she was cut out for test match cricket, but from what we're seeing today, she certainly is. So
18 boundaries now to her credit, so yes, maybe the England men's approach to test match cricket, just go out and biff it as if it was a white ball. Right,
absolutely.
It's Michael Nisa for you.
In comes Nisa then to Azhar, and it's left alone. Oh, Marcus Labuschane's kind of leave there.
Labuschagne leave. And if you missed it earlier, the men's test, England victorious by 7 wickets. Joe Root 86 not out, Johnny Bairstow 71 not out, Ollie Pope made 82. England reached 296 for 3 and didn't take very long to do it once play eventually got underway after rain.
In comes Nisa again. This time makes Azar play and he just defends it into the offside, no run scored.
Got the feeling Glamorgan could do with a little bit of a rain dance this evening, but according to the Met Office, the chance of precipitation is only 10%. So it's not very likely today or tomorrow.
Yeah, sky's looking good here, I think, for play. Fortunately for Glamorgan, as Nisa's in again. And defended off the front foot by Azar. Blue skies, just a few clouds. Sun's out. Plenty of play left for today. Leeds now 188 ahead for Worcestershire. In comes Nisa again, charging in, and Azar defends back past the bowler for no run.
A couple of comments on Twitter. Gareth Lewis says, I hope Glamorgan are able to find the right balance in selection for the remaining red ball games, including use of the seconds. Well, even if Glamorgan lose this, as seems probable at this juncture, they'll still have a 50% record. Won 3, lost 3.
Nisa in again, and it's left alone outside off stump by Azar.
I think the thinking is that you actually have to earn a place in the first team by performing well for the seconds rather than just being thrown in on the grounds that it's your turn.
Final ball of the over then. Nisa's in and defended by Azar Ali. No run. Good over there. Made an over. Nisa's now 0 for 21 off 6 overs, and the score is 56 for 1.
Emir Evans puts a valid question. How desperate are Glamorgan to add some quality to the seam attack with no Hogan next season, this is, and Nisa potentially on international duty with the Ashes series in England. We look lightweight. Yeah, there's Tim van der Hoogten to come back into the equation after injury, but Glamorgan needs someone to come through as Lloyd bowls, and that's turned on the leg side by Libby, stopped by Carlson at mid-wicket and keeps them down for a single. 57 for 1, and with Rory Smith seemingly perpetually struggling through injury, maybe McIlroy is due an outing at some point. Jamie McIlroy has performed reasonably well for the seconds, but I'd thought that Glamorgan would have eyes on the market in the winter, as Lloyd is in to bowl and forward comes Azar defending on the offside, and there's no run. Obviously it's difficult to pick up domestic talents in terms of attracting players to a Division 2 club. You need to really sell a vision. Obviously a domestic player of the quality of Sam North East on the batting front is not easy to come by. As Lloyd in to bowl outside off stump, no shot played. Nisa is under contract for next summer. There is obviously the possibility that he'll be called up by the Australians with the Ashes Test series starting in June, I believe, rather earlier than normal next year. As we say, Hogan is retiring at the end of this season, so Glamorgan would definitely be in the market, I think, to reinforce their seam attack. As Lloyd bowls, turned on the leg side by Azza through mid-wicket, and they'll look for 2. They will get a comfortable 2 as Carlson has to retreat about 3/4 of the way back towards the pavilion boundary to field. And Worcestershire ticking along nicely to 59 for 1. So that lead approaches 200 with still 37 overs to play here. So I'm sure Wallace will be aware of that as Lloyd bowls, and that's slashed away through the offside for 4 runs by Azhar Ali, who's showing his quality in this second innings. He's definitely looking in better touch than he did in the first knock. He's made 39 now, and Worcestershire are 63 for 1. The lead is 195. And David Lloyd can chip in with useful wickets, but he's operating as a 4th rather than a 5th seamer in this match. As Lloyd into bowl, flicked off his legs, and that one will run away comfortably enough to the Diglas end. In fact, it was literally off the leg rather than off the bat, but it won't matter for Worcestershire particularly as they move further into a dominant position. 67 for 1. Lead is 199. Lloyd 6 overs 0 for 20. Nisa 6 overs 0 for 21. Michael Hogan with the only success so far for the Glamorgan attack in the second innings.
Yeah, expensive over there from Glamorgan. I think they've got to try and stop the flow of runs if they can slightly. I think Azaz's looking great, isn't he? He's timing the ball superbly, and if they can just try and calm him down a little bit. In comes Nisa, and just prodded forward and defended by Jake Libby.
Century from Marizanne Cap, by the way, was the fastest Test century scored against England's women off 151 deliveries.
Yeah, she's a good player. Predominantly an opening bowler, a feisty opening bowler, but she's more than capable with the bat, as shown today. As Nisa's into bowl. Oh, a bit of a play and miss from Libby.
Yeah, we saw that consistently, didn't we, during the Glamorgan innings, that the playing and missing. The Worcestershire bowlers found the edge of the bat frequently.
Yeah, Libby coming down just to do a bit of gardening, have a chat with Azza as he walks back to prepare himself for the next delivery.
6 of the Glamorgan batsmen were caught behind the wicket by keeper or slips. Only Byram chipping to mid-on. The exception of those.
In comes Nisa again then, defended by Libby. Got right behind that one.
And Worcestershire so far have produced 2 outstanding performances. Barnard with the bat and Leach with the ball. That have been far better than anything Glamorgan could muster so far in the first 2 days.
Yeah, Leach was a real big threat this morning, wasn't he? He just kept consistently putting the ball in the right areas and really troubled Glamorgan batsmen. In comes Nisa again, and the play missed by Jake Libby.
Yeah, difficult from our angle to tell how much the ball is moving, but you have to say that it's fairly consistently higher bounce than the average K&T match. There's a lot coming through above waist height.
It's been consistently like that throughout the whole game though, so obviously second innings for Worcestershire now. They've had a good look at the wicket and know what it's doing. In comes Nisa again, 5th ball of the over. Another play missed by Jake Libby. Some good carry there from Nisa.
Worcestershire seconds finding it difficult with the ball. Warwickshire 202 for 3. Dan Mosley is 93 not out, having opened.
Did I see Chris Wokes was playing
Is
in
he?
that game?
I'll check that for you now.
Have I made that up?
No, you're absolutely correct.
In comes Nisa, driven, and good diving stop by backward point there, saves the run. So that completes the over, maiden over by Nisa. Score is 67 for 1.
Chris Wokes made 67 of 97 balls, batting at number 4. So he's made a bit of an impression on the Worcestershire second 11 bowlers. It's unusual that, I presume he's just playing for a couple of days to feel his way back into fitness. As players are allowed to come in and out of those second 11 games to some extent.
Bit unfortunate for Worcestershire having to come up against Chris Wokes though, but all good.
As Lloyd bowls, turns on the leg side by Azza, and there's no run. Glamorgan seconds, 177 for 4 against Northants. Tom Bevan 60, not out. Joe Cook made 42. And Douthwaite and Gorvin from the first 11 squad were sent across the Midlands. As Lloyd is into Azza, who defends up to mid-on. Just trickling to Carlson, who needs to improve his football skills. Interesting that Wokes was not thought ready to play in a first 11 game, but Warwickshire away to Northants. They could have done with him because Northants piled up 451. Lloyd bowls, punched off the back foot by Azza, but straight to cover, and there's no run. Look at what's happening elsewhere in Division 2. In the top of the table game, Nottinghamshire declared on 551 for 8. Lyndon James made 155. Hasib Hamid earlier 101. Middlesex 15 for 1. Lloyd bowls outside off stump. Allowed to go through by Azza, and Nottinghamshire are indeed on treble pato for their bowling attack. Patterson, White, Pattinson and Patterson. As experienced against Glamorgan earlier this season, it's not the easiest. Although the one I've struggled with is Salter and Slater. I hope they don't come up against each other too often. Lloyd bowls, pushed away on the leg side by Azza Ali to backward points, and there's no run. Down at Hove, Derbyshire declared as well. Is that correct? On exactly the same score, 551 for 8. What do the odds say? Derbyshire made that with Wayne Madsen 176, Anaj Dal 146 not out. Sussex in by 67 for 2. There's Lloyd in. Bowls left by Azza Ali with the whip of the bat towards the leg side. End the over. Worcestershire 67 for 1. The lead still 199.
Good tight bowling there from Glamorgan. I think that's 2 maidens on the trot, so sometimes that's the only thing you can do, try and create a bit of pressure by bowling dots and hope the batsmen make mistakes that way.
I was thinking when Frank introduced you then with Central Sparks, Warwickshire, Birmingham, Phoenix and the occasional white kit game. You got 4 lots of kit?
And the rest.
3 colours and...
Yeah, all sorts.
And the whites?
All sorts, yeah. In comes Nisa then. Ooh.
That was a fast delivery.
That was sharp. Played and missed by Jake Libby. Yeah, a few different coloured sets of pads, helmets. I'm going to have an extension on my house, I think, because there's just nowhere to put it all these days.
What, you have to go different to matching helmets to all your kits as well, do you?
A lot of them, yeah. We have team helmets. Obviously, Birmingham Phoenix, we've got a bright gold helmet, bright gold pads, which I don't think you'll ever use again if you don't play for the Phoenix. You can't really rock that out in club cricket. In comes Nisa, and defended by Libby into the offside for no run.
Wait until there's a women's IPL, then you'll have the chance to use the gold pads.
They look quite cool, to be fair. But yeah, you couldn't rock up to a club cricket game and
you'd soon get one on the head, wouldn't you?
You would soon get one on the head. You'd get a bit of stick for that as well, I think. Rightly so. In comes Nisa again then to Jake Libby. Left alone outside the off stump this time. Good follow through by Nisa there.
I think you have a Welsh element in Central Sparks, don't you?
Not quite.
No? Gwennon Davis?
Oh, sorry, yes we do. Gwennon Davis. Yep, she's from Swansea, I think.
That's our neck of the woods, Swansea underneath.
Yeah. Now living in Shrewsbury. In comes Nisa again. Defended by Libby into the offside, no run. Yeah, we cover a lot of ground, Central Sparks. We obviously the West Midlands region, we've got players from all over. Quite equally spread over the region. Some from Staffs, a couple from Shropshire, Warwickshire, Worcestershire. I think Emily Arlott's from Herefordshire. In comes Nisa again then, defended by Libby onto the leg side this time, no run scored.
Always thought it was a shame that the regional identities that you already had in the women's game, which are only 4 or 5 years old or whatever it is, of the Super League, that they couldn't be transposed then into 100 teams as well to make life a bit simpler for everyone following the women's game.
Why would people do that, eh?
You're just starting to build one product and then you say, well, actually this other product is better.
Yeah. Well, they run quite nicely together, the regional stuff and the 100, as Nisa bowls defended into the offside by Libby. Good tight bowling here from Glamorgan. 3 maidens on the trot. Lead still 199.
And Nisa still scratching away at the crease. As he makes sure that his landing area is exactly how he wants it for the next over. It just seems a little uncharacteristically quiet for Glamorgan, with the opposition effectively 199 for 1, and really a clatter of wickets needed for Glamorgan to haul themselves back into this game. David Lloyd is into Azhar Ali, and he allows that one to go through to Tom Cullen. .67 for 1, the only man out. Ed Pollock caught Lloyd, bowled Hogan for 5, so he hasn't really enjoyed his return to the side in place of the injured Jack Haynes. And Taylor Cornell adding to the injury list as Lloyd is into bowl, and as a defence, correctly jabbing back down onto the ball. If you weren't listening earlier, then Taylor Cornell, who was hit on the head, went on 6 in the first innings, went on to make 25 and fielded for the rest of yesterday, but at fairly short notice, fairly close to the start, he was withdrawn from the side after further concussion checks, as Lloyd is in to bowl to Azhar, who tries to cut but gets right on top of it and sends it down into the ground, bouncing up to Salter at point. And concussion and COVID being the 2 cases where you can replace a side fully, apart from replace a player fully in the match and allow the replacement to bat and bowl. Although it has to be a like for like. You can't replace a batsman with an extra seamer or a seamer with a top order batter, etc. Lloyd into bowl to Azzo, almost plays on as the ball just trickles back past the stumps, and David Lloyd running down the wicket, can't believe that didn't dislodge the bails there. As I watched that one bounce down close to his foot, in fact he almost kicked it onto his stumps.
We were saying how late he plays the ball, but he played that really late, right under his eyes, and as you say, nearly trickled onto his leg stump there.
Gives himself a bit of extra time, but it almost worked against him on that occasion. David Lloyd perhaps heartened by that. Turns, races in, bowls, and he drives back to the bowler, and David Lloyd threatens to shy down the stumps in case Ezra had stepped forward. Bit of North Walian moment of temper there from David Lloyd, who's
He gave him a bit of a look as well, didn't he?
frustrated.
And he's walked back to his bowler's mark.
It's not normally a hugely demonstrative sort of bloke, David Lloyd. Looking to lead from the front. Square leg has been sent back to close to the boundary as Lloyd bowls, and it's played to point. Salter parries the ball to stop it. 67 for 1, and yet another maiden. David Lloyd now 8 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 20. Michael Neese has bowled 3 maidens out of his 8. He has 0 for 21. Glamorgan drying up the runs here, even if they can't get a further breakthrough. 67 for 1. The lead is 199 here on BBC Sport Online and via the Worcestershire and Glamorgan websites.
Nearly got one there though, Nick. That one that nearly rolled back onto the stumps. It was very, very close, wasn't it?
We nearly booted it on as the ball bounced down in the area of leg stump. I think it would have missed, and then as I tried to kick it away from the stumps and actually kicked it slightly closer.
Here's Nisa from the Diglis end into bolted Libby, who turns this on the leg side for a single, goes to 19. He's faced 70 balls, been very, very watchful, trying to bat himself into a bit of form here. Jake Libby. Just talking to Eddie Brevin in the press box, Nick, and he was saying he'd been down and had a chat with Michael Hogan down on the boundary, and Hogan reporting that he thinks this pitch has got a lot flatter and a lot easier in this afternoon session with the sun on it, as we thought it might. And I suppose that speaks further for its quality as a cricket pitch, as Nisa bowls and Azar repeats the shot that Libby played off the ball before and picks up a single. All we need now is for it to turn square on the last day, and you can see it was the perfect cricket pitch. Help the seamers at first, flatten out a bit and then turn. You don't get many like that. James Harris warming up at mid-on.
Flicking through the BBC scorecards, there's a few names spotted before. The Trishi Warriors against the Tirupur Tamizans. It's an Indian 2020 domestic game, apparently. Obviously not IPL.
Here's Nisa again, bowls, and Libby pushes defensively. Played on the offside.
Played at the Indian Cement Company ground.
Ah, yes. Good hard tracks there.
Oh.
Yeah.
You get that in the Asian subcontinent, don't you, with a lot of companies named railways and gas and so on and so forth.
Less so than you used to, I think, but they always used to, didn't they? Pakistan International Airlines had a team for a long time, didn't they? In comes Nisa again and bowls. Libby appears to have adopted a slightly new trigger movement today, just almost taking a little, almost a jump almost forward before playing that one. Just keep an eye on that. Nisa scratches away at the foot marks at the Diglis end. 69 for 1, 27th over. Fairly sedate progress by Worcestershire, but they won't be at all bothered about that as they build this lead. And It's now over 200. As Nisa is in again, and Libby again adopts that little forward press and then lets it go outside the off stump.
I'll do one more over and then let the Welsh side of the equation be represented by my learned colleague Mr. Bevan.
Perfect, that's fine. And then I'll go through with him to 5:30 or perhaps just past that, and then we can perhaps bring Eve back or see how you're getting on with your other commitments. 69 for one here. Lovely sunny evening and as good a crowd as we've had all day, I suspect, as Nisa bowls and bangs that one in short, and Libby pivots and keeps it down almost tennis style, gets a single out to square leg, and that is the end of the over. 70 for one.
Who'd be a bowler at the Oval? Surrey piled up 673 for 7 declared. There were centuries for Hashim Amla, for Ben Geddes, who both made 124, Sam Cohen made 126, and Will Jacks, who was batting down the order for some reason, presumably been off the field with injury, he made 103, not out. Kent in reply 58 for 2. Scoreboard pressure or what?
It's always been a good pitch at the Oval to bat on, isn't it? I can't remember a time when it wasn't. Always been quick and bouncy, but always a pitch that you felt that when batsmen get in, they go big.
As
James Harris
switches ends, having operated earlier in the innings at the Diglis end. He's now at the New Road end. 5 overs, 0 for 11, so more economical than the first innings. Can he find a wicket? As he's in and played on the offside by Libby to cover, and there's no run. In Division 1, the game at Chelmsford, I presume it's at Chelmsford, is moving on apace. Essex 2-3-8 all out, Hampshire 1-6-3 all out, with Harmer taking 8 for 46, the South African spinner, and Essex in their second innings are 187 for 8, lead of 2-6-2. Some runs down the order from Russington and Harmer. Harris bowls, 4 runs to third man.
As you join us, Jake Libby just bringing a round of applause from the Worcestershire supporters for a lovely square drive to the boundary, takes him to 24. It's been a watchful innings from Libby, equally watchful at the other end, but slightly more productive has been Azhar Ali. He's on 40 off 78 balls. The one man out in the innings, Ed Pollock, who went for 5, but Worcestershire building a good lead in this game, 207 runs ahead. They're now 74 for 1 in the 28th over of their second innings.
As that one's down the leg side, it's retrieved by Cullen. Top ball, 74 for 1. James Harris 3 for 96, and to be fair, they were reasonable wickets for James Harris. But he'll know he's capable of bowling a bit more tightly than that. He took the wickets of Roderick and D'Oliveira and Baker. Harris bowls, defended to point, no run. Libby 24 off 78 balls. Both batters have faced 78 now, and so Ali going rather more quickly on 40. But it's the fact that they've calmed things down after the early loss of Ed Pollock for 5. That is benefiting Worcestershire. The lead of over 200 as Harris bowls. Driven to cover. No run for Jake Libby, who is digging in for the long haul. It seems 31 overs to bowl tonight, so unless we get a fair few of Andrew Salter, maybe a couple of Colin Ingram, then we're looking at a finish after 7 o'clock, because we started half an hour late today because of rain at breakfast time. Harris motoring in, bowls, driven into the offside, scrambling, stopped by Kieran Carlson, moving round from mid-off, but still a single for Libby. And the end of Harris is over. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 16. Worcestershire are 75 for 1. The lead is 207 approximately, and the Welsh perspective will be represented by Mr. Edward Bevan.
Thank you to Nick Webb. So, James Harris, 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 16. A bit tidier than he was in the first innings, but as yet wicketless. Michael Nisa also wicketless in this innings, having bowled very well yesterday for his 3 for 40. He was a constant threat and bowled with some pace and fire. He comes in there from the Diglis end and bowls a bouncer to Libby, who ducks underneath it, and it's taken by Tom Cullen behind the stumps. Cullen, who kept wicket, I thought, really well in the first innings, picked up 4 catches, was it, or 5 catches, and one of them was a really good one down the leg side to get Taylor Cornell. Batsman you could class as unfortunate, but he made good ground, Cullen, and then also dived and got both hands to it, held onto it as he hit the ground. It was a really good catch. 75 for 1 it is here, as Nisa moves in again and bowls, and Libby is in behind this, pushing up to mid-on.
Most Welsh listeners will tell you I've got a lot of admiration for Tom Cullen. He led in successive years the second 11 to a 220 second 11 championship. He came in at Derby 2 years ago. Glamorgan were faltering in a run chase, got 15, won the game, and always, as we saw today, that he's there, he's a little fighter, and he really is a good club man, and they've got a little problem I'll tell you about.
Nisa in bowls, and Libby is beaten by that one. He does that thing where he pulls his bat away, like a bit like we saw so often in the Glamorgan innings from Byron, but on that occasion I think he did actually play at that. Yeah, go on, Eddie, about the keeping.
Well, we got Horton, who's signed a 5-year contract when he was about 15, and he's a very, very good young wicket keeper, and really I've only seen Horton keep wicket and bat a couple of times in T20, but they've got a problem who they're going to pick.
Nisa again is in and bowls, and they
will probably
is forward to that.
Have to stick with a young man, 18, 5-year contract, England under 19, Alex Horton. But I think if another county came in and were looking for someone, you have no hesitation recommending young Cullen. He's a proper clubman.
Yeah. And he's done a good job here, that is for sure. Here's Nisa. He's in and bowls to him, and Libby on the back foot pushes out on the offside, and he also didn't bat too badly either. In the context of this game, he stuck around for a long time for his 21, didn't he? Just looking, he faced 50 balls. He was in for over an hour, so yeah, I can see what you're getting at really there.
Never, very, very rarely drops a catch.
He's very rarely dropped a ball in this game.
He's one of them.
Very tidy.
Then you say yesterday on commentary that you were a wicketkeeper.
Yeah.
A wicketkeeper admiring one another is good.
Nisa bowls, and that's allowed. And played at it actually. Not I say allowed through. He played at it, and it's through to Cullen. It's the end of the over. Good over from Nisa.
He's bowled well.
10 overs, another maiden. 10 overs, 4 maidens, and no wicket for 24. He has, yes. I think they've bowled very well actually. They've restricted these two considerably in terms of scoring opportunities.
They do. This Tim van der Gooten, who's been out for a long time, a very good third seamer, and probably will be out for another couple of weeks. He's done a hamstring, and if there is a weakness, you see David Lloyd is only an occasional bowler, but I thought he bowled very well this afternoon.
And
it's difficult then, isn't it, when you wouldn't say he's a recognised fourth seamer.
Yeah.
As we got here, James Harris comes in now and bowls to Azza. Azza turns it away on the onside. And Hogan will field. Takes the score on to 76 for 1. And they will make sure first that they don't want to lose any wickets and then pile on the runs tomorrow. I will look for the declaration, I would have thought, around tea time. I don't know about you, but I see so many captains these days go on and on, and then they might drop 6 or 7 wickets and be 150 runs short. You've got to give the other side a chance.
Yeah, I agree.
In comes Harris, he's over the wicket and bowls and short, cut away down towards the third man area. It's picked up by Byron, who returns on the full.
I mean, I'm sure you're pretty accurate in your assessment of what they'll do, but you can imagine that if the lead is, well, it's over 200 already, if it's near 300 by the end of today, or certainly 260 or 270, if they went on till tea, they might get too many tomorrow, actually, to give Glamorgan any chance.
Yes.
It might be that they should be looking to pull out at lunchtime or something like that. Depends how it
back
goes.
themselves, certainly. Harris bowls, and that just gets up to Shane, and it doesn't seem to be to the best of runners. Or he doesn't know his partner particularly well.
It's a bit of both, I think. There's always a chance, isn't there, when he's at the crease. If you were out there, you'd be saying, "Come on, lads, there's always a chance of a run out with this chap in."
And even I can go back, you see, of the days of 3-day cricket and how it was played then, and you didn't have the drying of ground as we've got now. They're perfect. You're up and going. And if rain interfered, then you had to work out a declaration and then go from there, and then you have some wonderful 3-day finishes. As Harris is in again, bowls. This is left outside the off stump, and I don't think captains say now. They say, "Oh, this time of the season, being at the start of the season or the end, no, we don't want to give them the points." But a hugely negative way to play the game.
Well, it hasn't been helped by the introduction of this 8 points for the draw, has it? It's a big reward for a draw, I think.
People still go on and say, a good draw. I don't think people like good draws.
No, well, I mean, it's possible, but they're few and far between.
Exactly. Then comes Harris and bowls. It's good delivery, that just came in, and had to push it back down the pitch.
I've got one other theory on it, and at the risk, I hate people to say, "Oh, they're just talking about the way it used to be." And
No, I won't accept that.
As a coach and a teacher of a lot of years, I have another theory, a little bit about why games aren't necessarily imaginatively handled. I'll just talk about it after this one.
Which is from Harris and bowls, and that's a bouncer, and it lifts, and little Tom McCullough has a dive up the goalkeeper, put it over the bar, one-handed. End of the over, and the score now has moved on to 77 for 1, and Worcestershire very well placed.
Yeah, I think because even players of 25, 26, 30 years old now that have played the game, even at professional level, they haven't played that much cricket where the declaration has been involved in their entire careers. As youngsters, they're only ever playing limited overs cricket.
Yeah.
You rarely play any club cricket now that isn't just straight win or lose. Although in the Birmingham League up here, which is our Premier League, they play half the games are win or lose and half the games you can have a draw. But they just haven't got even very experienced cricketers in inverted commas haven't got the experience of playing those sort of games where a creative, imaginative captain has managed the game and created a declaration, etc., etc., dangled the carrot, as we say. You just don't get it anymore, do you?
No.
Here's Hogan, who's come on at the Digley Centre to replace Nisa, and he starts with a quickish delivery outside off stump with maybe leaves alone.
Pretty good standard years ago in the South Wales Cricket Association. We used to have a county player come in to play against you every week. It was so simple. Whoever won the game got most runs, which to mean there's no 10 over restrictions. If my side got 240 to 50, I would open sometimes with 2 spinners and things like that, and try and be a little bit imaginative.
Yeah. That's a lovely shot from Libby as Hogan over pitches on off stump, and Jake Libby has been fairly choosy in what he's had a go at in this innings. He's not played anything loose, but he let his hands go through that one. It was full and wide, and drove it nicely through extra cover for 4, and he moves on to 30. A circumspect knock, but yeah, good shot. He's faced 89 balls, it's 81 for 1.
A couple of years ago, 180 up here.
Yeah, he started with a real bang in his Worcestershire career, and two seasons.
Often you see people changing counties.
I've got a theory on that as well. Hogan bowls and he pushes this up to mid-on. You probably share it because it's fairly obvious, but I always think batsmen, as in, not all-rounders, but batsmen, top 5-6 batsmen who move counties, who are allowed to move counties. They move counties not because they want England recognition or they're moving to a bigger county, but they move because they want more opportunity. They're very often batsmen who have an average of about 30 or 32. Here's Libby pushing this one out on the offside. They're not. They've
perfectly understand.
They've maybe scored a couple of hundreds in their careers, or they've done enough to show that they can do it, but they haven't done it frequently enough to nail down a side. That was Libby at Notts completely, and Notts go out and get Hamid, and they get Slater, and they get Duckett, and they bring people in, and he thinks, well, I'm going to have a better chance elsewhere. And they're very often players, as I say, who average 30 odd, and it's whether or not they kick on. He came here and kicked on straight away. He really has. He'd probably get out now as Hogan bowls, and he drives actually beautifully straight up the ground. Lovely shot, even better. Just let that come, didn't try and hit it too hard, made sure that he got it between the bowler and mid-on, and that's 2 boundaries this over for Libby, and he goes to 34, and it's 85 for 1, and he really has made the most of the opportunity since he's come here.
Yeah, and that's good for him
to see. Yeah, absolutely. And there are other players that do it, and Derbyshire over the years have picked up 1 or 2, and so have Glamorgan, I think.
Well, look at Gloucestershire, the people they picked up.
Yeah. Here's Hogan again, bowls, and Libby gets more runs this time through mid-wicket, probably a couple, as he's worked it away through a biggish gap. Out there to Billy Root out on the boundary, and the throw comes in, and they take 2, so 10 off that over from Hogan, and Libby scored them all. He's 36, Azhar Ali is 41, and Worcestershire building this lead nicely. 219 now, they're 87 for 1.
Another case in point is Ryan Higgins going to Ryan Higgins now. A very, very good all-rounder. Chap Scott also went there. But there are other reasons I'm not going to mention. You can guess what they are when you move. Well, Gloucestershire lost Miles, they lost Norwell up the road to Warwickshire, and obviously the wealthy clubs make better offers.
Yeah, we've seen that here, and I think there's not much doubt that we're probably going to see it again in the next year or 2 as well.
There's this young lad, not so young now, James Harris. As he comes in now, starts another over, bowls to Azhar, gets behind it and nudges it away to cover. I thought he was going to play for England. I remember his first game at Gloucester, 16, he wasn't 17 years of age, and
I remember it,
he picked up 11, 12. He was a superb bowler, and then he went to join Middlesex. You couldn't blame him, but has never been the same bowler since.
Yeah,
which that's sad for me. Then he comes in from the new road end, bowls again outside the off stump, goes through to Cullen. The score now is 87 for 1 and 132 onto that, and over 200 lead. And how many overs left this evening?
26 after this. Yeah,
they're going to be till 7 o'clock, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I got a nice trip to Chelmsford on Saturday, Nick and I. Can you imagine that? For a couple of hours knockabout.
Yeah.
Harris bowls, that adjusts at the last moment. The wristy little poke out into the offside. Harris is in his 8th over. Not for 15.
I didn't do it this year, but on one year, I think it was about 3 years ago, I did a trip to Durham just for a T20 on a Sunday.
I've done that.
Oh, A long way.
3:15 I got home, I remember. There's Harris again, bowling a tight line, but this one just drifts away down the leg side. In come Carlson very, very quickly. Hurls it in on the half volley, which no wicketkeeper likes.
Yeah, it's a long. I did the 4-dayer at Durham the other day, well, a couple of weeks ago. That's not so bad when you go up there for that long time, but you go there, quick game, and you seem to be back in the car almost straight away.
Yeah.
It's pretty thankless, isn't it?
It's got to be a one-night stay when we do that sort of thing. Thankfully, we haven't done that for years.
I like going to Durham. Nice place when you get
It's
there.
a
They look
beautiful
after you
spot.
very well, but it's a long way away.
Well, I suppose it's a lovely looking shot, but it stopped well by the bowler himself. That's his 42. Will he be catching it up now? He's down to 36. Quiet passage of play with Worcestershire accumulating now and having had the best, easily having had the best of this game. It all happened, I think, last night when they lost 3 wickets. Harris from this end bowls again. That forces Azam to the back foot, nudges it out into the covers, and that's another over gone by. 26 overs left, 88 for 1 in the second innings.
Yeah, 2 outstanding performances, Worcestershire, really, to push them into this position. One from Ed Barnard with the bat, and then from his fellow Salopian Joe Leach with the ball. Leach is an important figure for Worcestershire. He's missed 2 or 3 games before this with his back injury, and when he isn't there, they can bowl tidily and they can bowl
Not
accurately, but
yeah.
they just don't have that spearhead, which is why this potential arrival of Mohammad Hasnain for these last few games is quite exciting, because he's somebody with real pace, although he's very green in terms of red ball cricket experience. But Joe Leach is that happy knack of taking wickets in little bursts, and he did it twice in this game, once last night, once again this morning, and it makes such a difference. He just gets on a roll. Hogan bowls to Azhar down the leg side, and that's gone for 4. We'll just have a look to see whether he's got a little tickle. No, leg bys, passed very fine, quickly along the ground, past the diving Cullen, and down to the boundary. So Worcestershire's score goes on to 92 for 1.
Yeah, this is exactly the same as Glamorgan. Only with Hogan and Lisa, not only in championship matches but in one-day games, invariably strike in the first or second or third over.
Yeah.
And it's such a benefit, such a help to the side.
Well, Leach hasn't played T20 cricket for a good while, but certainly when he's firing and having given up the captaincy, it's been good to see him return to form a little bit more. So Hogan bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Azhar this time. He's a bowler that, well, as you saw this morning, you know, as he approaches the crease, you're expecting something to happen. He bowls at the wickets as well. That helps.
Not only that, he's such a whole-hearted trier.
Completely, yeah.
But he gives that impression.
Bowls at the stump, so you don't often get leave.
No.
And that's why he's maybe occasionally a bit more expensive. You know, 3 for 18 off 2 overs last night. But he makes things happen. As Hogan bowls, and Azhar plays this very late, pushes up to mid-on, and there's no run. Azhar Ali, 42 off 90, unflappable at the crease. Given what we've said about the running occasionally being a little bit unpredictable, but he has a calmness and a presence at the crease that I find very relaxing, really, almost.
I don't know if you've come across the Derbyshire opener.
Yep, seen a fair bit of him. Yeah. Here's Hogan again, and I've got him out, haven't I? I've done him a calming presence. He just nicks that one from Hogan, and Cullen picks up another catch. Just pushed at it a little bit, didn't he, I think? Just make sure that's not going to go off on us. 92 for 3, so I've cursed him by saying how calm and measured he was, but he played really well.
2, I think, because it is 3.
Oh, yeah. Beg your
People would
pardon.
love to see 3, but
Yeah, I was looking at it and it'd already gone up and I was adding one on. 92 for 2, so Azhar Ali out. Good partnership, 87 for that second wicket between Azhar and Jake Libby. The junior partner Libby on 36, but Azhar goes for 42 made off 91 deliveries and he hit 7 fours, but he's gone caught by Cullen. It's his 6th catch of the game, and the persevering Hogan has picked up his 2nd wicket of the innings.
Picked up his 900th yesterday in all cricket.
900, that's great, isn't it? That's brilliant. I'm glad he's managed to pass that milestone before the end of his career, because he's really deserved it. This is a moment that we didn't expect now, because Tom Felt is coming out to bat. It's his first appearance of the season, and he's playing as a concussion substitute for Taylor Cornell, who was playing in only his 2nd game, and so this is an unexpected one. Tom Fell got up this morning, went to Birmingham to play for the Seconds, and then got the call to come here as the concussion substitute against everybody's expectations. And well, I suppose he's got an opportunity to make a mark here. It'll be a while since he's played on a pitch like this at this level, but yeah.
I'll give one more over.
Yeah, of course, and then Eve can come in.
Yes.
Yeah, Tom Felt pretty much out of the picture, really, in terms of first team selection this season. But if he were to make a good impression here, who knows whether he might be able to change things. Of course,
he had that terrible illness.
Had a terrible illness, came back from it, and in that 2020 season made a match-winning 100 at Northampton in front of an empty ground. It was his first 100 since the illness. I'll just break off as Hogan comes in and bowls, and he just gets a short one which he fends down, and it bounces in front of him. He loses it, and it almost hit the stump. Certainly went very, very close to them, and that really took him by surprise. I don't know whether we're going to see a replay. Yeah, here we go. We'll see whether it did actually hit the stumps. Banged in short. He got in behind it, and it popped down and it spun back. Oh, didn't quite, just missed the stump.
It happened in Cardiff last week, hit the stumps, they didn't move.
But what I was going to say was he got this 100 at Northampton, and it was his first one since he'd come back from the illness, and it was a real emotional moment, for the whole
very, very
squad,
emotional.
the whole dressing room really, and he stood out in the middle, and it was a brilliant innings. But he hasn't kicked on, and there was a frustrating run of poor form towards the end of last season. He's found himself out of the picture. He waits now and lets that go outside the off stump. But he's a highly talented cricketer, and I'd love to see him do well again. Brilliant golfer, absolutely brilliant. End of the over, 92 for 2. Fell yet to get off the mark. Libby 36.
I'm very envious if he's a fine golfer.
Yeah. Very, very fine. Jake Libby did both. That's the best 2 golfers on the Worcestershire staff out there in the middle at the moment.
Is it?
Libby and but one Fell I think takes the honours really. Yeah. Anyway. We've got a chance. We're going to see a bit of spin.
Yes, I might have just given Harris one more, especially the new batsman, but Glamorgan sticking at it, rotating the bowlers, and it'll be Andrew Salter now to bowl to Jake Libby. He is on 35 from 95 ball. Very patient, very opening batsman innings. This just got the close slip, and then a man on the drive on the onside, and a deep mid wicket. A man on the 45 cover, extra cover, all very deep, saving one and mid off. Andrew Salter, who bowled pretty well. He didn't take a wicket in the first innings, but he's going to try now with his first ball. He's played up to Carlson, who's on the drive there. Let's see what. He did a good ball, 18 overs for 47 runs, which is not bad.
Tidy.
Fills an end. Carlson bowls. That's played in the same direction. Very quick-footed Carlson. Fields running to his right.
Over the wicket he comes again and tosses this one up outside the off stump. The arm ball going through, but talking about opening batsmen, the great Glamorgan opener is upstairs. Alan Jones.
Oh, is he?
Alan?
Right, I do, and I had a lovely lunch with him at Monmouth School.
Lovely man.
When, his brother was running the cricket there, and I was working for RGS Worcester.
His son.
Son, I meant, yeah. Of course. And Graham Burgess was there as well.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Steve does a lot. Steve James, though.
Yes, I know. Yeah, I knew that. We keep in touch a bit on Twitter, Steve and I.
Good man.
Yeah, top man. And he writes so well too, I think.
He does. Salter balls, forces him on the back foot. A bit of variation from Andrew Salter.
He wrote a couple of very good pieces about footwork and Zach Crawley and Alex Lees in the test match last week, and I agreed with every word.
Yep.
And I told him so.
Yes.
Yes. He makes the technical sound very simple and clear, which is a great skill, I think, in writing.
Salter balls. Libby goes back and forces this time away from Carlson, who picks up and throws. That's the only run of the over. And Worcestershire still strongly paced. They're 92 for 2, and you can add 132 onto that.
Yeah.
And gives you. Plus Frank can work it out. His brain is probably better than mine. He says no.
Yeah.
Nice to see him. And will we see him in Cardiff later on in the season?
I don't think. No, it's Dave Bradley, I think, but I'll do the update. Thanks, Eddie Bevan. And Worcestershire going well. They've lost a wicket since you were last here. Azhar Ali out caught by the wicket-keeper Tom Cullen off the bowling of the persevering Michael Hogan for 42. That after a partnership of 87 for the second wicket with Jake Libby. Libby is still there, going along quite nicely. He's on 37, not rushing. He's faced 101 balls, nor does he need to. Tom Fell's joined him. First appearance of the season for Fell. He's in as a concussion substitute for Taylor Cornell, who was hit on the helmet yesterday. But Worcestershire in a very, very good position indeed. First innings lead of 132. They've extended that by a further 93. They're 93 for 2, 24 overs left in the day, building a very, very healthy lead indeed. And Eve Jones is back. Good afternoon, Eve.
Hello again.
Hope you've had a nice break. We've not had too stressful a day today, with 4 of us being able to share the workload. And it's been a fairly sleepy period in the game, hasn't it, after all the excitement of this morning?
Yeah, it was a entertaining first session, wasn't it? Joe Leach obviously bowling really well and getting key wickets early on, and yeah, I think Worcestershire just carrying on now and creating a big score as possible.
Playing it exactly the right way as Hogan bowls again to Libby, and that left alone and then nipped back from outside the off stump, past the off stump, very, very close, and David Lloyd, the Glamorgan captain, was threw his hands skywards, and there were groans out there from those behind the stumps, and looking at the replay I can see why. That missed the off stump by a whisker and carried on moving then away to the left as Cullen went to take it. He was about 2 or 3 feet outside leg stump by the time he took it. So there's a little bit of movement in the air, a little bit of shape, as well as still, as Azhar proved when he nicked that one in Hogan's last over, still maybe just a little bit of nip off the seam as well. Hogan is in, bowls, and Libby just does the curtain rail. Didn't play at that one, I don't think. He pulled the bat away, as we saw so frequently earlier on from Eddie Byram. Made to look as though he was playing at it, but didn't. Azhar Ali, 42, made 21 in the first innings. Doesn't sound great, but both fairly solid contributions at number 3. Having come in, well, it was almost like opening. He was in the second over today and the first over yesterday. Here's Hogan again from the Diglis end bowls, and that's fended down on the leg side by Libby. Again, evidence that even with the ball 35 overs old, and Michael Hogan having said that he thinks the pitch has flattened out, there's still a little bit in it, and that bounced, and it's a leg by as it hit Libby on the thigh pad or the arm or whatever, but he was certainly discomforted by that. And the score moves on to 94 for 2, 1 ball left in the over for Tom Fell to negotiate. Fell waits Bat raised as Hogan is in and bowls to him, and he lets that go outside the off stump, and there's no run. So it's an opportunity for Fell, but I've a bit of sympathy for him, Eve, because in terms of mental preparation, he got up this morning and got in the car and drove up to Birmingham to play at Portland Road against Warwickshire Seconds, and instead at 20-6 he finds himself out racing Michael Hogan on a pitch that's offering a fair bit of pace and bounce. So I've got a bit of sympathy for him, but it's an opportunity as well.
Yes, is it the first game since September?
First game of red ball cricket, as far as of first class cricket, certainly as far as I'm aware. Yeah,
definitely a good opportunity for him to try and get himself in here and get himself a few runs. Salter's into bowl and defended back to the bowl, that no run. Sometimes that's not a bad thing when you sort of just thrown in, you don't have too much time to
could work both ways.
Overthink things,
Yeah, could work both ways.
Salter in again. Floated up a little bit more this time, and it's pushed to mid on for no run. Good opportunity for Jake Libby as well to try and get himself back into a bit of form. He's going all right here on 37. In comes Salter. Thought about playing it, but left it in the end. Salter in again. Good flight and driven nicely to mid off for no run. Yeah, he's got the time and there's not much pressure on Worcestershire at the moment, is there? So he's got a good opportunity to get himself a few here and get himself back into some good nick.
Yeah, absolutely. Just literally play the ball on its merits. There's no scoreboard pressure whatsoever. He's got good powers of concentration. Proved that in the past.
And Salter's in again here and it's flicked off his legs into the leg side to the deep fielder for one run. That concludes the over. Just the one run off it, and that's 95 for 2 here. Libby moving to 38 now.
And if you're just joining us, story of the day very quickly. Overnight, Glamorgan 32 for 3. Bit of early morning rain delayed the start till 11:30. Joe Leach wasted little time in continuing to wreak havoc as he had last night. Took 3 wickets last night, 2 in 2 balls this morning in the second over of the day. North East out for 9 and Carlson without scoring, and thereafter Charlie Morris got Billy Root out for 8. I'll just break off as Hogan comes in and bowls to Libby, who pushes defensively out on the offside. Billy Root out for 8. Tom Cullen then for 21 after adding 43 for the 7th wicket. Michael Neser going just before lunch for 4, bowled by Ed Barnard. Leach having picked up Cullen to get his 6th wicket, and then after lunch the last 2 wickets going down. Salter out to Barnard for 15 and Byram, who'd been there since the start, out for 57. In comes Hogan again and bowls, and again this is defended out on the offside by Libby. Hogan finished naught not out, 6 for 44, a career best from Worcestershire's talismanic Joe Leach. 1 wicket for Morris, 1 for Pennington, 2 for Barnard. A lead of 132. Worcestershire lost Pollock almost immediately, 5 for 1 in the second over when he was caught at slip by Lloyd off Hogan. But thereafter either side of tee, Azhar Ali and Jake Libby, adding 87 for the second wicket before Azhar was out just a few minutes ago for 42 to this man Michael Hogan, who comes in now and bowls again to Libby, who pushes up to mid-on. And there's no run as Michael Neser comes in to do the fielding. Beautiful evening now at Worcester, blue sky and some fluffy cloud. The cathedral bathed in sunlight, trees between us and the river moving in the breeze. It really is a picture, and a fairly healthy crowd in now. Certainly more in than there were this morning when it was a bit cloudy and a bit cold. As Hogan comes in, and Libby is keen to take the single, and he's going to get a bonus. even though Fell's run about 40 yards for that second run because he ran way past the stumps at the striker's end. What happened was Libby pushed the ball to mid-on, went for a quick single, picked up and thrown by Nisa, hit the stumps, deflected past the fielder backing up. So immediately Libby saw that, turned back for an obvious overthrow, but Fell, in completing the first run, had gone about 10-12 yards past the stumps, so had to turn and complete a 30-odd yard run to get the second. They did get two. Hogan is into Libby, pushes it defensively out on the offside. 97 for 2. I'm sure I've done that myself many times, gone steaming past the stumps and taken a while to slow down and ended up going a long way, but there's absolutely no reason for it at all, is there? Really?
Well, I feel if you're running a quick single, then you've got all the jets on to get there as quick as you can, so you're not really thinking about turning and looking for that second.
But when you go as far as that, it's just there's I don't think there's any reason. People just do it. It's just a kind of habit, really. You just think, well, I'm in, and that's all that matters.
Yeah.
In comes Hogan and bowls, and Libby drives nicely, and he wants one, but he isn't going to get one because of an athletic piece of fielding by Nisa, moving across from mid-on. Libby wants the strike now. You can tell he's almost taken on the mantle of senior partner. Well, he is obviously senior partner, but now that Azza's gone, and he was happy to let Azza score a little bit more quickly, now he wants to do the same. Anyway, he didn't get the strike. Tom Fell will be on strike against Salter, and it's 97 for 2. Libby's moved on to 40, and the lead is, well, I'll have to work, well, it's 229, isn't it? There you go, my maths has stood me in good stead. Oh, it's on the... I wasn't looking at the screen. I had to get my mental arithmetic right for the first time in the day, and
it's right there in front of us.
Right in front of me on the screen. Oh well.
Good maths though.
Now and again I get a flash.
Salter into his third over then. And he comes to Tom Fell. Fell just knocks that into the leg side. No run taken. Salter bowls, and it's defended nicely by Tom Fell. In comes Salter, and defended into the offside. Nice and steady by Fell, giving himself a chance, having a look. Salter not giving him any width to capitalise on.
To hit, is there?
No. And he comes again, and just defended into the backward point region. No run scored. Salter bowls a bit full this time, and it's just knocked into the leg side for one run.
Fell off the mark. I feel better.
Yeah, Harris does the fielding at deep square. Chance for Libby then, who's looking to be a bit more attacking these last couple of overs. Trying to take as much strike as he can. In comes Salter for last ball of the over. Knocks it into the leg side, but there's no run on offer. So just the one run off the over. 98 for 2.
Tidy over from Salter. His figures 3 overs, no maiden and no wicket for 3. Lloyd 8 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 20. Harris 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 19. Tidier than in the first innings. And Nisa 10 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 24. And just the one wicket taker, he's taken both the wickets that have fallen, Michael Hogan. 9 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 22. and it's he who will continue from the Diglis end. Tall figure, turns now and moves in towards us past umpire O'Shaughnessy. Ball's outside the off stump. Libby lifts his bat well clear of that and allows it through to the keeper, Tom Cullen, behind the stumps. Cullen, who picked up a catch to dismiss Azhar Ali a few minutes ago. That was his 6th catch of the innings, which is not bad going. James Harris warming up down below us on the 3rd man boundary, suggesting that he might come into the attack shortly. Whether they think they've seen enough spin and it's not happening, we'll have to wait and see, or whether they're just going to rotate the seamers at the Diglis end and keep Salter going from this New Road end. Here's Hogan in, and he bowls to Fell, who drives sweetly up to mid-off. He's an elegant batsman, Tom Fell. Has a lovely cover drive and a very good clip through mid-wicket, but occasionally just gets his head over a little bit too far to the offside and has been an LBW candidate rather too frequently in the last couple of years, and I think that's probably one of the reasons that he's found himself out of the side. And he waits now as Hogan comes in to bowl to him, and he lets that go outside the off stump. But you just wonder whether he might be more suited to this kind of pitch. He's quite a good puller as well, and it's the little seamers that nip it back at him when he's playing forward that tend to cause him the most difficulty. Or at least that's my reading of it anyway. But on his day, a lovely player to watch. Very elegant player. Waits now as Hogan comes in to bowl to him, and he ducks out of the way of a short one. Played it well, watched it all the way. Good example of how to deal with the short ball, that one, and just kept his eye on it and just swayed out of the way at the last minute. Nothing extravagant. Yesterday we saw 1 or 2 batsmen just take their eye off it or just get in a bit of a tangle, and that wasn't the case on that occasion from Felt. 98 for 2. Hogan, 5th ball of the 39th over of this innings. He's in, he bowls, and Fell lets that go outside the off stump. Good leave again, heads in, hands all over the place, but most of the movement was after it had gone past the stumps, I think, looking at the replay. Hogan stands at the end of his run up, hands on knees. It's almost like he doesn't want to bowl anymore because he's so appalled by that leave.
I think it must have been quite close.
It must have been. I think it was really close, but you know, as we always say, there are only 2 sorts of leave, and it was a good one.
That was a good one.
A really good one. Perhaps a very, very good one. But anyway, he's still there. Maybe thanks to a lick of paint on the blue stumps. Last ball of the over, Hogan in. Bowls to Fell, who is walking into this one. Slightly uncertainly pushes it out on the offside. Applause from James Harris down in front of us for a good over from Michael Hogan. A maiden, 10 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 22. Good figures. They've all been tidy, the Glamorgan seamers, but that won't worry Worcestershire too much as they're just ticking along. 98 for 2 now.
Yeah, they don't really have to do too much, Worcestershire. They've just got to be patient.
Just bat, yeah.
Just bat for as long as you can.
Just bat and bat and bat. And see where you are at around about lunchtime tomorrow, early afternoon. I mean, you know, the lead could be up to over 300 by then, quite easily.
Potentially a bit of rain forecast on Wednesday.
Definitely want to leave themselves enough time, don't they? Don't want to go on too long. We were talking about this when I was on with Eddie Bevan, just looking at that weather forecast for Worcester for next couple of days. Yeah, Wednesday doesn't look too bad at the moment. Thursday looks a bit worse, but that won't bother him.
Nice flight and driven straight back to him. No run. Libby's on strike. Salter in again here in his 4th over now. Ball just defended into the offside. No run scored. Yeah, he's bowled really tight, hasn't he?
Very straight. No width whatsoever. Ball to his field.
In comes Salter. Bit shorter that time and just tried to be guided to backward point, but no run scored. Fielder there.
Haven't seen much evidence of turn. There's a suggestion that 1 or 2 might have gone yesterday, just a little, but
Salter in again and defended nicely off the front foot by Libby, who's batted really patiently today. He's 123 balls into his innings. Salter in again, defended again by Libby, no run scored.
yes, he does have great powers of concentration.
Last ball of the over, is it? Oh, and it's just guided that through the third man region. I think it's going to run all the way to the boundary for 4. Yes, it is.
Quite nice, I think. It was quite deliberate. He tried to do that with one earlier and got too much on it, didn't he? He got the fielder at backward point.
Nice shot. 4 to end the over then. 102 for 4. 102 for 2 now.
And the lead is 2-3-4 already, so realistically 18 overs left in the day. Even if they score only, say, 2.5, 3 and over, it's going to be 256 to 60 by the end of the day. Lovely position to be in after 2 days of a 4-day game, and a chance to really kick on and set something quite difficult for Glamorgan. You don't want to get too far ahead and set something that they're just absolutely not going to try and go for, but that's the equation, that's the conundrum that Brett Oliveira will be wrestling with tonight. 102 for 2 as Hogan aborts his run up the first ball of this over and sends a man out to deep square leg Billy Root, and I think we might well see a short one, maybe not straight away. And Fell does tend to like a hook and a pull. Be interesting to see what happens as Hogan bowls. This one is full, and again Hogan is head in hands because he thought he got through, and Fell just played it quite late and squeezed it up back past the bowler to the fielder at mid-off. But there's certainly excitement at the moment when Hogan bowls. He really fancies his chances of picking up a 3rd wicket here. They know that Fell's first innings, I'm sure somebody have reminded him of that by the time he got out there. This guy's under a bit of pressure, mate. See what's going on. Here's Hogan bowls, and that's a nice shot from Fell. Timed it well, drove it straight back, but good fielding by the bowler. 6'3", 40 years old, still gets down like that.
Yeah,
pretty
got down
impressive.
well there, didn't he?
Yeah, he did some good fielding down in front of us yesterday as well. Even late in the day when he'd bowled about 15 overs, so obviously he's kept himself in pretty good shape. Michael Hogan, in the last season of his career, is about to retire, and in he comes now and bowls a bouncer to Fell, who again played it really well, kept his eye on it, stayed inside the line of the ball, swayed away at the last minute, and well, when you're teaching youngsters how to play the short ball, that'd be a good example, wouldn't it? Keep your eye on it, watch it, and just you don't have to do anything. You don't have to sit down, and I mean, you might do if it's really quick and you suddenly realise you're in the wrong place, but generally speaking, if you see the length early, you can play it like Fell did on that occasion. Hogan in again, bowls, and it lets that go. It's another one of his good leaves, causes some excitement in the slip cordon. David Lloyd, his blood pressure must be pretty high at the moment, I think. Every time there's a leave, he's really excited about it. But Fell, at the moment, seems to know where his off stump is. He's only made 1 of 18 deliveries. If you're just tuning in and you're thinking, Fell, he's not playing in this game, I haven't lost it. Taylor Cornell's been replaced by a concussion substitute. Hogan in to that man, Fell, who drives, and there you go. I said he had a sweet and elegant clip through mid-wicket, and we've just seen it. Hogan for the first time really over pitching on Fell's legs, and he just punches it wide of the fielder at mid-on and up to the boundary.
Yeah,
out towards the nets. Lovely shot.
That'll do his confidence good, won't it?
Yeah. He's got some runs in second team cricket this season, but it's a big step up. It's a big difference, isn't it? 106 for 2. Fell waits again now, and Hogan is into him, and he bowls, and he gets another run, just turning this one on the leg side. Hogan head in hand. He played it so late. It's just a little kind of inside edge, I think, but just it's the fact that he played it so late, and they all were thinking, here we go, LBW appeal. Oh, he's got a bat on it, and he gets a single and keeps the strike. He's 6 off 20, and it's 107 for 2. And Salter to continue from the New Road end.
Yeah, Salter into his 5th over now. It's only gone for 7 runs so far. Kept it nice and tight from this end. Just the deep square out on the boundary. In he comes, and just defended into the leg side. No run scored. Partnership of 15 now between Libby and Fell. Little field change here. What's going on? So we're having another fielder onto the leg side. Second mid wicket by the looks. Billy Root coming across. Just working out where they're going to put them. So deep squares now just come a little bit more in front. And Billy Root's gone to more of a just in front of square with a close mid-wicket catcher. And Fell finds the gap to deep mid-wicket. That's knocked off his legs for 1 run. Harris doing the field in the deep. Billy Root now just jumping back over to extra cover. And the fielder going out on the offside as well for Jake Libby. And comes Salter again, and defended it into the offside to Billy Root doing the field in there at extra cover.
Moves like his brother in some ways, doesn't he?
Yeah. Salter in again, and defended back to him by Libby. Yeah, you can tell they're related just by the way he stands, by the way he walks in.
Yeah.
Salter in again, a bit shorter this time, and punched off the back foot to that deep cover fielder. 1 run scored. And then the field changing again for the last ball of the over. Two mid wickets in play, and Harris just going round to deep square. Last ball, and it's defended back to the bowler. That completes the over, just 2 from it.
Gets through his overs quickly, Salter, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Doesn't hang around, and with the not scoring quickly, it's not as if they're fetching it back from the boundary every now and again either. So he is ripping through them, and we've got 16 left in the day. So it's going to be a late one tonight, I think. Well after 7 o'clock, I would imagine. James Harris coming back into the attack at the Diglis end. He's been busy in his work today. Harris, tidier than he was yesterday when he was quite expensive. It's hard to believe, really, that he went for 96 in the first innings in a low-scoring game. Bowled 19 overs. Much tidier today. 9 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket. Sorry, 8 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 19. But keep your eyes open, Jake Libby, because most of the spells that he started, Harris, he's bowled a bit of a loosener early on that's been runs. Let's see if it happens this time as he comes in now from the Diglis end, bowls, and he doesn't bowl a loose delivery. He bowls one just short of a length on off stump, and Libby is on the back foot pushing into the covers, and there's no run. 109 for 2. Libby very patient, as Eve Jones was saying. 45. He's faced 129 balls. Fell equally patient so far, but on a smaller scale, 7 off 23 balls, but there's no rush whatsoever for Worcestershire at the moment, as Harris bowls again to Libby, and repeat, almost exactly the same as the ball before. It pushes out on the offside. Alongside me, Eve Jones, who I've just mentioned, is the Central Sparks captain, also plays for Warwickshire in the Birmingham Phoenix, and vastly experienced cricketer in the women's game, having played in the women's Big Bash as well, so a wealth of experience, and interested to hear that score, I'm sure, Eve, from the women's test that was just announced. Did you catch the details of that? I'll just break off as Harris bowls to Libby, defends again.
I didn't quite hear the score, but I think they're 9 down, I think,
look
South
at the score.
Africa.
South Africa against England in a one-off women's test match today down at Taunton, and just seeing if I can bring up the scorecard. It's not on the app that I'm using. I'll just have a look. Burst of BBC Air from Worcester. I think we're going to have a bit of an update in a moment, and we'll maybe deal with that women's test match shortly, as Libby gets another run here, turning this one from Harris down to long leg for a single. He's as I say, played very patiently, and as Eve was saying, he's in a way looking to sort of play himself back into form, having not played a really substantially long innings for some time, and he's making up for that today. And here comes that update. Good progress from Worcestershire, who currently lead by 242 runs in this game. That after they dismissed Glamorgan this morning for 139. Joe Leach, a career best, 6 for 44. They lost Ed Pollock early on for 5, but then 87 added for the second wicket by Azhar Ali and Jake Libby. Azhar Ali out for 42 since tea, but he's now in company Libby on 46 with Tom Fell, who's batting as a concussion substitute for Taylor Cornell, and Worcestershire in very good shape indeed in this game. In the 43rd over of their second innings, 110 for 2. And that's a lovely shot from Fell, even though he's only going to get 1 run, and he had to hurry for that because there's a good bit of fielding by Carlson at mid-off, who hit the stumps with his throw, and in fact he's got 2 because Fell was in only just. He had to hurry. It was a great bit of fielding, but unfortunately they get an overthrow and Fell gets 2 for his troubles, so he goes to 9, and it's 112 for 2. We were discussing changes in the game yesterday, Eve, and I said one of my bugbears was leg buys. I don't think you should get leg buys when the bowler bowls a really good delivery and beats the batsman, hits him on the pads, and it runs away to third man. Don't see why the batting team should profit from that. And then there's the counter argument is, well, if you banned leg buys, everybody just go around the wicket and bowl at the pads, which would be negative. So I say, well, okay, keep leg buys, but only behind square on the leg side. That's one thing I would change, and that's another one. I don't think you should get overthrows when the direct hit is on the stumps. It's happened twice today.
It has. Salter to continue then. Oh, it's a nice
shot.
Little late cut dab by Jake Libby, just for 2 though. Play that really late. So he now moves to 48, just 2 away from his half century.
Just wondering if Nick fancies coming in to join me. I can.
You've done a big stint there.
Wait. Sorry?
You've done a big stint there.
Yeah. Well, we're used to doing it all day, of course, when we
yeah.
don't have the pleasure of a third voice. We've had 4 today, which has been incredible.
Salter in again, and it's just defended off the back foot to
But
point.
if you finish this over and then Nick comes in and then I'll move out and you can come over here like we did before, that'd be perfect. 114 for 2. Oh, just in case anybody's wondering about that women's test match, I'll find out exactly what's going on.
Salter in again. A bit flatter this time, and it's defended into the offside by Libby. No run.
South Africa rally in women's 284 all out. There we are. Cap 150. That's
Wow.
not a bad effort in a 284, is it?
I think that's her first test match as well, so
Yeah,
it's a great effort.
Yeah, brilliant effort.
In comes Salter. A bit flatter, a bit shorter this time, and it's just punched off the back foot, and they think about one. Oh, Fell was halfway down the wicket there.
They ran one.
They did run. We got sent back by Jake Libby there.
They both ran halfway and back, didn't they? So they completed one, but again, you see, these two will not have batted together this season. I'm pretty sure of that. And you might say, well, they're pros and everything else, but even so, you just get tuned into your partner's ways of running, don't you?
Yeah. Salter in again then. 5th ball of the over. Bit shorter, and it's punched nicely off the back foot by Libby. Now moves to 49. Yeah, if they probably committed, they probably would have got through for one, but
yeah.
a bit hesitant in the
Well,
middle.
after the direct hit previously as well, they'd have been a bit nervous about it. But it's a policy in the team this season, from day one, has been to run hard all the time and to not miss out on opportunities.
Yeah. Final ball of the over then. Bit flatter, and it's just defended by Fell. End of the over. Score is 115 for 2. With a lead of 247.
Waited nicely then for it.
I know, yeah. I thought it was going to go off.
Yeah.
I nearly stitched myself up.
Nick Webb going to come back in alongside Eve in a moment, as Worcestershire build quite a commanding lead in this game, and they're putting themselves into a position where they're going to be faced with the nice problem of when to declare tomorrow and what to set Glamorgan, I think.
Looks that way at the moment as Harris comes in from the Diglis end, and it's played in the offside by Libby, straight to Salter at gully, and there is no run. Glamorgan, conversely, will look to take matters into their own hands and get Worcestershire dismissed at some point tomorrow, but although there's still a decent carry in this pitch, maybe it's just that Glamorgan aren't using it as well as Worcestershire did in their first innings with the ball, as that's cut hard down into the ground by Libby, bounces up to Ingram at slip, and there's no run. Do you think the pitch has lost a little bit of its lift?
Possibly, yeah. I'm not sure if Glamorgan are going a little bit fuller as well with their lengths, but I think generally it doesn't look like it is doing as much. Whether or not they're trying to bang it in as hard as they were early on.
Harris certainly tighter than in the first innings, but without the wickets as yet as he bowls, and there's a appeal for LBW, and it's given! James Harris does have his first wicket of the innings. Libby has gone one short of his half-century as he looked to turn on the leg side. So I wasn't necessarily expecting that to be given out in real time, but video stream viewers will see the replays got quite across his stumps there. Jake Libby might possibly have gone down leg side, but umpire ruling that would have hit the stumps. Libby goes for 49. It's 115 for 3 as we get the chance to see a slow-mo replay
No,
game
we
that
don't.
disappears at the crucial moment. Never mind, I can't have it all. 115 for 3 is the Worcestershire total. Already 247 runs in the lead. I mean, even if they only add another 100 for the last 7 wickets, which would be a real fight back with the ball, is still talking of a target in the region of 350 for Glamorgan, and obviously it's likely to be more than that.
Yeah, I think a bit unlucky there for Jake Libby. He's batting really nicely and he was really patient for his 49, just falling 1 foot short of his half century. But as you say, the lead is 247 at the moment. Likely to be quite a bit more.
115 for 3. There's apologies if you're getting a little distortion on the video feed, but the levels are the correct ones leaving us, so there's only so much we can do from a technical point of view without turning ourselves down too low for the BBC feed.
Out comes Brett D'Oliveira to join Tom Fell.
Yes, Oliveira didn't really get going in the first innings, leg before to Harris for 3. Lead 247, 7 wickets in hand, and we have 13 overs to come after this one, as we do get to nearly see the slow-mo replay again, as Harris bowls, driven through the offside nicely by D'Oliveira, and he will not get a boundary as Salter picks up just inside the cover ropes, but he does get back for 3 runs. But D'Oliveira, very pleasant way to get off the mark. First ball, 118 for 3, lead is 250. So it's a moderate crowd here for a Monday, given the slight uncertainty over the weather, but we've played non-stop since 11:30, as that is edged by Fell, and he'll get 4 runs for it. It was wide of second slip. It wasn't a chance, but it wasn't a great shot either. 122 for 3. Lead 254.
Yeah, I feel he played that very late and just slightly opened the face on the bat.
Giving him some credit for it.
Along the floor though, but yeah, probably not the best of shots with 2 slips ready behind.
122 for 3. Harris in bowls and chopped down this time through the third slip. Deliberately played into the ground, and a single for Tom Fell. Moves on to 14. Total on to 123 for 3. And Tom Fell started the day expecting to be playing for the second 11 in Edgbaston, only to be drafted in when Taylor Cornwall failed to satisfy the medics that he was 100% following his bang on the helmet yesterday from Michael Nisa, which did need considerable treatment at the time. So not entirely surprised to see him withdraw.
Yeah, Fell's looking alright though. This is his first class game since September, as Salter bowls first ball, defended by Fell. Good opportunity here for Tom Fell, isn't it? Try and force his way back in and score himself some runs. Salter into bowl, a bit flatter this time, and it's just defended off the back foot to Billy Root at mid-wicket. Salter in a bit more loop this time, Driven to mid-on for no run though by Tom Fell.
Andrew Salter with a career best 7 for 45. Behind him this season, the first match of the season.
And he comes again to bowl, a bit flatter this time, and it's just nudged into the leg side to that deep fielder on the boundary. 1 run scored.
Although even he looked slightly bemused after it. It was a final day bash by Durham in their second innings to try and set up a declaration, and they just kept hitting the ball up in the air. And he had the last 6 wickets came within an hour on the final day.
Wow. Salter bowls again. It's just defended by D'Oliveira.
Stumpings, guide catches, players bowled on the charge, and he kept bowling them straight and they kept getting out.
Sounds like a T20.
Yeah, they rather overdid it, Durham, on that day, I think.
Salter in again. And D'Oliveira uses his feet this time and just defends it. And that finishes off the over. Another good one by Salter. He's now bowled 7 overs, none for 13.
Actually, it was the second innings of the match, but Durham were looking to get well ahead and give themselves a chance to bowl Glamorgan out, and it didn't happen. 124 for 3. We've got a dozen overs left tonight. We'll be pushing 7 o'clock. And this all because we started half an hour late because of morning rain. The over rate for Glamorgan still positive going into this session, +2. I certainly didn't notice any problems for Worcestershire on the scoreboard in terms of the over rate, despite bowling all seam, as Harris motors in and bowls, and it's played away on the offside by Fowl. No run. Welcoming this chance to impress in the first 11. In the seconds, Warwickshire 273 for 4 against Worcester 2s at Edgbaston. Mosley's 124 not out. Chris Wokes made 67. Jake Lintop 52. I was up in the block hole that time from Harris, but well dug out by Fell. And there's a misfield by Nisa at mid-wicket, who was a little bit end of day-ish there for the big fast bowler, as he allowed it to go past him, but then recovered quickly, and they had to settle for the single there. So Glamorgan need to get some sort of dramatic turnaround in this game, with Worcestershire heading for a big lead as Harris bowls, and D'Oliveira has nothing to do with that one, outside off stump. As far as Glamorgan's second 11 are concerned, they're pressing on nicely. It's 288 for 4 against Northants at Milton Keynes, and the interesting point in terms of first 11 selection is that Tom Bevan, who was included in the T20 squad last week without making a first team debut, well, he's continued to impress with 114 not out, as Harris bowls, forced by D'Oliveira straight to Salter at gully, blocks it well, and there's no run. So Bevan, having got a 4-day century and a T20 century in the space of a few days previous to that, is certainly knocking on the door of the first team, and maybe he'll get a chance in Glamorgan's next 4-day game. Dan Douthwaite is 66 not out, having just missed out on the side here. 125 for 3 as Harris in the pale evening sunshine is in to bowl to D'Oliveira, who flicks it off his hip. Cullen is unable to stop it, and they'll come back for a second run to fine leg and just about make it, as Sam Northeast was forced to go up the stumps to take the return throw, because Tom Cullen was still flat on his face, having gone full length to try and stop it. 16 to foul, 127 for 3, 259. The Worcestershire advantage, 7 wickets left. Glamorgan would dearly love to knock over a couple more tonight to give themselves the chance to at least have a say in the destiny of this game, as Harris bowls and Oliveira defends back down the pitch. No run. Harris has bowled 11 overs for 31 runs, and the wicket of Jake Libby for 49. Worcestershire 1-2-7 for 3, lead by 259.
A few discussions going on in the middle. Salter to continue. He's going into his 8th over now. Tom fell on strike. Just the one fielder out still. Deep square leg. In comes Salter. A bit flatter, a bit shorter. Punched off the back foot, but diving stop at point. No run scored.
In the women's test, that 284 all out for South Africa was the close of play. Whereas Cap 150, so more than half her side's runs. Next best was 30 from the marvellously named Annika Bosch. Hope she's a hard hitter.
It's a good name, that, isn't it? Salter in again. Flicked off his legs into the deep square leg for 1 run. Fell now moves to 17.
Kate Cross 4 for 63. 2 wickets for Lauren Bell on debut, 1 apiece for the other debutant, Wong, Siva Eccleston and Davidson Richards.
Equally shared around. Salter into bowl. It's just defended back to him by Oliveira.
They have closed for the day at Hove, where Sussex are 142 for 3. Mohammed Rizwan 54 not out.
Salter in again. Bit more flight this time. Driven but straight to mid-off.
Sussex still with a lot of work to do in reply to Derbyshire's mammoth 551 for 8 declared.
5th ball over. Punched off the back foot but finds the fielder. Cover.
Which bizarrely was also the same total posted by Notts, 551 for 8 declared. They're playing Middlesex, who are 81 for 3, Stoneman 52 not out.
Final ball will be over. Bit more flight, but defended back to the bowler. That concludes the 48th over, 128 for 3. And this will probably be finishing just about in time for you to watch the men's 3rd test highlights on television, presuming this is its usual 7 o'clock slot. And that'll be available on BBC iPlayer as well. So Michael Nisa back into the attack. Run through a few Division 1 scores for you. Into the final innings already at Chelmsford, where Essex were dismissed for 223 in their 2nd innings. There were 7 for Liam Dawson after 8 for Simon Harmer. Might just be turning a bit, I think, at Chelmsford. Hampshire need 270 more runs to win. They're 29 for naught at the moment. But big chase for them there. So that 299 they would need overall. And I'm afraid our Welshman in the Hampshire side in Aaron Donald was a first ball job to Harmer in the 1st innings. And Aaron's joined us on a couple of occasions on BBC Sport commentary. Little hold up in play while they get Nisa's field right. At Bristol, Gloucestershire made 337 all out. Lancashire in reply 189 for 4. Keaton Jennings made 94. Nisa is in. Balls
and is that caught behind? Yes, it is. Off the glove. That one really reared, and Tom Fowle has gone for 17. That was a head-high catch from Tom Cullen, and that was absolute beast of a ball.
That looked sharp, didn't it? Flew through to the keeper.
That really was a quick delivery from Michael Nisa. And Cullen, who took 7 catches in the first innings, has 2 already in the second. And Fowle seemed rather taken aback by that one. That was a horrible ball that came up chest height. Couldn't really get out of the way of it. And that is a delivery that would have got rid of many batsmen, I suspect. Fowle goes for 17. It's 128 for 4. The lead is 260.
Yeah, I'm just trying to wait for the replay, but did look a sharp delivery, that, and just taken Tom Fowle by surprise a bit.
Entry of the first innings hero and the top scorer in this match by a long way. Ed Barnard made 131. Next best scorer is Glamorgan's Ed Byram with 57. 2 Eds are better than 1. Sorry, it's that time of day.
Been a long day.
Lead is 260, and Glamorgan doing their best to get back into this game, but it's a little bit late when you concede a lead of 132 on first dig in a low scoring game. So Nisa now 1 for 24.
Yeah, good first ball there by Nisa.
Can he find an equally potent second one? Not quite, as Barnard gets solidly behind it, defends it on the offside. Barnard also chipped in with a couple of wickets with his bowling at the lower part of the Glamorgan innings. 2 for 25. Bowled Michael Nisa, playing no shot, and had Andrew Salter caught at slip 15. So Nisa, bright red number 30 on his back, is in to bowl, and Barnard shaping to play that one. Don't know if he fully went through with it. 128 for 4. It remains. Welcome back to Frank. Is it that time of day?
Yes,
it is.
I've just popped in. I don't have to break up the partnership, but I just got to get this update done. That was a snorter, wasn't it?
Oof, wasn't it just? Nisa in again, and driven into the offside by Barnard. No run.
Like batting at the whacker. That was. Goodness me. Poor old Tom Fowle returning to the side. It's a bit like that one Baker got yesterday, wasn't it? And actually the one that Morris got at the end as well, that Cullen took sort of high above his head. Really took off.
Nisa then, good first over back into the attack in his third spell, and a bit of pace but outside off stump, and Barnard doesn't need to play a shot. Chris Mainwaring on Twitter, early finish tomorrow?
No, I don't think so.
Glamorgan will have to bat considerably better than their first innings, and you have to give credit to the skill of Joe Leach, who just went for the throat. Not always literally, but sometimes literally. As Nisa bowls outside off stump, Barnard leaves. End of a hostile over, even though the scoreboard only had 5 deliveries on it. They finished the over.
Come on.
128 for 4. The lead is 260. And at some point there'll be a BBC Hereford muster update.
There will at some point in this over. It's been an interesting game of cricket. This, I've enjoyed it. I think it's almost always been something happening, and just when you think it's sort of calming down a little bit, Michael Nisa comes along and bowls that absolutely rip-roaring delivery to Tom Fell that takes off and just glove, do you reckon, or shoulder of the bat?
I think so. We didn't get a replay, but it looked like glove.
Salter from the New Road end bowls, and Oliveira's very watchfully forward.
I thought for a moment it had hit the batsman on the body, but managed to avoid that fate.
Very, very good delivery from Nisa. Salter again, my time over the wicket, off spin, very tidy, bowls to Oliveira. 8.1 overs, 8.2 overs now, no wicket for 14. He's hardly given a run away. He was steered very nicely, nice little late cut down to third man for 4 by Libby, but apart from that he's given absolutely nothing away to the batsman Salter, which is just the job really when your seamers are going well at the other end. And he bowls again, and Oliveira strokes this up to short extra cover where it's fielded by Eddie Byram, and there's no run. 128 for 4. In comes Salter again and bowls. Oliveira goes back, and he's let me down, Salter. It's the worst ball he's bowled all day, actually. The first really short ball that he's bowled, and Oliveira, quick on his feet, got in behind it, and didn't just play the cut well, but he timed it really well, and once it had gone past the fielder, it was 3 for 4. So first boundary for Oliveira goes to 7, and it's 132 for 4.
Curse the commentator.
Yeah, it so often happens, doesn't it? I did it. I got Azar out earlier on, bagged him. It's not the first time. In comes Salter and bowls, and Oliveira's forward. It always happens with the better players, I think, because you're more likely to be utilising them, aren't you? But yeah, he's not bowled many bad ones, Salter, that is for sure. He comes in again now and bowls to Oliveira, and Oliveira drives nicely, but straight to the fielder at mid-on. Beginning to wonder if we might be missed out on this update, but I'll hang around anyway. 132 for 4 at the end of the over. Gets through his overs pretty quickly. We've got, what have we got? 8 left in the day. I think probably it might be that this is too late for an update, and the news programmes might have ended. That might be the reason they haven't come to us. 132 for 4, 8 overs left in the day. What do you reckon? 7 o'clock it'll be, Ben, won't it, about?
Yes, 7 o'clock.
Not too bad.
If Salter continues to bowl, it should be okay for 7 o'clock finish, which would be 6:30 in normal currency.
Which wouldn't be, it's not too bad.
Having started half an hour late. Michael Nisa from the Diglis end is in to bowl. Run down to third man. Single taken by Barnard to get off the mark and bring skipper Brett Oliveira onto strike. He'll be particularly keen to see off Nisa and get through this evening, having fallen for just 3 in the first innings. Diminutive figure as he's caught at slip, and a good catch low down by Sam Northeast, and Michael Nisa has another in this fine return for his third spell. But Oliveira will not remember this game personally with any gratitude, because he's been dismissed in single figures for the second time in the game. Caught Northeast, bowled Nisa for 7. It's 133 for 5, and how Worcestershire are grateful that they've got a lead of 132 in the bank.
Absolutely, because just when you think that the ball might be going a bit softer, or it might be just becoming a little bit more straightforward. Michael Nisa comes on and upsets that theory straight away with 2 quick wickets, and you've got to have the view that there's still a fair bit in this pitch, and we're now going to watch a partnership between Gareth Roderick and Ed Barnard, which was crucial in the first innings, but can they reproduce that in the second? We'll have to wait and see. But little spell from Nisa in the last few minutes has absolutely upset the Worcestershire apple cart, or should I say pear cart. And,
is there such a thing as a pear cart?
Well, they probably
I suppose you can put pears on a cart.
Eve Jones is coming back, and I'm going to let her join Nick for the last few overs. And do you need to go and do a...
If you could give me the last 3 off, that would be useful.
I'll come back for the last 3, that would be perfect.
Thank you very much, Frank. Frank Watson of BBC Hereford and Worcester. Eve Jones of Central Sparks, Birmingham Phoenix, Warwickshire England A. Lots of smelly kit under the stairs. 133 for 5. Our the home side, as Gareth Roderick takes guard.
What did I miss? Dare I ask?
Another snorter from Nisa. In comes Nisa to bowl to Roderick through outside off stump. It's just this time of day when you get whimsical and not everything the commentator says makes sense. You may think that sometimes that's the case at 11:05, but there we are. We're marathon runners, not sprinters on the county circuit in championship terms anyway. Be back to sprinting at the weekend when Glamorgan have a couple of games in the southeast of England, and Worcestershire have a couple of chances to improve their dire T20 records. Outside off stump, going away as well, and Cullen has to take it plunging in front of first slip, and there is accordingly no run. 133 for 5. This is the 51st over, so the scoring rate has never been particularly adventurous in this Worcestershire second innings, but it hasn't needed to be with that first innings advantage of 132. Nisa into bowl. That's nicely timed, or is it? Diving stop by James Harris at mid-wicket prevents the ball running away towards Cow Corner, and Roderick is off the mark with just a single. Sadly, the Cow Corner ice cream trailer is not in operation, but we were provided with ice cream from the club shop, for which the club cafe, for which many thanks. 134 for 5. Lead 266. As Nisa is into bowl, and Uzinars, the Amdram boys in the slips, having plenty to get worked up about, because Nisa is bowling with considerable hostility and intent, but maybe needs to just get 4 or 5 in the over on or just outside off stump, whereas there's probably a couple too many balls in that over, fine though it was, wicket taking though it was, where it was allowed to go through. So the skipper brings himself back.
Salter bowled well there, 9 overs, 0 for 18, nice and tight, didn't give too much away. David Lloyd's going to bring himself on and see what he can do, see if he can pick up a wicket or 2 in these last few overs of the day. In comes Lloyd then, bowls it and left alone outside off stump by Roderick.
No real pressure on these Worcestershire batsmen of any sort at the moment. They've already got a big lead on the board.
Yeah, I guess they're just going to see out the day's play and then assess what they want to do and have another stab at it in the morning.
Everything on its merits, I guess.
Lloyd comes in again. And same result, left alone outside the off stump. No need to play at that one. Six 6.4 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, Worcestershire second still going as well up at Edgbaston.
Lloyd comes in again. Oh, it just looked like that didn't get up then. That's a really good take by Cullen there. It just bounced right in front of him.
Yeah, Cullen plunging across to his right. Bit of a loosener from Lloyd, that one.
Yeah.
Shaq Banton has finally got down Moseley in that second 11 game for 125. Warwickshire 289 for 5. Chris Wokes made 67. England Test player in second 11 cricket. Be interesting to see how much he bowls.
Lloyd moves in again. And wide outside that off stump, left alone by Roderick. Through to the keeper.
Close play, Glamorgan second 11, 322 for 5 off 77 overs at Milton Keynes against Northend seconds. Dan Douthwaite went for 68, Tom Bevan 135 not out.
Square leg just jumps out onto the boundary, well, 10 yards off the boundary. Lloyd approaches again. Makes Roderick play this time and he just defends it right back to him. No run scored.
You wonder about square leg being that far back. I mean, Lloyd isn't really the height to bang it in and get the ball to rise, and not quite the pace either to invite the hook.
Last ball of the over then. It's wide outside that off stump, left alone by Roderick. Made an over by David Lloyd. Score still on 134 for 5. Barnard on 1 and Roderick also on 1.
Yeah, this game rather meandering towards the close of day 2 with Nisa's spell making sure that Worcestershire weren't in a position to take any liberties and press on with any great speed, as his first ball of Nisa's over is defended by Barnard down to Salter at point, and there's no run. So the men out in this Worcestershire second innings: Ed Pollock for 5, Azra Ali for 42, Jake Libby for 49, Tom Fell for 17 and Brett D'Oliveira for 7. 92 for 1 at one point with Libby and Azza together. That's deteriorated somewhat for the home side as Barnard plays on the leg side. No run. Billy Root does the fielding. Sun has disappeared. Bit of light grey, high-ish cloud coming overhead. Some of the spectators have disappeared as well. They've got the general gist of today with Joe Leach's career best bagging the headlines as Nisa bowls, and Barnard shapes to play at it but decides otherwise at the last minute. Nisa turns somewhat wearily. His 13th over, but he does put so much physical effort into his bowling. And both batters wandering down the wicket to exchange a word and a prod. You don't often see the pitch being prodded anywhere near where the ball is actually pitched. As Nisa in to bowl, turned on the leg side by Barnard, no run. I mean, that's an observation. I don't know if it's fair from the middle eve. The batters tend to prod shorter of a length than where the ball's actually pitched.
Yeah, I think it's just a habit thing, isn't it? You just walk down and just have a prod, chat to your mate, walk back, set yourself up again.
Just to suggest that the bowler didn't really beat you, it was all the work of the devil pitch. Nisa in, bowls, Barnard defends. This game has almost gone into stasis in the last few minutes since the dismissal of D'Oliveira, with Roderick and Barnard blocking it out. One off 12, one off 9. And Nisa bowling with hostility, as that one has beaten him outside off stump. Went through to Cullen. End of another over. 134 for 5. The lead is 266. Nisa's bowled 6 maidens now. Among his 13, he has 2 for 26.
Yeah, he's bowled well, hasn't he? Still charging in with some good energy there.
He's earned his share at the end of the day.
Lloyd to continue then.
Oh, a long hot stretch in the tub.
In comes Lloyd. A bit shorter this time. Just punched to mid-on. No run on offer for Roderick.
Is the joys of ice baths prominent in women's cricket, or do you head for the hot shower like anyone sensible?
Depends how long I've been batting for. Yeah, we don't really play too much. Well, we don't play any longer formats, so normally not too needed. Oh, Roderick just has a bit of a flash outside off stump there, but ball goes through to the keeper.
Bit indeterminate, that shot, wasn't it? As he practices a better one.
Yeah, that one looks a bit better.
Didn't really commit himself to attacking or defending.
Just sort of flung his arms through it, and here we go. Lloyd in again, and defends into the offside. No run scored.
It's difficult getting used to having showers available again after the COVID seasons. I quite often forget to pack a towel, so I have to head home to shower.
Depends where you're playing as well, what the facilities are like. In comes Lloyd, and left alone outside off stump.
Yes, I'm afraid at the depths of our division we have a few opponents who play on Parks pitches where there are virtually no facilities at all, which is not fun.
Leads still 266 here, as Lloyd just makes a change to his field as he pushes square leg back 3/4 of the way to the boundary. Here he comes again. Drivable length. It just goes straight to the fielder mid off. Carlson doing the fielding.
With his perpetually bandaged hand.
What's he done?
I don't know if it's any particular injury or whether he got a knock early in the season, but he's had his hand like that for weeks, or just maybe he finds it easier to polish with that on. Bit of bandage.
A hot spot maybe. In comes Lloyd. fuller outside that off stump, and it's just slightly go away from Barnard there, but Roderick left alone though.
Bowling with a bit too much width in that over.
Yeah.
David Lloyd not really threatening the stumps particularly. 134 for 5, so Glamorgan's bowlers have done a reasonable job in getting their sides. Well, it's not back in the game, that's the trouble, isn't it? Because of a lead of 132 in a low scoring game. Although Glamorgan have bowled well, they've pinned down the Worcestershire scoring race and they've claimed wickets in the last hour. Not really quite back in the game. And Tegged Phillips is on the third man boundary down in front of us. Morgan's 12th man. Oh, one of them, Prem Sisodia, was around yesterday as well. Not sure whether he's still here. As that ball from Nisa is another peach, and it has bowled Ed Barnard for one, and Michael Nisa is doing his level best with a fine spell to drag the game away from Worcestershire's firm grasp. It's 134 for 6, and Barnard cannot repeat his first innings triumph. A single off 14 balls, and just a straight delivery that was too good for him, you felt on that occasion. Be a word from Eve, and then I'll get Frank back in the hot seats to steer you through these remaining overs of the day.
Yeah, just wait to see if there's a replay there, but yeah, Ed Barnard did look to defend the ball, but seemed to get through. Crashing into the stumps. Barnard goes for one of the 14 deliveries. Charlie Morris, the new batsman, coming in. Bit of a night watchman.
Well, this game's really moving on a pace now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can't see it going into a fourth day, really, when you've had 26 wickets fall before the end of the second day, and we've still got 4 overs left, and the way Nisa's going, 3 for 26. Might even see more night watchmen. Charlie Morris coming in to protect Joe Leach more than anybody, I suppose, who quite capable of coming out and striking it and extending this lead up towards 300, but just about getting through the rest of the day now for Worcestershire. 3 overs left after this.
Yeah, Glamorgan just added that third slip before that previous delivery. I think they've taken them from mid-off. So looking to really go hard here, Glamorgan. Try and get another wicket if they can.
Nisa bowls, and that's a good delivery. Dug out by Morris. Nisa appeals passionately to umpire O'Shaughnessy, I think hinting, claiming that actually hit him on the foot, do you reckon, before it hit the bat, but if it might have done, but umpire O'Shaughnessy is unconvinced.
Yeah, it was a good first delivery to Morris.
It was. He played it well there, I think.
Very full, Yorker length.
So Worcestershire, what have they lost? They lost 4 wickets for 19 runs. Nisa bowls, Morris gets runs.
That's a lovely shot.
Lovely little tickle off his toes for 4 square on the leg side for Charlie Morris. He's off the mark. Little punch of the gloves with Gareth Roderick. 138 for 6. And the lead 270.
I was waiting to see if you were doing the maths or just look at it on the screen.
And come on, tell the world.
No, you did the maths. You did the maths.
Yeah, Nisa again. Morris waits, knees flexing, gives himself a little bit of room, to be fair, and then digs that one out, pushes it up to mid-off. Just good spell this, isn't it, from Nisa? You know, I've just said they've lost 4 wickets for 19, but you know, this guy's picked the ball up half an hour ago, and he's come in and given it everything. Snorter to get fell caught behind. D'Oliveira nicking one. Northeastern joining himself. Nice pitch to keep wicket on, I think. And he's picked up 6 catches altogether. 7 now. 2 in this innings, 5 in the first, and now Barnard's gone as well. This one's down the leg side, and that's 4 more for Charlie Morris. drifting into his pads, and he's just glanced it down to find leg. This is exactly what James Harris did when he came in as night watchman last night. Was it James Harris? I'm just trying to think. Yeah, it was, I think. Exactly what he did. He hit 2 boundaries straight away and then got out. And you thought the night watchman's job has been wasted, really, because then the new batsman came in and they also got him out. So it was a night watchman disaster last night. Nisa in bowls, and Morris is... I thought he'd nicked that to the keeper. Stabbed almost involuntarily at it. Taken by Cullen. Great over from Michael Nisa, despite the 2 boundaries. 3 for 34 from him. 3 overs left in the day. 142 for 6. And it's been a fascinating game of cricket for 2 days. It really has.
Yeah, it's been all action, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Lots in it for the bowlers. Lots of wickets fallen. But then there's been
there was
good batting as well.
some games where you get lots of wickets falling and it's too much one way, but it's not been like that. It's been really good and gripping.
Yeah,
very interesting.
Worcestershire now 142 for 6, so good effort from the Glamorgan bowlers this second innings as Lloyd continues. A bit shorter, and it's just punched off the back foot by Roderick, down to 3rd for 1 run. Brings Charlie Morris back on strike, the night watchman. Which
is fair enough. The night watchman's job is to face as many of the deliveries as he can.
Absolutely.
Between now and the end of the day's play. Yeah, it's been a good day. Sparse crowd now, quite a few gone home. It is quite late after all, as we're touching 7 o'clock. Going to be a late finish.
Lloyd in again here then to Morris as he defends comfortably into the offside, no run. Nice solid defence that. Yeah, Lloyd's got to make sure he makes Morris play here. Last couple of overs he's probably just gone a little bit too wide outside the off stump. Got to try and make sure he uses all the deliveries he's got to make him play. Try and get another wicket now. Lloyd in again. Defended by Morris. No run taken.
Just watching it, Charlie Morris. Not much foot movement.
No, he's playing very much from his crease, but
just watching it closely, trying to get the middle on it.
Yeah.
And then he'll want to get down the other end, or Roderick will want him to, and then you just hope you don't get that absolute sort of unplayable one from Nisa, don't you? Just in there. But the fact that it is in there is just in the back of your mind, I suppose.
Yeah. Lloyd in again. Oh, just a little inside edge, but it just goes to mid-wicket, and some oohs and ahs from the slip cordon.
I think he might have given him a little bit of advice there. But Charlie Morris has been around long enough, and he'll have had plenty of that over the years, I'm sure. He's not that way inclined himself, I don't think, when he bowls very often, but possibly. I might be misreading it. He might have been talking to the wicketkeeper.
Square leg just going back again. Bit fuller this time.
No, definitely. There's definitely a bit of chirp out there, isn't there?
Defended by Morris, who's now continuing to practice his defensive shots.
1 ball left in the over. $143 for 6.
2 overs remaining after this 1 ball. Off Lloyd as he comes into bowl, a bit short this time, and just nudged into the leg side to that deep square leg for 1. Brings Morris back on strike.
Which is exactly right.
Good night watchmaning, if that's a word.
It is now.
It is now.
Yeah, absolutely. Face as many balls as you can. It always tickles me when a night watchman goes in and takes a single off the first ball he receives, and then the other batsman faces a lot of bowling, and it defeats the object, really. Some people say night watchmen it's a silly idea nowadays, but I think it's a good idea if you do it properly. But if they don't face much of the bowling,
Yeah.
then it just seems pointless to me.
Yeah.
Charlie Morris is doing it right at the moment. He's on 9 off 10, and he's facing Michael Nisa. 3 slips waiting in anticipation, and he plays at that one outside the off stump. That's a good delivery from Nisa, and Morris pushes at it. Definitely tried to play it, but it's 1 down, 5 left for Nisa to bowl in the day. Definitely the chief wicket threat in this attack, even though Hogan has picked up a couple too. Nisa with 3 in the first innings and 3 in this has performed very well, and he comes in and again beats Morris outside the off stump. No words exchanged as Nisa follows through. I think if they say to Morris, what's going on, you're not good enough, I think he'd just grin, wouldn't he, and say, well, I'm doing my
wouldn't
best.
say anything back.
I'm doing the best I can. It's nothing malicious at all, I think, even in the over before from Lloyd, but just a little bit of byplay, as you would expect.
Yeah. Roderick just goes down and has a word with Morris.
Nisa is in again and bowls, and Morris gets... No, he doesn't get a run. He turns the ball on the leg side. I thought he was going to get a single to mid-wicket, but whether he would have taken it anyway or not, I don't know. Billy Root moved across from mid-wicket to field, and there's no run. So 9 balls left in the day. It's been a long day. We started late at 11:30, and what we started with was more of what we had last night, a burst from Joe Leach, who picked up 2 wickets in the second over of the day. North East bowled for 9, and Carlson caught well low down at slip by Baker. First ball, Morris is beaten again outside the off stump, half an appeal this time, but nothing doing. And then Billy Root was out for 8, and at that point 61 for 6. Glamorgan were in deep trouble, but they got out of it to some extent thanks to a partnership of 43 for the 7th wicket between Tom Cullen and Eddie Byram. Cullen then out for 21, again falling to Leach. Nisa went for 4. At lunch it was 114 for 8, and after lunch Salter out for 15, and eventually Byram, who'd been there since the start, out to Dylan Pennington for 57. Nisa again, Morris blocks, pushes out on the offside, no run, and at the end of that innings 139 all out Glamorgan, leaving Worcestershire a first innings lead of 132. Joe Leach a career best 6 for 44. Charlie Morris 1 for 32, Dylan Pennington 1 for 37, and Ed Barnard 2 for 25. Worcestershire then in their second innings lost Ed Pollock in the second over for 5 for 1, 51 for 1 at tea, with Azhar Ali and Jake Libby at the crease. In comes Nisa again. Morris plays defensively back up the pitch, and that's the end of the over. I'll just finish off the scorecard so that you've had all of the details of the day's play before the last over. Since tea, Azhar Ali out for 42, Jake Libby for 49, and after that a clatter of wickets. Fell out for 17, pretty much an unplayable delivery I thought Tom Fell got. He's in as a concussion replacement, by the way, for Taylor Cornell. Brett D'Oliveira caught by North East at slip for 7, and then Ed Barnard bowled by Nisa for 1. So they're the men out. Gareth Roderick is 2 not out, Charlie Morris is 9 not out, 144 for 6, last over of the day begins.
So he comes in then, it's flicked off his legs for 1, down to fine leg by Roderick, just to bring Charlie Morris back on strike. Five balls remaining in the day. Just doing a bit of work on the ball. Trying to sneak another one now before the end of the day. Here comes Lloyd again. Oh, it's banged that one in. It's gone miles over Charlie Morris's head. No ball called.
For height, I think.
Yep.
Umpire Tom Longley. He wasn't averse to bowling the odd bouncer himself when he was in a Derbyshire shirt.
Yeah, it's like a tennis ball, that, wasn't it? Just shot over his head. Lloyd comes in again. Just back of a length, and Morris defends off the back foot. Two slips waiting behind Charlie Morris. Lloyd comes in again here. A bit short of that time, and it's just punched off the back foot to cover for no run. Solid job here by Morris without jinxing him. Lloyd moves in again, hard length again, and Morris gets right behind that, just defends that into mid wicket. 2 balls remaining.
Just having a little hay fever attack, I think. Got the sneezes all of a sudden.
Lloyd coming in again here. Played off the back foot, defended by Morris. 1 ball to come. You can tell it's the last over of the day. Not much movement from anyone in the field.
No. Been a long day for them, hasn't it? Players arrived here probably about 9 this morning.
Yeah.
Didn't start till 11:30.
Last ball of the day then, a bit full this time, and Morris just nudges it into leg side. Does his job well there, night watchman. Worcestershire finishing the day on 147 for 6 with a lead of 279. Charlie Morris finishing on 9 not out with 22 balls, and Roderick at the other end on 3 off 17 deliveries.
And in the innings so far, 58 overs have been completed. So that's it here at New Road. It's been a long second day, but a very, very interesting one, and gave you the story of it during that last over. Just give you the the Glamorgan bowling figures before we go. Michael Neeser 15 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 34. Michael Hogan 11 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 27. James Harris 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 31. David Lloyd 12 overs, 6 maidens, no wicket for 25. And Andrew Salter 9 overs of tidy off spin, no maidens, no wicket for 18. So Worcestershire 279 runs ahead at the end of day 2, and they have just 4 wickets remaining in their second innings. So there's every chance the game could conclude at some point tomorrow, but if Worcestershire add a few more and build a really big lead and Glamorgan bat well, it could well go into day 4. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Thanks very much to Eve Jones, who's been alongside us all day, and to Nick Webb of BBC Wales Sport, and also to Eddie Bevan of BBC Wales Sport, who joined us at various times throughout the day. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage, and do join us again from the start of play tomorrow.